get after it. A lot of folks will be the end of their work week for a lot of first responders. They'll work this weekend as well. We appreciate them getting this thing going. And busy night. Did watch and took in the NFL honors last night. The NFL does it up right with the big red carpet extravaganza and all the awards. And I thought it was pretty well presented. They get it all knocked in 2 hours, 8 to 10. It was over by 10 o'clock. You could roll into bed after they handed out the Walter Payton Man of the Year. I thought, as usual, the NFL puts on a pretty good TV show when they need to. You know what I'm saying?
That's exactly right. Yeah, and the Texans end up getting Rookie of the Year for the offense and the defense. That's the second because the Jets did that not too long ago.
Yeah, just last year. Sauce Gardner and Lake Travis' own Garrett Wilson. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's and they don't give out Executive of the Year at that awards, but there is an Executive of the Year, and it would seem that right now Nick Caserio has got to be the front runner and leader for that. If they haven't already given it out, I haven't seen any.
Well, if you draft and then make a trade to draft the rookies of the year on both sides of the ball,
you got to, right? It's automatic.
And you hire a coach who ends up one vote shy of being the coach of the year. D'Amico Ryans came in one first-place vote behind Kevin Stefanski of the Cleveland Browns. So, if you hire the coach of the year, essentially, or because I know the hardware went to Kevin Stefanski, but we saw the playoff game.
Yeah.
That wasn't close. D'Amico Ryans' team ran circles around the Browns down at NRG Stadium. So,
the voting was already in by then.
Voting was in by
then. But my contention was, even at the end of the season, and that's officially when the vote is done, that's the deadline, you still could have argued D'Amico Ryans should win it because they still won the division, right?
They did win the division.
They won the division and made the playoffs. That alone, if you look at it, you could still say, because that's the first.
And we're the fourth seed, for crying out loud.
Yeah, it's the first rookie head coach, rookie quarterback pairing to win the division and make the postseason in the NFL in 100 years, guys. Yeah. Remember, it was like George Halas' first year. Remember, I went back and did the research on that. I'm telling you, man, I don't know how you still could have made a really good case for D'Amico winning, but you're right. He was only one vote shy.
The voting could have been closer.
Yeah.
It's pretty much neck and neck.
Stefanski, 4 different starting quarterbacks, 25% of your roster on IR. That's pretty damn good.
Let's before we get too deep into the conversation, Rod will have us behind the burnt orange curtain coming up this hour. We got a lot to do. Let's start with the headlines, trending topics, so we can get you caught up on all the NFL honors from last night and that Pro Football Hall of Fame class. And the Cowboys have found their new defensive coordinator appears. Let's get to all of it. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bringing you the top news. And, the NFL recognized the top players, coaches, and moments of the 2023 season last night in Vegas ahead of this Sunday's Super Bowl. They call it the NFL Honors. Baltimore quarterback Lamar Jackson claimed the most prestigious award of the night, the MVP for the second time. Dallas Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott finished a distant second in the voting, but he did finish number 2. 49ers running back Christian McCaffrey was named the league's Offensive Player of the Year. Cleveland Browns defensive end, the former Texas A&M star Myles Garrett, named the league's best defensive player for 20 and 23. Houston Texans, as Rod said, swept the Rookie of the Year category. Their star quarterback, C.J. Stroud, claimed Offensive Rookie of the Year honors. Defensive end Will Anderson, the third pick of the draft, named the Defensive Rookie of the Year. As I mentioned, Houston's first-year coach, D'Amico Ryans, came up one vote shy of winning Coach of the Year. That went to Kevin Stefanski of the Browns for the second time. Browns quarterback Joe Flacco also named the Comeback Player of the Year ahead of Lake Travis's Baker Mayfield. And in Pittsburgh, their defensive lineman Cameron Hayward capped off the night when he was named the Walter Payton Man of the Year. That is considered the league's highest honor, acknowledging a player for his outstanding community service off the field as well as his outstanding play on it. Also last night, 2024 Pro Football Hall of Fame class revealed. The 7-player class includes a lifetime Longhorn legend and for the first time ever, a Houston Texan. Former Longhorn defensive tackle Steve McMichael is Hall of Fame bound. McMichael started at Texas from 1976 through 1979 ahead of a 15-year NFL career. Mongo, a stalwart on the dominating Chicago Bears defenses of the 80s. His wife Misty stood in for him last night as the 66-year-old continues his battle with ALS. Andre Johnson, the greatest offensive player in Houston Texans history, is Hall of Fame bound. They will be inducted on August the 3rd in Canton, Ohio, along with Julius Peppers, Dwight Freeney, Patrick Willis, Devin Hester, and Randy Gradishar. In NFL coaching news, according to the NFL Network's Tom Pelissero, the Dallas Cowboys are expected to hire Mike Zimmer to be their new defensive coordinator, replacing Dan Quinn. The 67-year-old former Minnesota Vikings head coach, long been respected for his defensive prowess. Zimmer coached in Dallas for 12 years, from 1994 through 2006. In college football, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter, Michigan is planning to hire former New York Giants defensive coordinator Wink Martindale to be their new defensive coordinator. Martindale will replace Jesse Minter, who followed Jim Harbaugh to L.A. to be the Chargers DC. And in baseball, Texas Rangers avoided salary arbitration and a hearing with their star outfitter Adolis Garcia. The two sides instead have agreed on a new 2-year contract.
Horn Headlines brought to you by Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment, a new year and a new store. Come see our new Buda location at 200 Trademark Drive to rent, buy, or repair any construction and lawn equipment you need. TopGun.net. We'll shoot you straight.
Basically, the start of Lamar Jackson's career is similar to the start of Peyton Manning's career, kind of. Where you win these awards, right? These accolades, but the postseason success eludes you. And obviously, Peyton Manning got it later on. But at least for the start of his career, that's what's happening with Lamar Jackson. It's a different, obviously, arc. He's a different athlete, different skill set and everything. But in terms of just the right now, the narrative, all right? The biggest thing working against him, the negative narrative is can't win in the postseason, but in the regular season, they're one of the greatest QBs in the history of the NFL. But regular season play. And Lamar Jackson's got to fix that. John Harbaugh's got to fix that.
John Harbaugh's got to fix it. That's exactly right. But you're right about that. 2 MVPs by 26, 27 years old. A lot of on-field regular season success, but January success has eluded Lamar Jackson, and that's going to be the challenge. But you're right. That's we think of Peyton Manning's Hall of Fame career. We forget that there was some bumps in the road early.
Yeah. I remember when it's like, oh, you can't win. And then his rival ended up being the GOAT, Tom Brady.
Yes.
So that didn't help.
Remember, Peyton Manning came in as someone who couldn't win the big one at Tennessee.
Great point.
If you remember,
right?
Yeah,
because think about that. You're right.
Couldn't get over
it was T. Martin who won it, right?
Yeah, T. Martin won, like insult to injury for Peyton Manning. He moves on after 4 years at Tennessee, and then they win it the next year with Philip Fulmer.
Yeah, a lot of people just assumed that it was Peyton. It was like, no, it wasn't Peyton. Yeah.
Well, and remember, if you go back, Peyton specifically came back to try to win a Heisman Trophy, which he didn't do, and then beat Florida.
Charles Woodson?
Charles Woodson.
Heisman. Yeah, that was a great Heisman finalist.
There's a really great 30 for 30 on that.
Yeah,
Peyton Manning coming back, and he didn't accomplish either, right? He didn't win the Heisman. They didn't beat Florida. Steve Spurrier and company beat him, and he didn't win the national championship. And then, as you said, that was a big narrative because he won MVPs and put up huge numbers, but couldn't win in January until later in his career. Obviously, then won. Speaking of when he finally won one was the year that the Colts beat the Bears. Devin Hester returned the opening kickoff for a touchdown.
Yes,
in a rainy Super Bowl. Very few rainy Super Bowls.
Grossman is the quarterback.
Rex Grossman, Grossman, Rex Grossman, former Florida quarterback, was against him, and that was one of the sloppier Super Bowls. But Tony Dungy and the Colts finally got them a Super Bowl, and Peyton Manning won it.
It's kind of what it reminds me of because Lamar Jackson, he's got Patrick Mahomes to deal with, just like. Tom Brady ended up being the really kind of the icon, the postseason success. He enjoyed the postseason success as a iconic quarterback early, way before Peyton Manning, and Peyton Manning had to live in that shadow, which is crazy because he's a Manning. And Lamar Jackson's going to have to do that with Patrick Mahomes. At one point, he's going to have to vanquish Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah,
to win a championship. That's the
exactly
only way to do it.
It certainly is.
That's the only way it's going to have to happen.
Yeah, well, because remember, again, Peyton came into this NFL, Peyton Manning, with the can't win the big game.
Yeah.
And then Tom Brady.
A young Tom Brady.
Won it as a 6th-round draft pick.
Right.
And then he's winning Super Bowls, and everyone's like, what's wrong with Manning? It's, I think we sit here and we assume at some point Lamar Jackson has a real strong chance to break through.
We do, but
and play in a Super Bowl. Do we have the same opinion of Dak Prescott, who finished second for the MVP? That Dak Prescott's going to, after 8 years in the league, going to break through and have January success, or we've kind of given up on that?
Well, they better have hope because they're about to sign him to an extension. So
I know
that hope better exists that you believe Dak can take you to the promised land. And do I believe it? I can't believe it right now. That because I haven't seen any evidence of it that Dak can do that at the next level. And I think Dak is a good quarterback. I'm not a Dak hater, but I don't know if Dak in the postseason when this is kind of what Shannon describes. Kyle Shanahan talks about with quarterbacks too. At one point, you will not have a schematic advantage within a play or within a series, whatever. There's going to be some plays where you don't have a schematic advantage. The coach didn't prepare you for that play. The defense. Well, it was a great defensive call. They had the perfect coverage called, or they had the perfect pressure package called. All right, your guys miss a block. The wide receiver runs the wrong way, whatever it may be, and you're just going to have to go out there and solve a problem and make a play.
Yeah,
as a quarterback. And oftentimes I don't see Dak doing that enough when he's going up against, the elite of the elite, which is in the playoffs. And that's a big part of it, is that I don't know if Dak has done it. I don't know. And this year, though, I will say during the regular season, he played his best football. So in his new offense, maybe he will take the next step. That is the hope. but he hasn't done it yet against that elite competition.
And it does look like the Cowboys are going to hire Mike Zimmer to be the defensive coordinator. That's been our pick since Monday. Does feel like the most feels like the right pick, as you said.
He's the most current.
Most current coach. He just wrapped up his career as a head coach in Minnesota 2 years ago, or 2021. So that'll be 3 years ago, but he stayed close to the game. And look, I mean, to work in Dallas, you got to know Jerry Jones and have familiarity with how that operation runs, unfortunately. But, yeah, he was in Dallas from 1994 through 2006. I didn't realize until I looked this morning that's how long he was there. He was there with Jimmy Johnson.
It's a long time.
With Jimmy Johnson. So he spent a dozen years in Dallas and actually coached through many coaching changes. If you think about that lifespan in Dallas, 1994 was when Jimmy Johnson was out.
Yeah.
And so Jerry Jones has a really high opinion of Mike Zimmer because he kept him around through the hiring of Chan Gailey and Barry Switzer and, Dave Campo and then even Bill Parcells. All the way through and his star rose, and he ended up going on to being a head coach.
Yeah, no, I think he is the best candidate to choose of the ones they interviewed. I mean, I think it was Ron Rivera was in that category. That was I think there was rumors that even Mike Vrabel was considered as well. And he
I never saw that they actually interviewed Vrabel. I don't know if Vrabel even took an interview.
Okay.
I don't know how that worked. Maybe they wanted to talk to him. He didn't.
Well, Rex Ryan, I know, was
Rex Ryan
they threw out there too. But a lot of the names that had come up had been names that I think guys whose systems weren't as current as Zimmer's. And Zimmer's, like you said, just 3 years ago, he's coaching. His defenses are going up against some of the modern offenses. So at least you have something to compare it with. And I think that was important. And especially having something to compare it with the offense that are taking over. I imagine a lot of it was against the Mick Shanahan coaching tree. Like, how did he do against that coaching tree? Because that's the coaching tree that's knocked you out of the playoffs the last 3 years. So you got to figure that out too. And I think defensively, if you look at some of the sample sizes, his defense has fared pretty well versus the Mick Shanahan coaching tree too.
Yeah, and so obviously it's Mike McCarthy as the head coach and in charge of the offense. Mike Zimmer will now take over the defense. And as we've talked about the incestuous nature of that division now, with Kellen Moore now coaching the offense in Philadelphia, Dan Quinn's now the head coach in Washington in your own division, and he's brought over the defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr., and Cliff Kingsbury now in the division. That makes for a lot of interesting conversation into next year because the Cowboys won the division this past year.
Yep.
Can they do it again? That will be the challenge going into 2024 season. I would also say it was a great night for, you and I are suffering Houston Texans fans. We don't have a lot to cheer for in 22 years of an existence. Last night was pretty cool to have the first ever Hall of Famer in Andre Johnson. I didn't know if he would get in. Andre, as you said, they didn't play for championships while he was there. He put up huge numbers, 7 times an All-Pro, led the NFL in receiving yards 3 different times. Just one of the more physical, one of the more gifted receivers you'll ever see. And he's of your era, Rod. I mean, he was at Miami when you were at Texas.
Yep.
And he was a dude. I mean, that dude was.
He's a beast.
I always tried to tell him, I always tried to say, man, Andre Johnson is 225 pounds, y'all. When they throw him the ball, he's like Adrian Peterson getting the ball in space out there. This guy's unbelievable.
Hard to bring down.
Well, he was Deebo Samuel before there was Deebo Samuel, and he was even tougher than that dude.
Yeah, no, he was. An elite receiver, and the best thing about it, or at least the most fascinating thing about it, was that he did it without an elite quarterback, without a good quarterback for most of his years.
Matt Schaub.
He had Schaub job. That was the best quarterback he had.
Yeah, that's not saying a ton. He was a good
quarterback. Matt Schaub was a good quarterback, but that was the best quarterback that he had, and yet he would put up these unbelievable numbers. DeAndre Hopkins had to do it after that. It's kind of the curse of being the number one receiver with the Texans. But there's no doubt. The thing that concerned me about his candidacy for the Hall of Fame was he didn't have a lot of touchdowns. His receiving touchdowns, he's like, 50 or 60 or something all time. But receptions, receiving yards per game, if you go look at overall 100 receiving yards, I think he's in the top 20 of all the other kind of major categories all time. Receptions, I think he's 11th or something like that. Receiving yards per game, he's 11th. So he's really statistically, I think he's worthy of it. But the touchdowns, usually they put a lot of emphasis on playoffs and touchdowns with receivers, and they didn't do that with him. So somebody argued his case really well.
I think it was John McClain.
Somebody argued this case really well.
Well, and he's one of those guys that, stats are one thing, but he passes the eye test.
That's what I'm saying.
When you watched Andre Johnson over his career, you're like, that's a Hall of Famer.
Was he the best receiver in the game for 3 or 4 years?
He led the NFL in receiving yards 3 times. Yeah.
So I think that's the case they made. It was like, man, he was the best receiver in the game for like a 5-year stretch in the NFL. The NFL's only been around for so many years, and for 5 years, this dude was the best receiver in the game.
He can't control what team he's on, what quarterbacks they have, right? I mean, you can only do what you can do with what you got.
So I think that was the argument, yeah. But hey, I'm happy he made it.
Me too.
Yeah,
and to have the rookies of the year, the dang near coach of the year, a lot to like about the direction down in Houston, without a doubt, with C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson both made nice speeches, and then D'Amico just a vote shy of the Hall, and also for Longhorn fans, lifetime Longhorn Steve McMichael going into the Hall of Fame. His wife Misty has been lobbying for the 66-year-old to get the call and get on that veterans vote, and finally did. And the hope is he will be with us when they enshrine the class in August of this year, or early August 3rd in Canton, Ohio. I mean, he's battling the ALS, and you just never know. I mean, he's we had heard even during the football season that he was not doing well. Yeah. And fighting because that ALS is just
it's just brutal to watch.
Brutal
to watch a loved one have to go through that, and that's the way they go.
Because you don't lose your faculties, right? Yeah. Your brain, your mind stay as sharp as they were, and
just your body,
just your muscles, and your body deteriorates, and it's just I don't know. We can debate whether losing your mind versus keeping your mind as you deteriorate are better or worse. I don't know, but both seem horrible, and you root for him. But good for, I believe, CB told me there were 6 Longhorns in the Hall of Fame. I count 5.
Well, now it'll be 6, maybe. He's the 5th.
He's the 5th.
Okay. You got Tom Landry, Earl Campbell. Who's the other? Billy. Oh, the DB. Is a DB. I can't remember the DB's name.
Old school.
Yeah, it's old school. It's old school DBU.
Well, I mean, something. And Steve McMichael, when he goes in, will be the first since Earl Campbell Hall of Famer for the Longhorns.
That's a long time.
Yes, that is a long time.
That's a long time.
You're talking about, he went in the in the 90s, but that's been a bit since the Longhorns have had a Hall of Famer go in, and that'll be Steve McMichael, who also, as you're a wrestling fan, he went on to be a wrestler after his NFL career. If you remember.
Man, he's a larger than life personality. He really was. I mean, larger than life. He really was. So I'm happy for his family. I'm happy for him too. I know that meant a lot to them.
Yep, it did. Yeah. And so that's going to be the hope that he can make it to August, and we'll hear from his wife Misty coming up. We'll also hear some of the highlights from last night as the honors went on, and the NFL now looks forward to the Super Bowl, as we'll drill down on that game again today to get you ready for the Chiefs.
Bobby Dillon.
Yeah, Bobby Lane, Bobby Dillon, Tom Landry, Steve McMichael now.
Okay.
And
okay. Tex Schramm.
That's the one.
Tex Schramm. That's who we didn't put in there.
Tex Schramm and Tom Landry.
See? Why don't we – don't get me started. Tex Schramm, we don't celebrate him either. Enough.
It doesn't feel like the university and the athletic department celebrate those two enough.
That's crazy.
Tex Schramm and Tom Landry were the architects and the coach of America's team.
They're among the most impactful, influential NFL minds in the history of the game, period. Like, when you tell the story of the game, you have to talk about Tex Schramm and Tom Landry.
The game.
You have to talk about them when you talk about the history of the game, and yet, for some reason, they're both Texas grads, lifetime Longhorns, and we don't celebrate. It's weird. It's just strange.
Well, and, he won an Orange Bowl and won a Sugar Bowl, fought in the war, got shot down, still came back to school. And if you go down to UT, there's really nothing that would ever let you know that Tom Landry played at Texas.
Seems like a guy worthy of celebrating. It's weird.
He is Tom Landry.
It is strange. Just from the football perspective. You're talking about other stuff, too. I mean, that's all types of reasons.
Tom Landry's revolutionized coaching. The way he changed the game.
Yeah.
But either way, Tex Schramm, front office is how you operate.
Yeah.
And along with Gil Brandt, the late Gil Brandt was honored last night in the memoriam segment, which I thought was pretty well done if you watched last night. Those three.
Tex Schramm is the one that famously said, "One day we'll just play this game in a studio. It's a TV show," because he's basically hinting that it was a TV show.
Yeah.
So one day we'll just do it in a studio. One day it'll just be a big studio, and essentially the way these stadiums are built, they're just big studios now. The way you can have the cameras and all the camera angles and everything. That's all they are.
Well, the
That's
Super
all they
Bowl's
are.
going to have 165 cameras.
Yeah, exactly. And they want the crowd. Oh, guys, that's for the show. The crowd, you need the crowd there for the show. It's like the old laugh tracks back in the day. You need the crowd there. That's part of it.
Yeah.
It's a TV show, and Tech Tran was the first one to acknowledge it, that this is what it is, guys. That was way before they were going to make it the dominant TV product it is today.
It certainly is. Well, and yeah, so those are all lifetime Longhorns, 6 now, but the first since Earl Campbell going into the Hall of Fame. So props to Mongo, props to the Texans, and props to the entire class, because it's a good class. I mean, Julius Peppers out of North Carolina was a hell of a pass rusher. Should have been, here's a little trivia on that, speaking of the Texans, Julius Peppers should have been the first ever pick of the Houston Texans. Instead, they drafted David Carr with the first pick in the history of the organization, because they wanted to force quarterback. And they didn't take the best player on the board. They took a quarterback from Fresno State who got his head kicked in for about 5 or 6 years.
Still holds the record for being the most sacked quarterback in one NFL season.
Yeah, Julius Peppers should have been the call there. But, you know, can't get them all right.
Man, you'd have had 2 Hall of Famers.
Yes, Dwight.
Going in the same,
yeah, that's right.
In the same year. Come
Dwight,
on.
Dwight Freeney, of course, Patrick Willis, Devin Hester. That's one. I mean, that's a unicorn, because that'll never happen again. I don't think.
No, because the return game is just not as important as it used to be.
No, I mean, they don't return kicks anymore.
Yeah, exactly. They don't want you to.
I mean, Devin Hester was a weapon. I mean, he returned a kickoff in the Super Bowl for a touchdown.
He was so good. He's just so rad.
He was drafted as a kick returner.
You expected him to return it damn near every time he got it. He was unbelievable. Yeah, he had to go in.
Well, I will tell you, we'll get a timeout and come back. Rod will take us behind the UT Burnt Orange curtain. Talk some Texas football and other conversations. We'll also get into your college football or college basketball weekend with the Longhorns and men and women. We'll get into all that. But also, I'll tell you, the NFL is flirting with changing the kickoff rules. I will tell you that there is according to Roger Goodell this week in Vegas, there is a chance, or maybe a good chance, that the rule is changed. And we'll tell you what they may be going to, and that is as we talk about Devin Hester and the fact that they've limited kickoffs because of concussions, but at the same time, it's still, the NFL's big. It's speaking of that TV show, Rod. The NFL's big on having plays that aren't important. They don't want plays that people don't want to watch.
Yeah.
Right. That's why they tried to make the extra point even more exciting. So we'll talk about that coming up. We'll also go behind the Burnt Orange curtain. We'll get some What the Facts before the end of our first hour of our 5-hour Friday morning conversation. It's a football Friday for the final time in 2023-24. Unfortunately, getting you ready for the Super Bowl. And hook 'em up with Ian Rodby. Viking Fence, folks, the best fence company in Austin, Texas, without a doubt, and beyond Austin, Texas now, because of their quality and their workmanship and 50-plus years here in the ATX. Viking has just expanded as the state has blown up. They've expanded up the I-35 corridor into the Metroplex as well. Just doing great fence work, residential, commercial, rentals as well. No one does it better than Viking Fence. They've kind of patented how you build great fences here in Central Texas. Why not take it beyond the great state as this state grows and all up and down I-35? And they do it in every division. I always tell you, whether it's a wood privacy fence for your home or business with that custom work that they do, their own on-site lumber mill, the attention to detail and the quality. They do the same with the custom iron work as well. So if you need an iron fence for your home, the business, around your swimming pool, just to maybe a gate, they do automated gates as well. Every division is exactly the same. Is just quality, workmanship, reliability, complete ownership of your project. They don't hand off your project to an outside contractor of some kind. They own it A to Z. And as we said, the experience at Viking Fence is unmatched in the industry. No one does it better. And that's why they put the longest warranties on any project that they complete. So the longest warranties in the industry, it's complete worry-free when you call Viking Fence and you have a project here coming up for a fence around your home, business, or any kind. It is 837-6411. It's 837-6411. Find them online at vikingfence.com, that great website. And just remember, when you think fence in the ATX and beyond in the great state, always think Viking.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Austin, Texas Sports. The Horn.
Friday on the Horn, 9 February, and a lot going on. NFL honors, a lot of honors last night. Red carpet event in Vegas. I don't know, Rod. I got to tell you, I mean, I know they can't have every event in Vegas, but I went to the NFL draft in Vegas a few years ago and came home thinking, man, they should be there every year. It's so much going on. Last night watching this NFL honors, I mean, they have all the. I mean, they started with Cirque du Soleil.
Mm-hmm.
Penn and Teller came out. They had all. I mean, just to have that much entertainment in one place is incredible, and you can tap into it. It was pretty cool. I thought it was a well done 2 hours of TV last night to honor the NFL's best players and best performances of the year.
Well, and they, the NFL is in Vegas every year now. That's
I
the
know.
whole
The
point.
team, the team there now.
They had the same idea. They're like, we need to be in Vegas, and every other league around the country had the same idea too, because they all came at the same time within like a 4 or 5 year period. Everybody went to Vegas.
Well, and that's
It
where
was persona non grata
now
at
that-
one point. Now I was like, we need to be in Vegas.
now that
guys.
they've embraced the gambling part of it,
Yeah.
because as Roger Goodell said on Monday, it's not a gambling town, it's an entertainment town. which
Yeah,
is true.
there you go. Flipping the narrative right there. But I can tell you that in the NBA, they're going to, I mean, that's their next expansion, I guarantee you.
100%.
They're
LeBron
going
wants to own the team there.
Yep.
But I, just having been there for the draft, and I'm a draft junkie. I love the draft year by year, following the mock drafts and combine coming up the end of the month and who goes where. I've always said the growth of the NFL draft is not surprising to me, because it's the two passions in this country are football, college, and pro, right?
Mhm.
Depending on what
Yeah.
if you live in Austin, Texas, and have grown up in Austin, you're probably a college football fan. But you even follow the NFL draft because you may not even like the NFL, but you're going to watch the draft because where are my Longhorns going?
Mhm.
And that's the confluence of the NFL and college football coming together through this whole draft process of who's going where. But being at the draft and just loving, as a draft junkie, I'm thinking I'm just going to go love the draft. Well, you're at the draft and you're in Vegas.
Yeah.
So the draft's in the evening. Thursday night's the first round. You're done by 9:00, and now you're in Vegas.
I know. No, you're right. I mean,
Let's just go over here. Let's go over to MGM. We'll
Yeah.
do this. And so and that there were fans from every jersey. Every team was represented. It was really cool. And then there's just so much to do because if you're having the draft in Kansas City, you go to the draft and then you go back to your hotel, grab dinner, and go to bed.
Yeah.
In Vegas, you're in Vegas,
You're in
and you just
Vegas.
kind of keep rolling.
That is true.
It was a lot of fun. But last night seemed like kind of the same thing and pretty cool. As for we were talking about Devin Hester into the Hall, Ron. And the NFL may be looking to change the rule. This is interesting. The NFL always evolving. They don't hesitate to make a change. So before last season, the NFL, one of the reasons kickoffs have been, kind of eliminated from the game.
Yeah, they moved it.
It was because their research discovered that
It's still the most violent play in the game.
a high majority of concussions
Yeah.
were happening on the kickoff.
Still the most violent play. Even if you don't even return it, just the guys who go down to cover it, like Rod B, I still got to get contact with the other guy
You
down
got
there.
big humans running
They're
full speed.
Yeah, it's car
and-
crashes.
and slamming into people.
They're car crashes. Little
Because
mini
you
car
full
crashes.
head of speed. I mean,
Yeah.
you make hits on every play, but there's 6 or 7 yard bursts of
Yeah.
energy, right?
Exactly.
And kickoff, you're
Yeah.
going full speed and then
Yep.
slamming into someone. So
Yeah.
they obviously a lot of concussions were happening there, the wedge buster or whatnot. So they to make the game safer, they eliminated essentially the kickoff. Well, now according to lot of reporting, and then Roger Goodell didn't deny it this week at his State of the League news conference. They are studying the XFL's low-impact kickoff that the XFL ran with, which is, the idea is to you don't have the high-intensity collisions, but you still have kickoffs.
Yeah. So, because if I'm not mistaken, they basically can't. They're close together.
Yeah, the XFL rules requires 10 players on each team to line up 5 yards apart.
Yeah, they're closer together, so you don't have the high impact car crash collisions because they're so close together.
Right.
Yeah.
So 10 players on each team line up 5 yards apart.
Yeah.
And only the kicker and the returner are permitted to line up elsewhere.
Exactly.
And then they kick it off, and
you engage, but you don't
slam into each other.
Yeah, exactly. You get to engage, but you don't have that collision. Because you're right, man. When I got a 20, 30-yard head start, and my coach is like, all right, I need you to, slam. I need you to, set the edge here. All right, Babers. And I need you to come across that edge hardcore. And that other guy he is taught to sink, to drop, and then once he gets his kind of anchor wherever they tell him to anchor, which could be 1 yard line, whatever, 40-yard line, 30-yard line, whatever. He is taught to anchor and then go right, make a beeline right at me, his target, and then we're supposed to meet. Like that is the play. We're supposed to meet there and engage, and yeah, it's a car. I got one of my injuries on kickoffs. One of my shoulder injuries. Yeah, I mean, special teams are easily the most violent of the plays, in my opinion. Even the covering those punt can be violent. I was a gunner. The guy running down, those can be violent too. Really violent, especially if the punter is not savvy enough to fair catch it all the time.
Yeah, so the XFL rule still keeps the kickoffs, but as you just said, the players don't get to a full sprint. There are fewer high-speed collisions and standard kickoffs. And fans who watch the XFL games generally enjoyed the rule because it did result in more kickoff returns and excitement and Devin Hester kind of thing. We'll see. They are going to flirt with the rules committee and the competition committee this offseason and maybe exploring it because the kickoff has become a play you don't even watch.
No, you go take a bathroom break.
Yeah.
Go get some snacks or something. Yeah, I agree with that. You just assume nobody's going to make a play on it because nobody returns them.
Well, and good for the NFL. They're never shy about trying to change a rule that makes the game and the TV show more exciting because I still have always said I like the XFL's extra point rule where you can kick a long. I mean, they've moved the extra point back, but they've got the you can get you kick it and get a point. You can get 2 points. You can get 3 points. You get 5 points if you back it up.
Move it back. Yeah.
Yeah. That would obviously. I don't know if gamblers would like that because that so drastically changes point spreads. But I mean the risk reward. Think about Dan Campbell. Think about Dan Campbell of the Detroit Lions if you get a 5-point extra point.
No, I love that idea.
We've been doing it all the time.
The NFL just don't want wasted plays, and I think they should pursue this. This would be a step in the right direction because the kicking game is becoming less and less important. Yeah. I mean, it's actually at this point now, even punters, because teams are going for it on fourth down more.
That's exactly right.
So punters, they don't punt as much as they used to because teams are going for it on fourth down more. And I'm with you. I think the NFL should pursue it. To just bring the kicking game back, the nuance of the game. The game needs more nuance.
It does.
Yeah.
And look, it's the third phase of the game, right?
Yeah.
We've been taught, and you played on it, Rod. Your whole life is offense, defense, and special teams, and special teams are being minimized more and more at the highest level, which will trickle down. But you need to bring it back, and Devin Hester going into the Hall of Fame brings it right front and center because that will likely never happen again unless some rules change.
You're right.
Because you and I grew up with Billy White Shoes Johnson returning kicks for the
Deion was returning kicks,
was
man.
The man.
I love that.
Oh.
And I think it's interesting because I do believe if they institute this rule, you'll start seeing teams start putting their best athletes back at kickoff return because they'll know they'll have a chance to break it big or get favorable field position.
Score points.
So they'll be like, oh, you know what? No, we're putting some of our best athletes back there. We want some explosive guys. Or they'll start prioritizing that when they build their roster again. Oh, no, I want a guy that can return kicks. They still do, but it used to be a real asset for you in terms of making a squad. I don't know if it means as much as it used to because they just don't return the game as much. So I think it's really good. I think it's really good.
All right, let's take your thoughts on that. Text line is open, 512-447-3776. Top stories so far, both offensive and defensive rookie of the year, Houston Texans, C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson. Dak Prescott finished his second in MVP. That goes to Lamar Jackson. And the Cowboys have found their new
he's definitely going to get a contract extension, guys.
Zimmer,
if he's second MVP voting, I know that Jerry's playing these mind games with y'all, gaslighting y'all. He was a second in the MVP voting, guys. He's about to get paid. Y'all ain't moving on from Dak Prescott. Yeah. That ain't even though Jerry wants everybody to think that. That's not happening.
They have a new DC, though, in Mike Zimmer. Let's go behind the burnt orange curtain, a little Texas football chatter.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind?
Hey, Brock, I sent you a clip. All right, I want to talk about Sark's admiration for actually the Mike Shanahan coaching tree a little bit, and the influences that it's actually had on his offense, the ones that we watch here at Texas. Because Sark's been really open about how close they are. He's been really open about how influential that coaching tree is on his offense, and there are some commonalities, some things that are key, vital concepts, principles of the Shanahan offense that Sark takes to heart. And one of them is pre-snap motion, right? Pre-snap motion is big in the Shanahan offense. It's actually one of the key staples. And after following Shanahan in Atlanta, Sark started to implement a lot of pre-snap motion in his offense. Now the numbers are ridiculous. I mean, Sark is probably around 55, maybe between 55 and 60% pre-snap motion rate, which is actually below considering the guys on the Shanahan coaching tree. I mean, they are, Miami is Mike McDaniel's at 82%. Sean McVay's at 70%. Shano's around 70-something%. Matt LaFleur is at 64%. I mean, these guys are using a ton of pre-snap motion. My prediction is that Sark's going to use it even more coming up this season. But after he followed Shanahan, that was one of the things that trying to transition that Atlanta offense from the Shanahan offense to his offense. Dan Quinn insisted, hey, man, I want to keep a lot of the same principles because it works. Remember, they were the best offense in the league that year. We're having MVP and Matt Ryan, so they really wanted to keep the offense as similar as they could. And with that, I think it was actually a blessing in disguise for Sark because he kind of went down the rabbit hole of studying that offense. And I think he started to siphon some ideas that would forever change his offensive philosophy. And pre-snap motion is one of them. And you go look at the top 5 or top 4 teams in the NFL at pre-snap motion rates and shifts. I mean, they're all from the Mike Shanahan coaching tree. And Steve Young does a great job, man. He does a great job of really describing a lot of the nuances of this offense and what makes it so unique. And he was talking about the motion at one point on Super Bowl Row. And Brock, have his clip ready, please, if you don't mind. And I think it's about 30 seconds, but listen to him describe what the advantages are to using this motion, which really prior to Shanahan, teams weren't using it as much. Now he's using shuffle motion. He's using the cheat motion. Because of that, they've decided, they kind of revolutionized the way their offenses are structured based on motions and shifts prior to the snap. Here is Steve Young.
He uses motion a lot. And in motion makes a defense speak to you. Yeah. He wants as much information out of you before he snaps the football. He'll do it with formation. He'll do it with different people in different spots. He asks his players, Christian McCaffrey, can you line up at receiver? Yes. Yeah. Can you line up in the slot? Yes. Can you line up off the line at tight end? Can you line up in the eye? And because of that, he can now, because defenses all go like, where's Christian McCaffrey? Okay, I got to do certain things when I see that. So he has the defense speak to you and give you as much information as you possibly can get from them before the snap. And what is Brock Purdy's best quality? Taking all that information, give that to me, because every inch of that I'm going to make you pay.
It's all about forcing the defense to reveal itself in some way. And finding out the rules of the defense so you can violate them. And Sark does it really well too. And he does a lot of it with motions and shifts. And that's one of the key principles that unites these offenses. And even Sark's not actually from the McShanahan coaching tree. You can almost say that he's a stepchild of it. You know what I mean? Like he's definitely he's an admirer of it from afar. Something else too, since we're talking about like the commonalities between these offenses and what's influenced Sark's offense. When nobody uses more 2 tailback sets and more 21 personnel, I should say. 21 personnel, 22 personnel than Kyle Shanahan. I mean, he uses it 40% of the time. He's running two backs out of the backfield. Now, it's not two tailbacks. It's Kyle Juszczyk. He's a fullback, but he's a very unique, unconventional fullback. So between him and McCaffrey, they're in the backfield 40% of the time out there together. Sometimes it's 21, two backs, one tight end. Sometimes it's 22, two backs, two tight ends. And if you look at Sark's, time in Atlanta following him, that was one of his conundrums, right? How do I transition this? Mostly, this is an offense that runs two backs most of the time, or half the time at least, and I am a spread offense guy, right? I run spread offense. I'm a modern spread, a pro spread offense, essentially what Sark was running prior to getting there to Atlanta, and I think his spin on trying to transition it from that two-back offense to his spread offense was the pony package. He started to use Tevin Coleman and Devontae Freeman instead of a traditional fullback, which Shano uses. He uses two tailbacks, and it had some success with Atlanta. I mean, they actually made some plays and were able to really, I think, give themselves a little more balance in Atlanta with those two tailbacks. Now, we've seen that even at Texas, Jim used the pony package sparingly. I think he should use it more. You guys know that. But he took a lot of those concepts from his time in Atlanta, trying to transition that offense from that Shanahan offense. And then even with Brennan Marion bringing in the go-go offense, which is a two-tailback offense. It is a West Coast passing game with a triple option run game. That essentially is something else that Sark added to his pony package. We even saw it this year a little bit more. So I think you're going to see that more with Texas because he likes to play those running backs. It's so successful. It's easily your most explosive, most efficient, and your most effective personnel package you've had here at Texas since Sark's been here. I'm not saying that's a direct connection to the Shanahan, at least the Shanahan influence, but I do think that's where he got the inspiration for it. And he was almost, like I say, he was forced to do it. Because Dan Quinn was like, well, you can't just run your offense. We just have the best offense in the league. I need you to learn some of that Shanahan offense. And I think it may be one of the best things that ever happened to Sark because it really did change his overview of offensive football. We talked about yesterday condensed and compressed sets. Shano loves it, right? Use more condensed and compressed sets than anybody else. That's the width of a formation. He's at 19.9 yards, which is in terms of the width of the formation, that is the shortest width of a formation of any team in the NFL. He uses a lot of condensed and compressed sets, and so does Sark. Sark loves condensed and compressed sets because, number one, it makes you less predictable. Spread offenses are more predictable. When you get into a compressed, condensed set, you force the DBs to have to be forced run defenders, and cornerbacks don't want to have to defend the run, but they have to. You make cornerbacks and DBs have to play with outside leverage because there's so much space out there, so you know exactly how they're going to play leverage-wise. And DBs have to play off, right? They have to play off because you can get picked and rubbed because everybody's so bunched in together. So you basically get to dictate terms. And that's what he's about. Shannon's about dictating terms, and he's about trying to reveal or trying to get information from the defense, gets to reveal their assignments, reveal the rules of the defense so that he can violate them. And Sark does a lot of similar things when he's lining up in those compressed and condensed sets. So those are just like 3 or 4 little concepts, but I think it probably goes deeper than that. I mean, Sark has talked about studying Sean McVay's offense and going to LA to talk to him, talking to, guys like Matt LaFleur and going, bringing Shano in for coaching clinics to talk to him about his offense. I think it probably goes even deeper. That's just on the surface, what I can see.
Behind the Burnt Orange Curtain, philosophy and football theory with Rod Babers. Good stuff right there talking Texas, what's coming. And you can probably see a lot of it in action on the Super Bowl on Sunday at 5:30 when the Niners play the Chiefs. 2 high-level offensive minds, and Andy Reid and Kyle Shanahan. And certainly Sark has openly said he borrows where he can and steals where he can.
Yeah.
If it works, we're gonna do it at Texas. We'll come back. We'll pick up the What the Facts segment, talk more NFL honors last night in the NFL with all the awards handed out, including MVP. We'll talk about it. Cowboys have their new defensive coordinator as well, all part of a busy Friday here on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B.
license CECL 37397.
Callahan's General Store. We'll tell you about Callahan's all the time. For certainly your yard tips with our man Charlie and the team over there, keeping your yard looking like a golf course. That's really the goal. Charlie and the team at Callahan's, huge fans of beautiful yards, huge fans of golf. That's why they are partnering with us on our tour of Central Texas golf courses month by month. We're talking Great Hills Country Club here early in the year. We'll have a new one coming up here in the month of February. But Callahan's is there for you every single day, including this weekend. Get over there on Saturday. They've got live music at Callahan's General Store. They're going to be celebrating the beginning of Mardi Gras with the Fat Tuesday coming up on Tuesday. They're going to have a Zydeco band from noon to 4 on Saturday out in the parking lot, so it should be great out there. Plus, inside you get all the things you need to keep your yard looking great, the fertilizers, the organic and conventional. And as I always say at Callahan's, if you want to get your yard looking great, it's not just about the products that they have. It's which they have everything you need, but it's about the people. It's about the experts that have been working at Callahan's for decades now, who are going to guide you and help you make sure you're making the right choices, applying the products properly, using them properly at the right times of year. Those are important things, right? If it's not, it's a waste of money if you're not doing it at the right time. You got to know your facts on how it all works. .5 interceptions.
I would take that. It's a good bet. It's good value.
Which I like a lot. And yesterday I gave you Christian McCaffrey, fewer than 5 receptions.
Okay.
I think that's going to be under based on, that's inflated. It really is. Now, he could go over, right? And that's what gambling's about. You're going to win some, lose some, but you're looking for trends and looking for the statistics. The fact that it's set at 5, I mean, that's way inflated versus what his regular season and even playoff reception numbers would be.
I agree with that.
And so I'll give you another one here coming up when we get to our What the Facts. But
What the Facts?
Yeah, What the Facts, man. How about this one when we're looking at it? How about Brandon Ayuk? I'm going to give you Brandon Ayuk over 62.5 receiving yards. Higher than.
Oh, you're saying take that?
Take it. I think there's going to be such an emphasis on Debo. And I think that's where you're going to see Trent McDuffie, their star corner, most of the time. And look, the Brandon Ayuk versus L'Jarius Sneed matchup might be one of the best in this game. But they use man coverage a lot.
They do.
And Brandon Ayuk's a man beater. You've taught me that in the on your rants. So I think he's good for at least one big explosive play, which if you get one 40, 50-yard catch for Brandon Ayuk, well, now you only need 12, 13 more yards to go over. I'm going to take Brandon Ayuk over 62.5 receiving yards in this game. I think he's going to be a focal point because I think they're playing a lot of man.
Yeah.
And I think he beats man.
I
think when Brock Purdy sees man, he looks for Brandon Ayuk.
He should, yeah, because Brandon Ayuk very rarely is going to get the double team between Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel. He'll usually get, you can't roll coverage and you can't the shade coverage to everybody. So, yeah, he's the one that usually ends up getting the man-to-man coverage. Will they decide just to put their best coverage defender, best cover guy on Brandon Ayuk and decide, you know what, we can zone up everything else, or we can play inside out on Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel because they move around so much. It's almost impossible just to shadow those guys. Because if you put your best cover guy on Deebo, Shannon will just waste him because he'll put him in the backfield and start moving that guy around, violating the structure of your defense. And you don't want that either. But Brandon Ayuk doesn't move around as much. So it's easier just to game plan and put your guy out there. But usually that just means he's getting man-to-man coverage. He's getting that. You're right. If he gets that man-to-man coverage, he's been doing a great job beating it with inside breaking routes too this year.
Well, and when you see that Brock Purdy leads the NFL in throws down the field this year,
yeah,
a lot of times it's to Brandon Ayuk. A lot of times it is to him because so much of what Debo and Christian McCaffrey and Kittle do are underneath.
Yep.
And Ayuk's the guy that's always pushing the ball down the field, and when they get the coverage they like, Brock Purdy is not hesitant to throw it to his number 2 receiver. How about this one too, Rod? What do you make of Travis Kelce over 0.5 touchdowns? Is Travis Kelce going to score a touchdown in this game? The odds would be better, yes.
Yeah, I would say yes. I'm gonna say yes. Because I'm thinking about
all he's got to do is score one and you win.
Well, because when they get in the red zone, that's Travis Kelce time. That's just about him and Patrick Mahomes and their chemistry. So I'm like, yeah, I'll take that all day, every day. And his boo is showing up.
Yeah, his boo's going to be there from Japan.
His boo thing, and I keep wondering why they don't just double and triple team Kelce too, but they don't. Steve still want to play him straight up sometimes or zone it up, and I just cannot understand. I would be double and triple teaming that dude, man, especially on crucial downs.
Yeah, third down, goal line, red zone.
You better throw to somebody else. But I would say Rashee Rice, we'll go over those numbers later. He's been balling out. He's scary,
Mr.
too.
SMU, yeah.
He's been scary lately.
Also, another one I'm dabbling in is Patrick Mahomes over 4.5 rushing attempts. Like taking off and running. I think that's 5
safe
or
too.
more, right?
I say that's pretty safe because in the postseason he runs a lot more than he runs in the regular season.
It's all ask Baltimore. It's all to keep the chains moving.
Yeah, he runs it's a great point. Just to convert, he runs a lot more. You give him green grass, he will take it in the postseason. He just wants first downs. That's all he wants.
Remember last year in this Super Bowl, Patrick Mahomes had a bad ankle. Remember he got hurt against Jacksonville?
And still ran.
And still balled out. I mean, this is a healthy Patrick Mahomes. Mm-hmm. Last year, when he got rolled up on against Jacksonville early in the playoffs, could he play through it? He was running around on 1 foot last year and still won the MVP.
Yeah.
This year he's healthy.
That makes him so tough to defend.
Yes, it does.
You defend all the weapons and all the concepts that Andy Reid throws out there, and then when the play breaks down, you just got to worry about this dude just taking off and taking 7 yards.
Yep.
This is like,
and more importantly than the 7 yards, getting a fresh set of downs, and then you got to defend 3 more.
Oh man, it's brutal.
Yeah, that guy is. I'm going to take over. So those are my picks for the week.
I like that. Yeah, I like the rushing. I'm with you on that because he in the playoffs he has so many iconic rushes already, just to kind of keep the drive alive. All right, so here's a factoid for you. Josh Gordon, remember that dude?
I do.
Josh Gordon, actually, my high school. Josh Gordon is a Houston Lamar guy. So shout out to Josh Gordon. But he's the only man to catch a touchdown from both Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady.
Oh.
Yeah. He can say that, he caught touchdowns from the 2 GOATs potentially one day.
I did not know that.
He's the only man.
That's why I love What the Facts, because I learn things. That's what you should learn something every day, right?
Only human in history. That's beautiful.
Where is Josh Gordon these days?
I have no idea. I hope he's doing okay. I hope he's doing all right. That's what I hope. But,
all right. We mentioned in the headlines and certainly throughout the day, the Houston Texans have their first ever Hall of Famer now. Andre Johnson going to the Hall of Fame. Props to him. Longhorns have another one going in Mongo McMichael. But I mentioned the voting, Rod, for the Coach of the Year. And this is, if you're D'Amico Ryans and you're a Texans fan, like Lamar Jackson got 49 of the 50 first place votes for MVP, so it was pretty much unanimous.
Yeah.
Pretty much unanimous. But the closest vote, without a doubt, was the Coach of the Year award last night. Kevin Stefanski, and both he and D'Amico Ryans ended up with 165 points. But what separated it is one first-place vote. Kevin Stefanski got 21 first-place votes. D'Amico Ryans got 20. D'Amico got 21 second-place votes to Kevin Stefanski's 18, but it could not have been closer. It's almost like a Coach of the Year award. 165 points each.
They probably should have given it. They should do a Coach of the Year.
100%.
They probably could have done that, man.
Come on,
honestly.
man.
I still think D'Amico Ryans deserved it because as a rookie head coach with a rookie quarterback, you win a division and go to the playoffs. Still think he deserved it. But I get why Kevin Stefanski got it, no doubt. They were both deserving.
Yeah, and Joe Flacco won Comeback Player of the Year, pretty close to DeMar Hamlin.
That was actually probably the biggest surprise.
Yeah, 151 to 140 points.
Yeah.
Baker Mayfield down at 93. DeMar Hamlin got 21 first-place votes. Joe Flacco won it because he got 26 second-place votes, and DeMar Hamlin only got 7.
Wow.
So, yeah. I mean, come on, man. DeMar Hamlin came back from death.
Come on. That's why everybody thought it was a no-brainer. Like he came back from death.
I know Joe Flacco came back from his mom's couch, but
hey man, that's it. That's the biggest shocker right there. People lost some money on that one. A lot of people that definitely had DeMar Hamlin.
All right, we'll run down all of the NFL awards and honors coming up here in our headlines. Also, sometimes when they have Radio Row at the Super Bowl, Rod, you get some good interviews, you get some good nuggets. A lot of it's just fluff and advertising, but we got some good ones. Emmitt Smith weighing in on the issues of Dak Prescott in January.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
Don't upset Jerry now, Emmett.
Well, we'll let you hear from Emmitt Smith coming up. Also, Rod will have a rant. Also, we'll go bullish or BS. We've got plenty to do. It took him up on a Friday. Rod, what does that make it?
That makes it a Freak Flag Feel Good. Fake it till you make it. Ric Flair. Woo! Football Friday edition of Hook 'em Up with Eater RB.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. When your money is on the line, put it on the line with MyBookie, a trusted sports book that gives you all the tools that you need to win. With MyBookie, it doesn't matter if your team is up or down. You can easily cash out, or you can bet the game live to come out on the winning side. Use MyBookie for daily odds, boosts, same-game parlays, and take advantage of huge prize pool contests. Every single sack, fumble, and touchdown is another chance to hit a huge payday. To get started, go to MyBookie.ag right now. Register for an account absolutely free. That's right, folks. Free 99. Best price you're going to get. And when you're ready to make your first deposit, use the promo code HORN, HORN, to grab a welcome bonus on the house.
Who gets people going on a Friday into the weekend? People are sad because it's the final football weekend of the
Sad
year.
one. Yep.
But it's a pick-me-up.
It is, man. It's feeling a little bit down. Just give yourself a woo. Man, warn your wife first, so don't do that in the morning.
Don't scare her.
Don't scare her because she would not like that. But yeah, man, little Ric Flair woo. Woo! It's a little something.
That one was sharp right in my ear.
Oh,
That's
sorry
good.
about that. Yeah,
That's
my
good.
bad.
That's
Yeah,
good. No,
yeah.
I liked it. It gets me
Yeah,
going.
right? Yeah.
Stayed up watching the NFL honors last night. I needed the woo. I
Oh,
also got
man.
several messages this morning of folks who watched the documentary, the greatest night in pop. So
yeah.
people are loving that. So appreciate everybody weighing in. So a lot going on. We'll hear from Emmitt Smith coming up. We've got a lot to talk about as far as football goes, Longhorn stuff as well. Rod's got a rant coming up, and we'll get to bullish or BS. But yeah, it's the Kyle Shanahorns.
Shanahorns, a lot of Longhorns rooting for the 49ers. Oh, I guess some of y'all are Cowboys fans, so y'all will never root for the 49ers.
Yeah, they don't want to see that number.
Yeah,
another Super Bowl
yeah,
for the Niners.
So some of y'all, not a lot of y'all, but there are some Longhorn fans that'll be 49er fans this weekend.
Well, for Cowboys and 49er fans, I mean, the Niners have been in this Super Bowl, but the Cowboys have won a Super Bowl more recently than the Niners have.
That's a great point.
The Cowboys won one in 95. The Niners haven't won one since 94.
But at least the 49ers have been back.
Oh, yeah.
And they've done it in different, almost with different reinventions
Yes.
of the 49ers, right?
Yeah, they had the Jim Harbaugh year.
Yeah,
Now
exactly.
they got Kyle Shanahan into their second.
So at least they have more hope than Cowboys fans do.
Yeah, but they haven't won it.
You're right.
Cowboys have bragging rights as far as
You're right.
as a Lombardi trophy.
No, I mean Shanahan's 0-2 in his Super Bowls.
And it's
I mean,
fair to
you
say
can't
we've
win
all
one.
agreed Kyle Shanahan has, as far as pressure goes,
Yeah.
to win one, bring
It's a
one,
lot.
is probably highest on Kyle Shanahan. Because
Honestly, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I assume he'd won one by now. I really would have. Just knowing the prodigy that he was as a coach, and I mean the guy was the youngest head coach. I mean, think about it. Sean McVay, his very good friend, has surpassed him. I can assure you, he's not happy about that. I mean, think about it. Both these guys are prodigies, and Sean McVay won his Super Bowl before Shano did.
yeah,
Trust me, it bothers him.
it bothers
He's
him.
a prideful guy. That kind of stuff bothers him.
Because they were all on that staff in Washington
Yeah,
together.
that kind of stuff eats away at him, and I agree with you. There's no doubt. As a personal friend of him, I can tell you, it's a lot of pressure on him. There's a lot of pressure on him.
It's not even outside
win this
pressure;
one.
it's his own pressure.
It's his own pressure.
It's
He's his own
He
worst
does-
critic. He's his own biggest critic, no question.
so funny because
Yeah.
we played some audio this week. I know you just played the Steve Young cut that you played. We're talking about the Longhorn, about the offense and the compressed sets and the motions. Steve Young he must view podcasts as when Tom Brady's podcast where he interviewed Steve Young.
Oh
this week.
yeah,
Gosh, it's so good. I mean, it really is.
so much meat in there.
Oh man, it's two really super smart quarterbacks talking quarterback play. And he was talking about how when he played the last time the Niners won the Super Bowl was '94, and they beat the Chargers, beat the daylights out of the Chargers.
Whipped the Chargers.
And his offensive coordinator that game was Mike Shanahan.
Oh
Kyle's-
man, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right
and,
about that.
and Steve Young told the story. He said during the week, Mike Shanahan said, "We're throwing 8 touchdowns against these guys," because he said Mike was
Looking
like,
at the defense, like
yeah,
we
he's
don't
like, we're throwing 8 touchdowns, and he ended up throwing 6,
That's amazing.
4 in the first half.
That's amazing.
And they took him out of the game with 6 touchdowns, and Shanahan got on the phone with Steve Young from the sides, and he said, "What are you doing? Get back in there.
Yeah, I
We got
thought
2
8."
more to get. We got 2 more to get."
Wow.
And he was just telling the story how damn competitive Mike Shanahan was. Like, he was like,
And how is that guy not in the Hall of Fame yet? We talking about
"That's
Hall of Fame?
exactly right."
What the hell's going on?
Well, Mike Shanahan should get into.
What is going on?
I 100% agree with you.
Like, what's the deal
Well,
with
Jimmy
that?
Johnson got in finally,
Yeah, you're right. I guess they just
and
they're
now
just
it's time for Mike
backlogged.
Shanahan to get in.
Maybe they're just backlogged or something.
It is time for Mike Shanahan to get in, and not just for what he did, won back-to-back Super Bowls,
Oh man.
but his prodigy son, and now the entire McShanahan offense is kind of based around
Yeah.
Mike Shanahan.
And the influence of what it's had on the league now. I mean, come on, that's a no. You would think that'll actually bring up his candidacy even more. That's taken over, but it hasn't really. It's so
Well,
weird.
and I, listening to Steve Young, you can just hear, and I know you know Kyle very well, the competitiveness of the Shanahans. So just
yeah. Oh yeah.
like they don't want to just beat you, they want to kill you.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you, it's. Like I said, it's bothering him, man, right now that he hadn't won one because I thought, I mean, he's been a coordinator for one, been in. This will be he's 0-2.
So he'll have pressure. You know who also has pressure before we get to our headlines? Tony Romo has pressure in this game.
Really?
I think, well, just because there's going to be 150-some million people watching, and there's been the mixed reviews for Tony Romo, I think Tony Romo has to have a good performance.
Interesting. Okay.
Because now that it's been talked about so much, and there's been talk that the CBS executives have pulled him aside, and they've been talking to him,
Yeah, yeah.
he's got pressure to not do something dumb in this game because it's going to be such a microscope. It's the most watched event. Maybe.
That's a great point.
I think Tony Romo's dealing with a little.
Yeah,
I got to bring it. I got to bring it strong.
Well, just because he started out so gangbusters,
Yeah.
like everybody loved his kind of fresh take on on being a color guy initially, because he would give you such great insight, and almost he was predicting plays at times, and he was giving give you great detail about plays and why they were structured, giving you the whys. But I think he got a little too relaxed.
Yeah, a little relaxed.
He got a little too relaxed, and he wasn't doing the research of some of the other guys, and you could tell.
Yeah.
Because the other guys were giving you, as a football guy, they were giving you nuggets.
I mean, Greg Olsen.
Oh, man. He's great.
Now you got Tom Brady coming in next year.
Tom Brady, he's the most competitive guy out there. You don't think he wants to be the best broadcaster, and also the greatest quarterback of all time and the greatest broadcaster of all time? He wants to be on both.
Yeah, he's not going to do it halfway.
No.
Without a doubt, Tom Brady will be calling on the color next year's Super Bowl.
Damn.
Next year's Super Bowl.
That's pressure, too.
All right, let's get to the headlines, though. Top stories on your Friday morning. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the top news. Yeah, NFL top story. Super Bowl's obviously coming up on Sunday at 5:30. Last night, they had their NFL Honors broadcast. The NFL recognizing the top players, coaches, and moments of the 2023 season. The Baltimore Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson claimed the most prestigious on-field award last night at the NFL Honors. Took home the MVP for the second time, nearly unanimous. 49 of the 50 first-place votes. Dak Prescott finished second in that voting. 49ers running back Christian McCaffrey took the Offensive Player of the Year honors, while Cleveland Browns defensive end Myles Garrett named the league's best defensive player, the former Texas A&M star. The Houston Texans had a good night last night. They swept the Rookie of the Year category. Their young quarterback C.J. Stroud claims Offensive Rookie of the Year honors. Defensive end Will Anderson, the third pick in the draft, taking one selection after C.J., he was named the Defensive Rookie of the Year. Houston's first-year head coach DeMeco Ryans came up one vote shy of winning Coach of the Year. That went to Cleveland's Kevin Stefanski. They essentially tied in total points. Browns quarterback Joe Flacco named the Comeback Player of the Year, and Pittsburgh Steelers defensive lineman Cameron Hayward capped off the night when he was named the Walter Payton Man of the Year. It's the league's highest honor, acknowledging a player for his outstanding community service off the field as well as outstanding play on it. Also last night, 2024 Hall of Fame class revealed, and the 7-player class going in 2024 in Canton includes a lifetime Longhorn and, for the first time ever, a Houston Texan. Former Longhorn defensive tackle Steve McMichael is Hall of Fame bound, voted in by the Veterans Committee. McMichael starred at Texas from 76 through 79. Ahead of a 15-year NFL career, he was a stalwart on the dominating Chicago Bears defenses of the 80s. His wife, Misty, stood in for him last night as the 66-year-old continues his battle with ALS. Andre Johnson, the greatest offensive player in Houston Texans history, is Hall of Fame bound as well. Mike McMichael and Johnson will be inducted in early August alongside Julius Peppers, Dwight Freeney, Patrick Willis, Devin Hester, and Randy Gradishar. NFL coaching news, according to the NFL Network's Tom Pelissero and now multiple other reports, Dallas Cowboys are expected to hire Mike Zimmer to be their new defensive coordinator. In college football, according to Adam Schefter of ESPN, Michigan plans to hire former New York Giants defensive coordinator Wink Martindale to be their new defensive coordinator. He will replace Jesse Minter, who followed Jim Harbaugh to L.A. to be the Chargers DC. And in baseball, Texas Rangers have avoided salary arbitration with their star outfitter Adolis Garcia. Two sides instead have agreed to a new 2-year contract.
Horn headlines brought to you by Top Gun Rental and Lawn Equipment. A new year and a new store. Come see our new beauty location at 200 Trademark Drive to rent, buy, or repair any construction and lawn equipment you need. TopGun.net. We'll shoot you straight.
I think the Cowboys made the right decision hiring Mike Zimmer instead of any of the other candidates they were looking at. The other candidates they were looking at, they didn't seem as current, or at least their systems may not have been as current. You didn't have a sample size you could compare to some of the modern offenses. With Zimmer, you could do that. And Zimmer was saying 3 years ago that he was going to be back in the NFL in 2024. Like that was his plan. So apparently this is actually according to the plan that he had, that he wanted to be back in the league by 2024. So he never thought he would be out of the league for an extended period of time, which makes me think maybe he wanted some time away. And I think he spent his time away, if he was preparing to come back to the league, preparing and looking at some of those modern offenses and some of the adjustments that he needed to make to his defense to make sure it matched up really well. So, and I said this before, if you're the Cowboys, you've been knocked out of the playoffs by the McShanahan coaching tree the last 3 years. So you want to make sure at least you got a defensive coordinator that knows how to defend those offenses. They're taking over the NFL anyway, and he actually does have a lot of success versus that McShanahan coaching tree, or at least that influence of an offense.
All right, coming up, we mentioned we'll hear from Emmitt Smith talking about the Dak Prescott issue come January. We'll also hear from Rod Woodson. Rod Woodson talking about Mike Zimmer. Of course, we told you Mike Zimmer was a Cowboys coach from '94 to 2006. He joined the Cowboys the first year of the Barry Switzer era in Dallas, and he's hung on and all the way through Bill Parcells. And so Darren Woodson, who by the way should be in the Hall of Fame, he did not get voted in last night. He was on Radio Row this week talking about Mike Zimmer and what he'll bring to the Cowboys. So we have both of those pieces of audio coming up. We'll take your thoughts on Mongo McMichael into the Hall of Fame. If you count Tex Schramm, the 6th all-time lifetime Longhorn into the Hall of Fame now, Rod.
Yep.
Coming up in August, 6th all-time. The first, CB pointed out, who's the old-time defensive back?
Bobby Dillon.
Bobby Dillon, but he went in 2020. But as far as on field, Mongo's the first since Earl Campbell.
A long time.
And Mongo is the most recent Longhorn, so first in a while for the Longhorns, and rightfully so, and for the Veterans Committee. So good for Mongo. We'll hear from his wife Misty coming up, who stood in for him last night because he obviously cannot in his battle with ALS. That was pretty cool. I just thought the NFL, man, they put whoever produced that show last night, they did a real good job.
They know how to put on the show. They know there's a reason they're the best television product in America. Period.
I mean, it's I like football, but they watching the Grammys on Sunday night, that thing lasted 3.5 hours.
It's a show, baby.
And I know it's all about the production and but this one was 2 hours in and out.
Yeah. No, the NFL
everything done.
Their games are the same way, right?
I know.
The NFL don't mess around on Sunday. They're like, no, we got this window, boom. And once this game is over, boom, we're kicking off the other game. They don't mess around.
That's right.
No,
that's right.
I love that. They understand, hey, we know what these days we have these eyeballs for a set amount of time. And then, after that, there's no guarantee we're going to be able to keep those eyeballs for that long.
I will point out before we go to your first rant of the morning, the Cowboys did get an award last night. They won, what was it, Player of the Year or Moment of the Year or something, on-field, whatever, with the Dak Prescott to CeeDee Lamb 92-yard touchdown pass in the Detroit game.
Oh, okay.
That was the moment of the year.
Well,
of whatever it was. Because CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott were both up for, a major award. CD for Offensive Player of the Year, Dak for MVP. Deron Bland and Micah Parsons were both up for Defensive Player of the Year. Yeah. Neither one, but they did win the NFL's Moment of the Year, on-field Moment of the Year.
I mean, come on.
Yeah, and no one was there to accept it. Oh no, Micah Parsons accepted it on behalf of because CD wasn't there and Dak wasn't there.
Moment of the Year. Was that really the best moment of the year?
Yeah, that was one of the top moments of the year.
Interesting.
I did.
I thought that would have been a better play than that.
The three finalists were somewhat underwhelming. But remember, that was Dak rolling out of the end zone and then buying time and then hits CeeDee Lamb 92 yards later, touchdown.
Hey, the Cowboys are the number one TV star on the number one TV show, so you got to give them something.
They did win that last night.
You got to give them something.
They got skunked in the rest of the awards, unfortunately, but they did take that home. Let's get to Rod's first rant of a Friday.
Brought to you by Apple Leasing, the easiest and safest way to get a new car. Any make, any model. Click appleleasing.com and experience how easy it is.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it right.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
All right, now let's talk about this Super Bowl matchup a little bit. Let's talk about it from the Chiefs' offensive perspective versus that 49er defense a little bit. One of the things that I thought would keep the Chiefs out of another Super Bowl was their wide receiving core. They've played their best football the last 3 weeks, and they don't even have I think they have 0 drops in the last 2 weeks in the playoffs. And that was not the case, obviously, during the regular season. Rashee Rice is the wide receiver that's really stepped up. The rest of the wide receivers, they have, I don't know, they've still pretty much maintained their average to mediocre status. But Rashee Rice has actually started to really separate himself from that pack. So here are the numbers for Rashee Rice. 77% completion percentage. This is for the season and the playoffs. 77% completion percentage. The yards per attempt when targeting Rashee Rice, 9.2 yards per attempt. 7 touchdowns, 0 interceptions for Patrick Mahomes, and a 2% drop rate. So that right there just shows you that if you look at compared to all the other wide receivers, just every other wide receiver except for Rice, 57% completion percentage, 6.8 yards per attempt, and touchdown interception ratio to 6 to 9. All right, 6 touchdowns to 9 interceptions when Patrick Mahomes is targeting the other wide receivers. The drop rate drops. It increases to about 9%. So from 2% to 9% when targeting Rashee Rice as opposed to all the other wide receivers. So if you are the 49ers, there's 2 guys you got to stop. You got to stop Travis Kelce, and then you got to stop Rashee Rice. They're doing a really good job of really scheming open Rashee Rice and getting him wide open looks and getting him free releases as a wide receiver. That's really just a genius of Andy Reid. But he's the guy that stepped up. He's their, I would say, he's their number 1 wide receiver right now. He's their wide receiver 1. I believe he's got 20 receptions in the postseason. He's the guy. Got to figure out a plan for him if you're the 49ers. Something else to look at here if you're talking about, the offense of the Chiefs versus that 49er defense. That game versus the Ravens in the AFC title game, and I didn't realize it, the 6.2 yards per attempt for Patrick Mahomes was the second lowest of his playoff career. The fact that he has transformed his game in a 4 or 5 year span. I mean, the last time these teams met in the Super Bowl, Patrick Mahomes is leading the NFL in 20-plus yard passes downfield. He's leading the NFL in deep passes, in deep targets, and in deep completions. He was the mad bomber, essentially. Like, nobody stretched the field more than Patrick Mahomes. And now you got him as a quarterback who's evolved to the point where now a lot of it is not having Tyreek Hill, not having some of the weapons you had before. But now he can beat you just by taking the first downs, taking the easy completions, scrambling for the extra yards. His maturity is unbelievable. And he's got 0 interceptions actually in his playoff game so far this season. So he's not throwing an interception. I don't think he's necessarily going to throw one either. I mean, this is a guy that makes really good decisions with the football. And every time you try to game plan to stop him and Kelce, this bromance they got going on right now, nobody can seem to do it. Not even Mike McDonald could do it. Now, he did it later after making an adjustment. On the first 2 drives of the game, it was just all Kelce and all Patrick Mahomes. That's going to be really the key to this defensive strategy for the 49ers. I don't necessarily know exactly how they're going to approach it. They have linebackers that can cover. They can bring the safeties down to cover too. But, Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce, that may be the best pass catcher duo in NFL history. Now, we're talking about basically Steve Young and Jerry Rice and Joe Montana and Jerry Rice. That's what Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce right now represent in the NFL playoffs. They represent a dynamic duo, a pass catcher duo that is that prolific. So that's the number 1 strategy, your number 1 priority as a defense. How do I neutralize that connection, Mahomes to Kelce? And like I said, Kelce doesn't run routes, guys. He just gets open. And there's even there's a great quote from Marquez Valdez-Scantling, who's actually talking about that because he was asked about, the difference between Aaron Rodgers and Patrick Mahomes. And he said, quote, Aaron was very particular with where he wants guys and how he wants things done. He said, Pat's more of a free spirit and kind of a, hey, if you get to the open space, I'll find a way to get you the ball. Trust me, it's way tougher to defend. It's easier to defend very precise, if you look at precise routes or very, very, detailed routes. The truth is Patrick Mahomes and Kelce don't have very detailed routes. They're not very precise. They're just made to find open space. And their chemistry will help them out because they see the world, they see the defense the same way. And that is the troublesome thing, I think, for the 49ers. How do you defend a connection like Kelce and a connection between Mahomes and Kelce when they're not necessarily running routes? They're not running detailed routes to try to find weaknesses within the defense. They're just looking for open space wherever it is. And you can use any strategy as a receiver to try to find the open space. Like, there's no rules that they have to operate by. Usually there's rules you got to operate by. Like, hey, man, you don't want to flood the field with too many receivers on this side of the field. Or this route combination, it may actually interfere with another route combination. It may bring another defender into view where you don't want a defender. They don't operate that way. They just kind of clear the floor like NBA style. And they just let Travis Kelce work. They just like, nah, man, we're gonna open up the floor. Whether that be with 9 routes on the outside, or whether that be a lot of outside cuts on the outside, or whether that be with they don't even run a lot of condensed and compressed sets. They want to spread you out, and they want Travis to work the middle, and that's what he does really, really well. And no matter who you put on him, Fred Warner, a Dre Greenlaw, or a DB, nobody can really cover that long, and you can't cover that connection and that chemistry. That's the biggest issue for the 49ers. It was the biggest issue early on for the Ravens. It's the biggest issue for anybody facing the Kansas City Chiefs. So.
Yep. It's Brady Gronkowski-esque at a lot of levels because Tom Brady.
It's better than Brady.
Well, they own the record for playoff touchdown receptions.
I know,
14.
but the receptions overall, I think, is Travis Kelce and like Jerry Rice.
Jerry Rice, yeah, playoff catches.
Playoff catches.
But touchdowns, it's Brady Gronk 14.
And they'll pass that if he just plays another year.
Oh yeah, for sure. It will, but the connection's unbelievable, and you're right on about how they just kind of read each other's body language and
it really is.
Run to a spot. That's why I think man coverage is the better way to go, because the zones, Travis Kelce just eats them up. And they're just so smart about how they attack it. And if you're playing a zone, you're just covering your zone, right? And there are holes in that zone that he can find. And Patrick Mahomes is always looking for him, especially in clutch situations, third downs. I'd be running man on him and run an extra person towards him and make somebody else beat you. Because as you said, the reason it's not Mad Bomber anymore is they don't have Tyreek Hill, but teams are defending them differently, right? They're playing the too high shell. They're not letting anything behind them. And that's why they were struggling early in the year with the 6 losses. They weren't executing, right? They're dropping passes, penalties, turnovers. Patrick Mahomes did have 13 or 14 interceptions this year. A lot of those came off drop passes.
I was from tip passes.
Yeah. So if the idea is to force them to go 10, 12 play drives. But they were shooting themselves in the foot with their own mistakes. What they've done here in the playoff run is eliminate those.
Mm-hmm.
As you said, Mahomes hasn't thrown a pick. We saw him just carve up the Ravens early in that game. Just these long, time-consuming drives. But that's what the Niners will likely force them to do. And we'll see if they can execute that or just do some of those old habits revert in this game. I also think Isaiah Pacheco is a big part of this game. They need to run the football and try to exploit the edges in the perimeter of that 49ers defense.
That's what Detroit did really well.
Yes.
That's actually one of the places where this 49er defense has struggled all season long. They have the 3rd worst defense defending the edges against the run, which is just unfathomable considering how many great defensive linemen and edge players they have.
Yeah.
They got Bosa on the edge. They just got Chase Young on the edge. But you talked about the plays that they were taking off in the NFC title game against the Detroit Lions.
Loafing.
And Chase Young, yeah.
Come on, man.
It was on full display, the fact that he was loafing. So,
well, think about it. I mean, we had the debate for a week about Dan Campbell not taking field goals, whether it was right or wrong. If Dan Campbell simply kicks 2 field goals, they would have scored on 7 of their 10 offensive possessions in the NFC Championship game, which tells you where the Niners defense is. They didn't stop them.
No.
But 3 times.
They made adjustments late, but for the most part, Detroit had their way.
And that's why Detroit is still sick to their stomach. I mean, if you go into a game that's been big and your offense scores on 7 of their 10 possessions, you probably should win that game.
Probably should
win that game.
Yeah.
But, of course, Dan Campbell didn't kick field goals, and they got stopped on 4th down. Kick those, man. That's your opportunity. And that's why I think a lot of people are on the Chiefs here, because the Chiefs are arguably as good an offense or better than the Lions. They should be able to move the football against this Niner defense, which is not as dominant as it has been before. All right, we'll come back. That's good stuff right there on Rod's Rant. We will hear from Emmitt Smith. He was asked on Radio Row this week in Vegas, what is up with Dak Prescott come January? We'll get you the great Emmitt Smith's answer to that. Also hear from the wife of Steve McMichael, who's headed into the Hall of Fame now after last night's reveal. We'll get to that too as well. It's also Bullish or BS for the end of the hour. Took them up on a Friday.
HambonePlumbing.com. License number M12470 and TCEQ 26366.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. If time is money, my friends at Apple Leasing are in the business of saving you both. They're going to save you time and save you money, but also find you tremendous value. That's what leasing will do for you. You're only paying for the part of the car you're actually using. Now, Apple Leasing, they're here to make your life simpler, right? They're trying to make the car leasing process for you a lot simpler. They're going to take the stress and the headaches out of it for you. They're going to take the time consumption out of it for you. They're going to make sure that all you get to enjoy is that brand new car smell. They can help you get the price you want, the payment you want on the car that you want. Sounds like a pretty simple business model. Well, it is pretty simple because that's what they want to do for you. They want to simplify the process for you. All you do is let them know the price you want to pay. You let them know exactly what your budget is. You let them know exactly what kind of car you want, a sedan or an SUV. You let them know, you tell them exactly, what your parameters are, what color you want. You give them all the specifications and the details.
That the Vegas economy is expected to be boosted by the Super Bowl this week, 1.1 billion.
Wow.
And average price of a ticket on the resale market right now is $10,752 if you want to go to the Super Bowl. Do you know what the average, according to this number, is number of people who attend a Super Bowl party is? What's the average number?
Probably 15.
You're right on, 14. 14 is the number.
Something like that. I don't like Super Bowl parties.
I know. We're having one.
Yeah, not my
hosting.
style. Not my style. No, I want to watch the game. I'm all about the food. I'm all about watching the game. It should be an event, but the party, the Super Bowl party. Oh man.
Well, I will say
it's brutal.
My wife said, "What time do we want to start?" And I said, like 3:30. She said, 3:30. The game's not till 5:30. I was like, well, because I want to visit and say hi to people, and then I want to sit and watch the game at 5:30.
Exactly. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Once 5:30 comes around, my whole entertaining hosting thing is over. I'm sitting. I'm watching the game.
Yeah.
That's why I've got 3 big televisions. I'm going to sit in my room. If you guys want to sit in here with me and visit, go in the other room.
I would say, yeah, that's no visiting in here. We're just going to watch the game. We're watching the game. That's strict rules.
We'll have fed ourselves.
Nope.
We'll have some some fun ahead of the thing, and then we're watching the game.
You're watching the game.
And typically, when you go to a Super Bowl party, especially if you have kids, you leave at halftime, right? You go home after the
is that what you do?
Usher performance, because then you get home and watch the end of it at your house. And
okay, well, I don't go to Super Bowl parties, so I have no idea. I've never gone to one. People invite me, like, nah, man, I don't go to Super Bowl parties. I watch the game. Sorry, I don't socialize.
You're an agnostic on Super Bowl Sunday. You don't even go.
No.
You've never been to a Super Bowl party?
No.
Right.
I would never go.
That's
I would never go to a family member Super Bowl party. Like, no, I'm not going. I'm gonna watch the game at the house. What are you talking about?
By the way, is there still?
I want to watch the game. Is
there still a chance you're going to the Super Bowl?
Yeah, I'm actually going.
You are going?
Yeah, I'm going. I'm leaving tonight. I told you I was going.
It's breaking news.
Well, I told you I was going. I told you this week I was going.
No, you said there was a chance you were going.
Well, I said I had an invitation.
Okay.
I said it was all about my dentist. It was all about the teeth.
Okay.
Remember? It was all about whether I could get on a plane after having four wisdom teeth removed on Monday.
Okay, so you are going.
Yeah.
All right, awesome. Are you going to come here Monday?
Yeah, but I might be a little late because I'm flying back on Monday like morning.
Okay, well, so let me know what that looks like.
Like red eye kind of thing.
All right, well then we'll be here Monday morning. Rod's going to be at the game. That's awesome.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
Are you excited?
Yeah, I've been to Super Bowls before. It's like I've been. It's my fourth.
It's
not like a once in a lifetime thing for me. I've been before. I hate to sound like that, but
I've done Radio Row like 4 or 5 Super Bowls, but I've never been to the actual game.
Yeah, I've been to like 3 of them, so it's all right. It's great. It's good. Honestly, I'd rather watch the game at home though, but TV, because I'll get to watch it. At the game, I can't watch it. I'll get no replay. I just got to sit there with everybody else.
I'm excited. You're going to be coming in here on adrenaline on Monday morning.
I'm still going to have to watch the game again because I guarantee I'm going to miss a lot of stuff just going to the game. I'd rather watch a game at the house. That's how I'd rather watch football. When I get an invitation to go to Super Bowl, I got to go. I can't pass that up.
The breaking news: Rod Babers officially will be at the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
On behalf of the Horn, live and in Vegas. Well, that's good. You're gonna do a couple days in Vegas. I like that. Good job.
It'll be fun.
All right, let's. Speaking of Radio Row and what goes on Radio Row, the show that precedes ours, Maggie and Perloff, I think they call it, Rod. In the 5 o'clock hour before we start at 6, there's a show from CBS Sports Radio, and they talked this week on Radio Row to Emmitt Smith. And so that's who you'll hear, Andrew Perloff asking the question of Emmitt Smith about Dak Prescott. And safe to say Emmitt Smith didn't pull any punches when it comes to the current Cowboys quarterback.
A lot of people pointing to Dak Prescott had such an outstanding regular season, and he hasn't been able to get over the hump in the playoffs. What's going on with Dak?
I think it's preparation. Some things I can only point to one game, and this to me sums it up for me. This sums it up for me. We're playing Detroit in Dallas, and it's a heck of a game. We actually take the lead. Detroit is driving to try to come down the score and get the lead back. We pick the ball off, and it's about 3 minutes left, and I think they almost are out of timeouts. If not out of timeouts, they will be. All we have to do is just milk the clock, and we get the pick. So we go 1, 2, 3, get the first down, and all we have to do is milk the clock. Instead, guess what? We throw the ball 3 straight times. How smart is that? That is absolutely hideous. All you have to do is just run the rock or take a knee. I don't care. But then when you throw the ball the third time, and the quarterback throw the ball out of bounds to stop the clock, it doesn't even take a sack. So that says to me, either he was not prepared properly, or he forgot he was playing the game.
He forgot he was playing the game. Wow.
Emmitt Smith.
Man, with the heat.
Bringing the heat on Dak Prescott.
Okay. Was that a criticism of Dak Prescott or Mike McCarthy? It sounded like a coaching criticism to me.
It's both, I think.
Well, it's both, but he's the quarterback. The quarterbacks are in control, and he knows better. And the offense runs through him now. With the Tex Coast. And, I remember watching that game. I was in New Orleans watching that game thinking the same thing. What are y'all doing?
Yeah. No,
what are y'all doing?
Dak,
what are y'all doing?
Yeah, Dak can take ownership of the offense. Right now, that offense is his. This is why they changed the offense, right?
Yeah. Dak Prescott sucks. Oh.
That's and you can hear Emmitt. He was probably yelling at the TV or at the stadium while it was happening. fired up about the Lions game. They nearly lost the game because they didn't run the clock out, and because remember they had to punt back to the Lions. Lions scored, and then it was about the 2-point conversion that ended up being the difference in the game.
Oh man!
But the Cowboys had control of that game. That was when they had the moment of the year, the 92-yard touchdown pass.
You're right.
I mean, they were in control of the game, and to Emmett's point, and I do think he started with the lack of preparation, but meaning like he's not.
He's not thinking the game through.
Well, remember the Niners game two Januaries ago, and he scrambled and they didn't have any timeouts, and they used the clock, mismanaged the clock at the end of the game. Yeah, I mean those are fair criticisms. I mean this is when you have to manage the game properly, and that Lions game was a big one in the regular season, but obviously we know come postseason it's the same kind of thing. All right, Rod, I also wanted to play this one because Darren Woodson unfortunately didn't get into the Hall of Fame last night. Didn't get voted in by the voters in Vegas, and he was pretty honest about it. Said it just wasn't my time. But he was also asked on Radio Row this week about Mike Zimmer. Mike Zimmer's going to be the new Cowboys defensive coordinator. And, that's official now. By according to a report in the Dallas Morning News today, Jerry Jones finished the deal while on the red carpet going to the honors last night.
Nice.
To get Mike Zimmer in place to be the DC. Do we have this one, Brock, too, on our man Darren Woodson, one of the best safeties I ever saw play, getting after it and talking about the new DC for Dallas? Yeah, I got it. All right, let's do this one.
Season, he's pretty much sat on the sideline, and I can't tell you how many times this year he and I talked about football. Like every week. Yeah. Like every week he's calling about so-and-so and this and that. And he's just so engaged in the game that, again, I'm biased by it. But, if you want someone that's going to shock the system, he's not going to be your best friend. He's just not. I mean, he and I became friends after a long time because there was a respect factor that ended up being a friendship. But he's tough, hard-nosed. Some players will not want to play for him because the expectations are gonna be harder than they've expected in the last few years.
Sure.
But he knows the game better than anyone, and he's gonna coach hard. And I think that to me, that's the shock this team needs.
All right, so there you go.
So yeah, that was my opinion too. I believe from everything I've read, he's been trying to stay as current as possible. His plan was to be back in the NFL by 2024, which means he had probably been tweaking, adjusting his scheme the entire time. And with that plan to come back to the NFL, he definitely was still paying attention and still engaged with the game in some regard. So
did y'all catch that subtle shot at Dan Quinn there?
From Darren Woodson. Yeah, that's Brock, of course, our producer. Brock, what did you catch there?
Well, he said, the expectations are going to be higher than they have been the last couple years. It's like, ooh, that's a shot at Dan Quinn.
How's that a shot at Dan Quinn?
No, I think that's just the point they are. Cowboys got to win something here soon, or else this whole thing's coming apart.
I don't know if it's a shot at Dan Quinn specifically. I think it's just it's more a shot to Cowboys.
I don't know. When you're talking about bringing in a defensive coordinator, he's going to have higher expectations than what you're used to. I don't know. That's the way I took it. But
he's saying the players, he's going to have higher expectations of the players than Dan Quinn did, is what I think Brock is hearing. I don't know if that's what he meant. But, because, look, this Cowboys, I'll play another piece of sound for you that I found yesterday coming up later. But DeMarcus Lawrence was on Radio Row and was asked what happened in the Packers game, and he essentially said the Cowboys were tired. There was a long season and we were tired. And you're like, what? What?
I hope that's not the case. They were just tired.
And DeMarcus Lawrence is like the ultimate warrior on that Cowboys defense.
That's not an adequate excuse. There is no excuse.
I will play that coming up. But yeah, that's what he said. He's like, well, there was a long season. I think we were tired. Our legs. We didn't have our legs. It's like
that's on the strength and conditioning. Actually,
what?
That's on every coach. Every team has a strength and conditioning program and a strength and conditioning coach. That's more on that coach than that is on the coordinators who are coming up with the schemes and how to utilize players. That's a different discussion altogether. If that was the case, so I don't know. The Cowboys got problems.
Cowboys got issues.
The Cowboys got issues. I'm sorry.
It feels like it, but they do have a defensive coordinator now, and that would be Mike Zimmer, and that's of course was obviously his whole career. Darren Woodson, Mike Zimmer was on the staff essentially.
Yeah,
because he was there from '94 to '06, and now they're close friends off the field in retirement for Darren Woodson. So there he was. We'll find that DeMarcus Lawrence sound and play that. We'll talk some Bullish or BS coming back. Bullish on Rod. Rod's going to the Super Bowl, being in Vegas.
Yes, sir.
That's awesome. I'm excited about this. Do you have any dinner plans? What are we doing?
Oh, I can barely eat.
Oh, yeah.
As I'm saying, it's not ideal, but I got to take the invitation because, you just once in a lifetime stuff. You can't pass it up.
All right.
But it's not ideal. Yeah, I can't go to Vegas and just eat like I want to eat either. I got to be very careful about what I'm eating.
All right. Well, be careful out there.
Yeah.
And be careful what you're gambling.
Yeah.
Dice you're
too.
rolling,
Yeah,
cards
do
you're
all that.
playing, and things of that nature. All right. We'll come back. We'll play some bullish or BS. Let's hook 'em up with Ian Rodby.
right back up the next week or so and then try to get back on the board. I can't believe it. I mean, you're talking about broken bones and, just broken sockets and stuff like that. I mean, stuff that you think.
I almost break his back.
That's what stuff you think is like really traumatic, and it's like, nah, I think he'll be back in 2 weeks. I'm like, what?
Hey, Rod, bullish or BS? I know we're both kind of bullish on the Mike Zimmer hire as far as the Cowboys go. I think it's the best they could have done as far as familiarity, understanding of Jerry Jones, and just how to operate the Cowboys. And as you just heard from Darren Woodson, he pretty much watched every play of the Cowboys last year, so he knows the personnel and I would imagine how to maximize what the Cowboys have going. What about this one though? The Michigan Wolverines are set to hire Wink Martindale to be their new defensive coordinator. He was with the New York Giants. He was with the Baltimore Ravens before that. He is no relation to the game show host Wink Martindale. He's actually that's where he got the nickname because his last name was Martindale. But Wink Martindale, that's important because the Longhorns are going to play in Ann Arbor September the 7th. What do you make? Are you bullish on the hire of Wink Martindale by the Michigan Wolverines?
I mean, Wink's got a reputation that Wink likes to blitz. That's pretty much Wink's reputation. He does it effectively, but I mean, I like it because you know what you're going to get. He's
a lot of man coverage for
defensive coordinators. Yeah, that you know what you're going to get. He just loves to get after the quarterback. Now, if you cannot protect against the blitz, that's a problem against a Wink Martindale defense. But if you can protect against it, and you have some fail safes built within your offense, which are hot reads, or you make sure you move the pocket, certain things that you can do to insulate pass protection. I mean, I like it going up against Wink Martindale. Because I know he's just coming after us. I can throw the screen game in there really well. You can throw in a lot of the RPOs that'll counter his blitzes. I mean, there are a lot of things you can do creatively. I think Sark can to effectively counter what Wink Martindale wants to do best, which is blitz. Or wants to do the most, I should say.
All right, so that's the Longhorns' second opponent in 20 and 24. And they have a new defensive coordinator. What do you have, Rod? Bullish or BS?
We're not paying attention to the NBA, but Luka, bullish or BS? Luka's got a chance to win an MVP this year.
Yeah, well, he's got a 73-point game. It's really about the performance.
He just had 39 last night, 39, 11, 8, and 4.
I mean, I think he's one of the 5 best players in the league. I don't think there's any doubt about that. They made a trade yesterday to acquire P.J. Washington from Charlotte. They're trying to bolster and make a run. Look, it's going to be about performance for him, right? You got to be a real contender in the West, and are they that right now with Jason Kidd? I'm not sure, but I mean, there's no doubt he's one of the 3 or 4 best players in the league. So year by year, Brock, you're big on the NBA. Would you put Luka in the top of the MVP race right now?
I don't know if I'd put him at the top, but he's definitely top 2. Behind Jokic, especially now that Embiid's out for the year. I could see him winning one.
Embiid's out for a month, actually. They think he'll be back in time for the playoffs. He's got the MCL.
Well, he's not going to win MVP, though.
You're right. We're right about that.
Brock is saying he's not going to win MVP. No. So I'm thinking if it's not going to be Joel Embiid, I think Luka's got a really good shot this year, guys. I really do. I think they're trending the right way, and that would also track and align with what we've seen lately of the guys with from overseas continuing to win MVPs. In the league. So I don't know. I think this might be Luka's year just because of the injury to Joel Embiid. He's averaging 34, I think, right now.
He is
30. He's averaging 34 points per game. That is second behind Joel Embiid.
Yeah, Joel Embiid was averaging 35. Well, and the only issue I have with Dallas is they're at the 8th seed right now in the West, and so they're way down there.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got to make a run here. I mean, because typically that's going to go to the one of the guys on the best couple of teams in the league, sitting at the top of the league.
They won 3 straight. Yeah. I'm not saying that's a lot, but they got a long season.
Yeah, he's not going to win it if they're the 8th seed at the end of the regular season.
No.
I mean, they've got to climb for sure. But it's something certainly to keep an eye on. But there's no doubt about the performance. I mean, he is so
his pass
skilled.
That he had last night was amazing. The behind the back pass to the post. Did you see that?
I saw the highlight. I didn't see it in real time. But they're 29 and 23, and they got to climb a little bit. Minnesota, Denver, and Oklahoma City, because Oklahoma City has Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who's up there 31, 32 points a game. They're sitting in the 3 seed. He's one to keep an eye on too in the West, and obviously we know what's going on with Boston in the East. So he's got room. He's got ground to cover, but I think he's, as we say, thoroughly in the top 3 or 4. They need to make a run here in the Western Conference. All right, bullish or BS? Let's make our official picks, Rod and Brock, on the Super Bowl 58. Who are we bullish on? Who's winning this game that Rod will be in attendance at? I'll be watching it here with too many people at my house.
Too many people at your house.
Too many.
Too many.
Brock, who do you like?
I'm going to take the Chiefs. I like the Chiefs. I think their defense is a lot better than the Niners, and If I have to bet on one of these two quarterbacks, I'm going with Patrick Mahomes. So that's simple for me.
Rod Babers, you have a pick in this game that you're going to be live in attendance?
I don't, because I said I would never pick against Patrick Mahomes again, and I won't. And so I'm not.
You're not going to make a pick?
I'm not making a pick, no.
Okay.
I'm not picking against Patrick Mahomes, and it's my boy Super Bowl, so I'm not going to make a pick.
You're going neutral?
I'm going neutral.
You're going Switzerland on this one?
I'm just watching it, man. I'm going as a fan. I'm actually going to watch the game. Yeah, because I won't pick against Patrick Mahomes because that's stupid, but based on some of my research, Kansas City's going to have a tough time matching up with the offense. They really will, because they're going to run a lot of two-back sets. Those two-back sets for Kansas City, they're going to counter that by running 3-4 linebackers. That's not what Spags wants to do. So if Spags is not adjusting with a sub package, I wonder if his 3 linebackers he's going to put on the field will get exposed by Christian McCaffrey, by Deebo Samuel in the backfield. I don't know. The desperation that I know Shano has right now to win a Super Bowl, I think makes me want to bet on him. But betting against Patrick Mahomes is not wise, so I'll decide I'm not making a pick at all.
All right. I will pick for you, and I'll pick the Chiefs. I'll pick the Chiefs here. It's everything you just said is right. I think it's going to be a great game. I think the line at 2 is right on the money. I mean, I'm thinking final seconds of the game than this one, but I can't go again with you. I can't pick against Patrick Mahomes in this contest until somebody beats him in this spot. I mean, the Eagles had him down late last year. The Niners had him down 4 years ago. Since they fixed their offensive line and now the defense is even better, they're playing their best football. I'm bullish on the Chiefs in this to get the victory, and I hate it for Kyle Shanahan because I know this is a really, really good football team. All right, we'll pick up the conversation on the other side. Who you got in this game, Chiefs or Niners? Rod's going agnostic on the pick. He's not going to make one.
Not making the pick.
Brock's on KC. I will be on KC. Although here it is late in the week. I knew I would get here, where the public and the bets are all on the Chiefs. Which is the contrarian that I am.
Exactly.
Typically takes me to the other side.
That's why I don't like that either. I don't like that everybody – at first, we were saying you just can't pick against Patrick Mahomes because he's the underdog and he doesn't lose in this situation. And now everybody seems to be on the Chiefs with the Taylor Swift thing. A lot of stress on my boy Shano. This is a guy that's had double-digit leads in the 2 Super Bowls that he's coached in. Double-digit leads and lost them. Okay. I think he's going to coach with desperation at his back. So I'm not going to pick against Patrick Mahomes, though.
All right. We'll hear some more coming up. We got the NFL honors. We've got your thoughts on it. 447-3776. We preview the weekend. It's a football Friday, Rod. Give him a woo.
It's a woo!
Apply. Consumer Play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Hey, what's up, folks? This is your lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers. Austin, Texas is a great city. One of the reasons people keep moving to Austin is because they love this city just like we do, and it makes it one of the fastest growing cities in America. And as our city continues to grow and thrive, well, so do our friends at Ironworkers Local Union 482. Many of the iconic landmarks we love in this city were created and built by the skilled craftsmanship of Ironworkers Local Union 482, like the Pennybacker Bridge and DKR Stadium. And the folks over at Ironworkers Local Union 482 right now are hiring over 3,000 people for a huge project. So if you're looking for an exciting employment opportunity or you want a refreshing career change, you can become a member of Ironworkers Local 482. They're hiring over 3,000 people. As I said, they're offering competitive wages, competitive benefits, a pension plan, and they're even offering
tomorrow afternoon, 2 o'clock at the Mood. Texas women also in action tomorrow afternoon, 4 o'clock at TCU. They're climbing into the top 10 now. They're up to number 7 after that big week they had, and they've had the week off to kind of get their legs under them a little bit. They didn't have a midweek game. Longhorn men won't have a midweek game next week, Rod. They're going to get their chance to get a breather.
Rest, yeah.
And that's why I said that lost Iowa State was so critical, just that poor first half, because you beat West Virginia, then you got a week off to go to Houston. You're going to play the Cougs. Week from Saturday. So we'll be talking some college hoops. And Rod was talking NBA. Is Luka Doncic an MVP candidate? But obviously a lot of football conversation is dominating this morning. Rod's going to take us behind the burnt orange curtain. We'll, as you did in our first hour, Rod, in the 6 o'clock hour, you talked about how Kyle Shanahan's offense, Steve Sarkisian borrowing for his Longhorn offense. And so if you're watching when you watch the Super Bowl on Sunday, watch the formations, watch the offense. I think you'll see a lot of similarities between what Coach Sark wants to do with his Texas offense in coming years, and certainly this year with the speed they have and a veteran quarterback like Quinn Ewers. So we're talking all things. Also, the Cowboys have a new DC. Let's get to the headlines. If you're just joining us here in the 8 o'clock hour, top stories to make sure you're fully aware as you get up and out. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the top news, and the top players and plays and coaches and moments of the 2023 season were recognized last night in Las Vegas. It was the NFL Honors Night. Baltimore quarterback Lamar Jackson claimed the most prestigious award, on the field award at least. He took home the MVP for the second time. Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott finished second in the voting, but nearly unanimous for Lamar Jackson. He got 49 of the 50 first-place votes. Niners running back Christian McCaffrey took home Offensive Player of the Year honors, while Cleveland Browns defensive end, the former Texas A&M star Myles Garrett, named the league's best defensive player. Houston Texans swept the Rookie of the Year category. Their star young quarterback C.J. Stroud claims Offensive Rookie of the Year, and defensive end Will Anderson, who was picked one draft pick after him in the first round last year, was named the Defensive Rookie of the Year. Houston's first-year head coach DeMeco Ryans came up one vote shy of winning the league's Coach of the Year award. Instead, he settles for second behind Kevin Stefanski of Cleveland. Browns quarterback Joe Flacco named the Comeback Player of the Year. And Pittsburgh Steelers lineman Cameron Hayward capped off the night. He was named the Walter Payton Man of the Year. Also last night, 2024 Pro Football Hall of Fame class was revealed. 7-player class includes a lifetime Longhorn and a first-time ever Houston Texan. Former Longhorn defensive tackle Steve McMichael is finally Hall of Fame bound. McMichael started at Texas from 76 through 79 and had a 15-year NFL career. He was a stalwart on the dominating Chicago Bears defenses of the 80s. His wife, Misty, stood in for him last night as a 66-year-old continues his battle with ALS. Thought we were going to play Misty McMichael.
So now the Longhorns officially will have 6 members in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
That is correct.
Between Earl Campbell, Bobby Lane, Bobby Dillon, Tex Schramm, and the great Tom Landry. And now, of course, Steve Bam Bam
Mongo. Yeah, and let me play this for you. This is Misty McMichael, and, of course, she has championed her husband as he battles ALS getting into the Hall of Fame. He's been on the ballot for a while. He gets voted in by the Veterans Committee, and she was there last night to stand in for him, and here's what she had to say after.
Well, thank you, Chicago. You guys have been so supportive through all these years of him being nominated and finally being inducted. It's bittersweet because of the situation he's in. I wish he could be here himself. But I know he's watching from home, and he's got his teammates around him, and we're just so happy. Better late than never, you know? And, yeah, it's a lot of emotions there, but all good. Well, you know, I've never worked so hard in my life, but it was for a great cause. It was for the best man I've ever known. It's an honor and a privilege to do what I do for him. He's taking care of me our whole marriage. We've been married 23 years in March, 26 years together. So I'm happy to do this for him. It's been a pleasure.
All right, there's Misty McMichael and Mongo going in the Hall of Fame, and the hope is he'll make it to the induction in August 3rd. But, you know, there's no guarantee of that with that dreaded disease.
Yeah, well, I know it meant a lot to him and to his family that he get that acknowledgement before. You know, obviously he passed on, but he is not yet. But he's in struggling health and in very poor health at this time. So I don't know if he will, but I'm glad that the Pro Football, the Hall of Fame committee did the right thing.
Well, and it's amazing that he, as she just said, he was watching with his teammates and got to see it, and quite the honor. And obviously, I want to say I'm surprised here because I was told during the football season
he was doing really bad. Yeah,
like touch and go. And so, gosh, thank goodness he made it to this point. And now August 3rd in Canton, Ohio will be the induction. And let's hope he can cross our fingers, prayers that he can make it to that. One person who will make it to that induction with the 7-person class, Rod, will be Andre Johnson, the Houston Texans' greatest offensive player of all time. J.J. Watt, the greatest defensive player. He'll go in on the first ballot when he's able coming up in a couple of years. But Andre Johnson, let's play this audio. This is pretty good. This is Chris Carter, the NFL Hall of Famer, knocking on Andre Johnson's door to inform him that he's going to the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
And I'm a part of it. We want to welcome you to football heaven.
Football heaven, he was in tears, obviously. That's what
should have been.
You can't imagine. I mean, Rod, you played in the NFL, and that's an achievement to itself.
Yeah, I mean, that's everybody's. If you dream of playing in that league, and you dreamt of being a Hall of Famer.
I mean, can you imagine?
That's the 1% of the 1%. Right?
Yeah, because very few actually get that chance to do what you did and play in the league. And
the other quarterbacks he had, that just, and nothing against those quarterbacks. I'm trying to insult them. That's not the point of this. But he never played with elite quarterbacks. I mean, Matt Schaub was the best quarterback he played with, and Matt Schaub was a good quarterback. But, man, the quarterbacks from 2003, 2014, here are the Andre Johnson QBs. Ryan Fitzpatrick, Jake Delhomme, Matt Schaub, Matt Leinart, Sage Rosenfels, Case Keenum, Tony Banks, David Carr, Ryan Mallett, TJ Yates, Tom Savage, Dave Ragone, and Rex freaking Grossman.
Dave Ragone.
These are all the quarterbacks that Andre Johnson had to deal with.
Or as I called him, Dave Ragarm.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on, man.
Come on, Schaub job.
We saw some. This is why this whole C.J. Stroud thing is, a revelation. It's like, what?
Really is.
Good quarterback play in that uniform? Yeah. What are we talking about?
It's crazy.
Like, Matt Schaub was a good player.
He was a good player. He made a Pro Bowl or something.
But I'm a bitter Houston fan. So when I think of Matt Schaub, I think that Gary Kubiak turned down Peyton Manning to keep Matt Schaub, which still drives me crazy. Like, we did what?
Yeah.
We did what? Peyton Manning, when he left the Colts, when he had the neck issue going and they had the number 1 pick for Andrew Luck, his first choice was Houston. And they said, we're good. We got Matt Schaub.
We got Schaub job here.
Just like in 2005 when they had David Carr and they didn't take Aaron Rodgers because they had David Carr. Come on, man.
Why are we reliving this?
And Vince Young. No. Vince Young. Well,
don't remind me.
Is CJ going to make it all better? That becomes the question. And
he's already made it all better.
Well, at least he
started.
Hey, it's still Houston. Let's let this thing keep going.
He just looks like the future's bright.
Watson too.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. See, that's a low blow.
That's a low blow.
That's
but it is
unnecessary.
True. It's still Houston after all. You never know.
But
Houston football, we've still never been in a Super Bowl. One of these days. Cowboys have been in a bunch of Super Bowls, and not for a while, though. And I wanted to play this for you, too, Rod, because this is – I said we'd find this audio. This was this is on that show Shannon Sharp does. Shannon Sharp, I don't even know the names of them all. Get confused.
Right.
And they're all out in Vegas. They're all doing their shows live. And so DeMarcus Lawrence was sitting with the crew and listened to Shannon Sharp's question of DeMarcus Lawrence and then his answer of why the Cowboys aren't playing in Vegas and why they didn't make a longer run in the postseason.
You mentioned how you wish your team was here. Mm-hmm. What happened and why your team isn't here?
All honesty, I think the main thing is we was burnt out, man. Long season, team dominantly healthy throughout the season. The legs get tired, but also, you got to give hats off to Green Bay, man. They came out with a great game plan, rolling out towards Micah and then running away from me. I feel like, that's what they needed to, get their game started, and they jumped on us fast. And
what about adjustments?
Yeah, adjustments, man. I feel like we went in the locker room and, we came out, ready with our adjustments, but still didn't go the way that we planned it to go.
Wow. He basically claiming they were burnt out?
Burned out is why they didn't win.
Wow, that's that
That's not
that
the
don't
right
sound
answer.
good. Yeah, that's a bad answer, man. That's a bad answer.
Yeah, he's saying that like every team hasn't played the same amount of games at that point.
Exactly.
Yeah, Packers have played the same amount of games.
That sounds like that's a terrible excuse too. I just think we were burnt out. Oh man, like this is the most important game of the season, and you were burnt out. Yeah, it doesn't say a lot about the motivational influence of Mike McCarthy. Number one, that reflects badly. And if your strength and conditioning program, your guys should be, you should at that point be crescendoing toward playing your best football. That's what Green Bay did.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
They were playing their best football at that time. You want to be peaking at the right time. So that's an organizational failure. You guys need to be peaking as soon as you hit the playoffs, and they weren't peaking. You can say the same thing about San Fran. San Fran's not peaking right now, and maybe they're not peaking, but maybe their quarterback is learning how to win in clutch time. So that's an added bonus, something that Shano has not had access to since he's been the head coach there. But man, for them to say that they're experiencing burnout. Yeah, that's bad on leadership too. The leadership of the team.
And that's the whole thing. When he said it, I was like, that's the tip of the spear.
He knows
for leadership. I mean, that is when you talk about if you talk to Cowboys insiders, who's their driving engine, especially on defense. It's Tank Lawrence. Tank Lawrence, for him to say we were burnt out, long season, tired legs.
It's like long season. I was like, yeah. I mean, yeah, of course it is. That's the whole point of it, that you eliminate everybody. All the weak pretenders are eliminated. It's postseason time, baby. And I think the Cowboys were a bit of a pretender this year, unfortunately. They were a pretender. That's what it turns out to be. And for Green Bay, with a first-time quarterback starting in the playoffs and the youngest roster in the NFC to beat the Cowboys like that at home, yeah, man, that was embarrassing. And if I was Tank, he shouldn't even said that. I love Tank too.
He should have just said we got beat, y'all.
Be like, we got beat, man. They were a great team, and he said that. But the burnout thing. Whew.
Well, and earlier, if you didn't hear our 7 o'clock hour, we had Emmitt Smith on Radio Row saying he thinks Dak's problem is lack of preparation. Like, really, we got lack of preparation. We got burnout. Like, what are we doing here?
What are we doing?
What is happening? But
yeah, and you had more All Pros than anybody else in the league, so you had more talent. And even at the award show, you were well represented at the NFL awards.
2 of the final 5 for defense, MVP, and an offensive candidate with CeeDee Lamb. So that's 4 of the best players in the entire league.
So that's
and 9 Pro Bowlers or All Pros on top of it.
That's more than Kansas City or San Fran, who are both in the Super Bowl. So talent was not your issue.
Hey, Brock, I just sent you another piece of sound. Can we play this, too? Because I have a question for you, too. Because last night, it was Christian McCaffrey was voted as the Offensive Player of the Year. We knew that would be a close vote with Tyreek Hill, CeeDee Lamb. Both had great seasons. And, I was surprised. Probably shouldn't have been because they're right there. But Christian McCaffrey was there.
Yeah.
A lot of times the players who are playing in the Super Bowl won't be there.
Yeah.
But so here's Christian McCaffrey. He came out to accept his piece of hardware as the best offensive player in 2023.
Man, this is such an honor. First and foremost, I want to thank God. I feel so blessed to be standing up here right now. I want to thank my family, my fiance. You guys know how much I love you. Your support means absolutely everything to me. All the sacrifices that you make for me, it's not easy, and it doesn't go unseen, and I'm not up here without you guys, so thank you. To Jed, to John, to Kyle, the whole 49ers organization, you guys took a gamble on me last year and traded for me, and I feel so fortunate to be a part of the best organization on the planet, so thank you guys so much for doing that and believing in me.
McCaffrey, that's a really cool story in that, I mean, when you consider the full circle that he grew up, his father, of course, Ed McCaffrey, starred on the Broncos teams that Mike Shanahan coached to Super Bowl, back-to-back Super Bowls. He grew up around that team.
When they were together before that, right? When they were together with the 49ers?
Who?
McCaffrey and Shanahan.
When
like the original McCaffrey, when Mike was an offensive coordinator.
Yeah, he might have been.
I believe they go way back.
Yeah, way back.
Yeah, I believe they go way. That's kind of the whole thing, is that these families have been like intertwined forever.
Yeah, Christian McCaffrey and of course Ed McCaffrey, and the Shanahans, and so they trade for him, and he becomes the missing piece.
Yeah, he was in San Fran in '94.
Yeah, when they won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and when Shanahan went to Denver, he brought him with him.
Yeah,
he's like, nah, I like this guy. He knows how to run my offense. Take that guy with me.
That's right.
Yeah,
and then won 2 Super Bowls in Denver.
Yep.
Got over the hump there, and so yeah, he's grown up with the Shanahans, and to make that trade, to make that move, to be the finishing piece, I think is pretty interesting. Now I'll ask this question: is he the Is he the greatest white running back of all time, Ron?
White wide receiver?
White running back of all time?
Oh, Christian McCaffrey?
Yes.
Oh.
Does he go past John Riggins and Larry Zonka?
That's a
Mike Allstott?
I think he is.
I think he is, right?
I think he is.
Because we were watching the honors last night, and my wife said, "Who's
is.
that?" And I said, "It's Christian McCaffrey." She said, "What does he do? Running back? He's a running back?
Running back? What? What? Those exist? Like, yeah, it's the white rhino. I think you're right about that. I mean, I hadn't broken it down, but you're right. I guess got to go back now through the deep history of the NFL because that's when you had more of your white running backs.
Well, you got Mike Allstott, Doak Walker.
Yeah, see, you're going old school now.
You're going way back.
That's what I'm saying. That's where you got to go, though. To find
Bronco
the right
Nagurski.
There you go.
However you pronounce that.
John Riggins, Riggo.
John Riggins
is probably because he won Super Bowls and won a Super Bowl MVP award.
Is he considered the standard for white running backs?
He was the diesel, man.
Really?
He was the diesel.
Okay.
But Christian McCaffrey is freakishly talented, and he was even at Stanford. I remember he was a Heisman contender at Stanford. Remember when he was at Stanford, he did everything. He returned kicks, he returned punts, he was a running back, he was a receiver. He was unbelievable. But what's interesting, Rod, he was in the MVP vote too, Christian McCaffrey. But he wins the Offensive Player of the Year. And Rod, you long lobbied for the white cornerback.
Oh yeah,
trying
to bring him back. He's coming back too.
There's going to be a first-round draft pick this year.
Yeah, it's going to be the kid from Iowa,
Cooper DeJean.
Kid out of Iowa, man.
Cooper DeJean. Yeah, he's going to be a first-round pick.
He's going to be a good player. Yep. So it's my mission is accomplished. We got it done.
We got it done.
We brought him back, baby.
Cooper.
Hey, this is pretty funny. When you asked that, I looked up white running backs all-time NFL, and the first thing that popped up was a Bleacher Report article from 2010 that's like Peyton Hillis on his way to become the greatest white running back of all time.
Oh, the Arkansas running back.
Yeah. Oh, man. That's what I'm saying. We got to do more research. It's got to be before that. It would have to be somebody better. And John Riggins would have been.
Riggo.
There's no way Allstott would have been approaching Riggins' status.
Allstott was a fullback.
Yeah, he's a fullback.
Goal line runner.
Yeah.
I mean, Christian McCaffrey is the ultimate weapon in football right now. And, this Cooper DeJean we're going to talk about out of Iowa, Ron.
Cooper DeJean.
This is no fluke here that he's going to be playing corner. That guy played at Iowa. But when he was in high school in the state of Iowa,
yeah, he's a freak athlete.
He was a basketball player, and he's career points rank him only behind the NFL tight end T.J. Hawkinson in the state of Iowa history.
Oh, yeah.
He also the only other players who scored more points in Iowa schoolboy history than Cooper DeJean, T.J. Hawkinson, and Harrison Barnes, who's still playing in the NBA right now.
That's pretty impressive.
He was also
really?
He also had the fastest 100-yard dash time of any runner in the state during his time in high school. He's a superstar.
Yeah, he's a great athlete.
He was a quarterback coming out of high school, but chose playing defense at Iowa over playing quarterback at South Dakota State. So, yes, we're going to have a first-round white cornerback, Rod. So they're full
it's
circle.
happening, yeah. I mean, I don't know how long that's been. I don't even know if they had white cornerbacks. They were being drafted in the first round.
Jason Sehorn is the last one I can remember.
Well, Rod,
but I don't know if Jason Sehorn was drafted in the first round.
I don't think he was.
I don't think he was.
Is it?
I think he was drafted
in
later
the story
on.
that you took his job?
I was drafted to replace Jason Sehorn. That is true. Yeah, the last white cornerback, that starting white cornerback, and then obviously they thought it would work out a little bit differently, but it did not. Yeah, he was drafted in second round. So he was drafted pretty high, 59th.
There you go.
Yeah, that's pretty high.
All right.
He went to Shasta first, and then went to USC.
Shasta.
What
is that? I thought that was like
a community college. It's a public community college in Redding, California. Wow. So even the white cornerback, he had to go to Shasta first before USC picked him up.
Shasta CC.
Man, that's crazy.
That's awesome. All right, Lamar Jackson MVP,
Making
49
history.
out of the 50 first place votes. CMC, the offensive player. Myles Garrett, that was a close vote. And as we said earlier, Texans sweep rookies of the year. And that's the second straight year that's happened. The Jets did it last year with Sauce Gardner and Garrett Wilson.
Yep.
So it's back-to-back years that the rookies of the year have been on the same team.
And that means you got to win Executive of the Year.
That
was the case.
And I said this earlier. D'Amico Ryans, if you look at the vote with Kevin Stefanski, was a dead heat. It was 165 total points both, and all that separated it was one first-place vote. Kevin Stefanski got 21. D'Amico Ryans got 20, or he would have been the Coach of the Year. So I'm going Co-Coach of the Year. Co-Coach of the Year.
That would have been great if they did that. They could have done that.
Which needs to make Nick Caserio the Executive of the Year. I think that's an honor they give out like at the winter meetings or something when they all gather. With
I don't know
manager.
when they give it out. They give it out because I see it, but I don't know. I don't know why they wouldn't give it out in this award ceremony. That seems stupid.
Well,
I mean, this is your award ceremony. Why not have executive of the year? Is it because maybe the other executives vote on it?
I think that's how that goes. I think when they get they do the GM meetings, the winter meetings or something, and all the GMs are there and the owners, they honor the executive of the year. But I mean, it's going to be a slam dunk. I mean, Brad Holmes in Detroit's going to get some love for what he's done.
Some love, yeah.
But man, I mean, to draft the both rookies of the year, to hire a first-year head coach who's coach of the year essentially, and then to get out from under the Deshaun Watson trade the way they did, and rebuild and restock and have all the cap space. That's why the Texans are seen as a rising stock right now, and Nick Caserio deserves a lot of credit for that right now.
I agree.
Got a lot of things right. Because you can't get them all right, Rod. You're going to get something wrong.
He got way more right than he got wrong.
Got a lot of the heavy lifting right.
You know what? Honestly, it's not a lot that he's gotten wrong in like the last 2 years since Nick Caserio started really putting his vision into place.
Yeah, you're right.
Because he's hit on a lot of those draft picks. He's hit on a lot of those guys, the mid-round draft picks. But
worst pick he's made was Kenyon Green out of Texas A&M in the middle of the first round, and that's really just because of an injury. Can't stay healthy. I can't stay on the field. He looked like because I remember the Cowboys were high on Kenyon Green too for an interior offensive lineman, and those guys usually, if you take one, they just play for 10 years and they're steady. Kenyon can't stay healthy right now for Houston, so that's true. And as I said, now the Houston Texans can build, and we talked about this yesterday. Would Saquon Barkley be someone they go after? Because I mentioned this that Christian McCaffrey, he was the finishing touch for San Francisco. Saquon Barkley has a lot of the skill set and similar skill set to Christian McCaffrey. And Bobby Slowick was there when Christian McCaffrey showed up and knows what he can do. That would be a nice piece. I mean, they'll have other suitors because the reports are that Jim Harbaugh with the Chargers is hot to trot on Saquon Barkley when they get to.
I could see that.
Yeah, because he wants to pound the rock. But Houston, man, with that quarterback and those pieces, that offensive line, Saquon Barkley could be a problem for the AFC.
Yeah, and I wonder
because he's the closest thing to Christian McCaffrey as far as a running back goes.
Yes, and both of them had injury issues, and I will say that Christian McCaffrey the last 2 years has been able to avoid the injury concerns. I don't know if it's the way they're utilizing him or what, but that was a big issue, and never seen Christian McCaffrey stay this healthy this late recently.
Yeah,
I think he just didn't want to play for the Panthers.
That could be us. Also, could be the case.
That was a pretty bad team on his way out. And I will also say that he is engaged to Miss Universe or a former Miss Universe, so that can't hurt either.
Yeah. Well, in terms of the injuries?
Well, no, I mean, as far as living life.
Oh, okay,
living the dream.
Yeah.
MVP, Super Bowl.
Make you want to miss more time, though, isn't it?
Yeah, he's engaged to a former Miss Universe. I mean, there are worse roles.
They've been together for a long time, too.
Yeah, Olivia Culpo.
They've been together for a little while, I thought.
Olivia, yeah.
Yeah, been wondering why he hadn't put a ring on it. Maybe he's waiting on the Super Bowl ring first.
Well, by the way, speaking of that, I think I got to look up this story. Maybe this is an off-the-record story, but Olivia Culpo, she pulled some strings because I remember seeing a story where the McCaffreys weren't going to be able to. They didn't have the cash to buy a suite for the Super Bowl because they wanted, the McCaffrey suite. She's like, we don't have that kind of money. Are you kidding me? To get a suite at the Super Bowl, they're like $1 million. And apparently Olivia Culpo pulled it off. Like somehow she pulled some strings.
Like raised the money?
Yeah, got him in a suite or got a suite for that. I don't know how it worked. I got to get the details. But Miss Universe got the McCaffreys in.
Hey, it's
kind of like you, Rod.
You
know who you know, man.
It is about who you know. Trust me. But no, they've been together since 2019.
Yeah, good for them.
They've been together a little while.
All right, so we got subplots.
So while we're talking about the awards last night, I know y'all said that you were surprised that Joe Flacco won Comeback Player of the Year. You know what really surprised me last night?
What's that?
It was the Offensive Rookie of the Year. Not that C.J. Stroud won it, because I thought he would win it, but he got 48 of the 50 first-place votes. Yep. I figured Puka Nacua would get a little bit more love than that with all the records he broke this year.
Yeah, it's just a quarterback position. That's all it is. I mean, they were both record setters at their position, but quarterback gets more attention.
Well, look, I mean, C.J. Stroud got 48 first-place votes, 2 second-place votes. Puka Nacua got 2 first-place votes and 48 second-place votes.
Yeah.
It was one of those two. So they they went quarterback over receiver. Yeah. Both had record-setting rookie years for their position.
Yeah, you may argue that Puka's was more impressive or something. You could argue that, I guess, but most people, it's just these days, we're quarterback-centric.
Yeah,
well, do you remember y'all remember in 2016 when it was Dak and Zeke's rookie year and they cut the trophy in half, gave it to both of them? If there was any year to do that, it would have been this year. I feel like with those two.
Quarterbacks.
Yeah, you could argue that, but man, the NFL wants to push quarterbacks. They love when there's a new superstar quarterback for an organization that basically becomes a savior for that organization, and that's what CJ is for the Texans. He's their savior. Puka's not that.
Yeah, good point.
They just won a Super Bowl. Matt Stafford came there and helped them win a Super Bowl. They got Sean McVay. He's not the savior. The savior of the organization right now is CJ Stroud.
Well, and
so that's what it is.
And
but you're right, that's a good point, though, bro.
Puka Nacua is playing the deepest position in football in the game at any level, and C.J. Stroud's playing the most difficult and the hardest to find. So when he plays like he does, he looks like a 5-year veteran as a rookie, he's going to get that vote. All right, good stuff right there. We'll come back. When we do, we'll go at the turn. We'll be halfway through our 5-hour conversation. Plus, Rod will take us behind the burn orange curtain. And at the turn, Rod, a PGA Tour player had to withdraw from the tournament because he missed his tee time. Details coming. Hook him up with Ian Rodby.
General Store, helping to keep your yard in golf course condition year-round for 45 years. It's always a good day to make it a Callahan's Day.
Indeed. As we said, tomorrow, noon to 4, they're going to have live music out of Callahan's General Store on the parking lot there, the Zydeco Band. Getting ready for Mardi Gras, Rod. Getting ready for the festivities of next Tuesday into Wednesday. Of course, Fat Tuesday. How about that Fat Tuesday on Valentine's Day?
Oh, how often does that happen?
Rare. Obviously, Fat Tuesday coincides with the beginning of Lent. And, here we go. We're going Zydeco music big this weekend out at the Callahan's General Store. While you're picking up all the supplies that you need, go check it out. And they usually have food going on and all kinds of great stuff at Callahan's. And the band is it's Charles Thibodeau and the Cajun Aces.
The Cajun Aces.
I've seen them. We have our neighborhood. We have a big crawfish boil in April, or March or April, and they always come play that. They're a great band. Go check them out. Hey, Rod, you buying this? So a PGA Tour golfer who has played and teed off in 520 events on the PGA Tour.
Okay.
Lucas Glover missed his tee time at 8:26 local time out in Phoenix yesterday, or Scottsdale. missed his tee time. He says he just misread the text message from PGA Tour officials because you get a text of your tee time.
Okay,
he says he misread it at TPC Scottsdale.
What did he think it was?
He didn't say much. He just said,
okay.
I misread it. So, or, Scottsdale Road.
Well, too much partying going on?
If it was a younger guy, you might think that this guy's played a lot. I think he's won a major, Lucas Glover, right?
Okay.
826. He missed it. So now got to withdraw from the tournament. You're out. Do not.
You missed your tee time. You're done.
You're done. You're done, son.
There's no way. We
you're out. You can't make up those holes, obviously. So he's out, and a lot of guys.
So weird.
Xander Schauffele pulled out of this tournament, and the weather not good out at Scottsdale. You're used to this being the big party. It was raining yesterday, winds blowing, weather's been a mess in the West. Even if you're watching the coverage of the Super Bowl right up the road, you better take a coat, Rod. It's been cold in the desert. So
yeah, man.
Check the weather when you're headed out there to the Super Bowl this weekend. Also from golf, Tiger Woods has confirmed that he will be playing in the 2024 Genesis Invitational coming up at Riviera Country Club.
Tiger Woods, yo.
Yeah.
Well,
and that's his tournament, correct? I mean, he hosts that. That's the tournament at which afterwards he had the car wreck in the Genesis. Remember?
Oh.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, the Genesis Invitational.
Now, Tiger, can he? Well, he doesn't have to walk the course, though, does he?
Yes, he does.
Will he?
Yeah, he will.
I don't know if he can still walk a course.
He can for certainly 18 and usually 36, but the problem with Tiger is by 72 holes by Sunday.
He's in the final round if he makes it there.
Well, and what Tiger has talked about is the trouble he has is, golfers will play 18 holes and then they'll go to the range and beat balls for an hour to work on some things that weren't working. And Tiger says he certainly hadn't been able to do that.
Can't do that.
It's good. It's enough to get through 18 holes.
Too much wear and tear.
And then he's got to go straight back and do the rehab. Now I think he's progressed from there because he's talked about how he doesn't have pain anymore. It's really just about the movement and the other is just the wear and tear. But he walked 72 holes. A rejuvenated Woods walked 72 holes in competition for the first time in 2023 at this tournament last year.
Okay.
So we'll see. And he hosts this tournament. So Tiger Woods confirmed. That's in a couple of weeks there in
there'll always be big news.
L.A., California.
Tiger decides to play again. But I think but Tiger's days of being a golfer that can win any major is done, right?
I think the next time we see Tiger hoisting trophies will be in a couple of years when he's 50 and he joins the Champions Tour.
Yeah, there you go. That makes sense.
And he joins the Champions Tour.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's a 3-round event and they can drive carts.
There you go. That makes sense. They won't be worn out by the final round.
That's exactly right.
Still have some left.
Yeah, you'll start. He may show up and dominate the Champions Tour because he got to be 50.
Mm-hmm.
When he gets to that deal, look out.
I mean, he's gonna be a young
and
buck.
He'll be mad about it too.
He'll be a young buck among them old men. Then
yeah,
that's true.
Yeah, and then guess what? Guess what's gonna get really popular? The Champions Tour.
Oh, because Tiger's on it. Damn right.
Yeah.
I don't even know what's the major events on the Champions Tour.
They got the champion. They got a U.S. Open, and I don't know.
Their own version of everything.
They got
it's a Champions version of it.
But Tiger's showing up to wreck shop.
But that's not. You don't get. Those majors don't count though. You went on.
No.
Yeah.
But TV networks don't care if you're going to put Tiger Woods on TV.
That's true. They don't care.
We're doing it.
They just need some names, some recognizable names. And
Phil did it for a while before he went to Live, and there are some pretty big names of former golfers on the tour, but not Tiger Woods, obviously. All right, let's get to that's going to wrap up the At the Turn, halfway through our Friday conversation headed into Super Bowl 58, brought to you by Callahan's General Store.
At the Turn is presented by Callahan's General Store, helping to keep your yard in golf course condition year-round for 45 years. It's always a good day to make it a Callahan's Day.
And they were all asking themselves the same question.
Rocky,
what is behind that curtain?
All right, let's get into a little bit of a Super Bowl related conversation, since obviously a lot of this discussion is about the Super Bowl matchup between the Chiefs and the 49ers. But I want to talk about the influence that this Shanahan offense has had on Sark. Sark has openly admitted his admiration for the Shanahan coaching tree. He's talked about how he went, to L.A. to study Sean McVay's offense. He's admitted that he and Kyle Shanahan are really good friends and talks to him all the time about ideas and offensive philosophy. He's admitted that, Matt LaFleur is one of his other favorite coaches. Anybody on that Mac Shanahan coaching tree. And he's admitted that he steals ideas, right? I steal ideas. I steal concepts from the best offenses in football at the NFL and the pro level. And when he followed Shanahan in Atlanta, I think it really crystallized a lot of the viewpoints that they share in common in terms of their offensive ideology. And I think that's when Sark really became an admirer of the offense. He's not from the Shanahan coaching tree, but he's an admirer of it. And there are certain concepts, certain vital kind of core vital different ideas that they share that and I think Sark has used those ideas and he's implemented them in his offense now, and I think they are becoming staples of his offense now. One of them is, we talk about this all the time, is pre-snap motion. Sark loves pre-snap motions and shifts, and he uses it in a variety of ways. Shanahan was probably the biggest innovator in the NFL when it came to pre-snap motions and shifts, using them in a number of ways, and then coming up with their own creative shifts and creative types of motion. Mike McDaniel just did one this year. They called it, some people call it the cheat motion, some people call it the cheetah motion, and we saw Sark use it as well, where you get the wide receiver running parallel to the line of scrimmage and getting a running start while the ball is snapped. So at the time of the snap, the wide receiver is already in motion, but in motion parallel to the line of scrimmage, but it gives them a running start. Sark has used it. Everybody across the NFL has used it, but it came from Mike McDaniel. Once again, came from that Shanahan coaching tree. And Steve Young recently has been breaking down a lot of different concepts from the Mike Shanahan and now the Kyle Shanahan offense. And he was talking about motion and what it does for the offense and what it does for the quarterback specifically. Here is Steve Young. If you can have this, Brock, please. Here is Steve Young talking about the advantages to motion, so much of it from that Shanahan offense.
He uses motion a lot. And in motion makes a defense speak to you. Yeah. He wants as much information out of you before he snaps the football. He'll do it with formation. He'll do it with different people in different spots. He asks his players, Christian McCaffrey, can you line up at receiver? Yes. Yeah. Can you line up in the slot? Yes. Can you line up off the line at tight end? Can you line up in the eye? And because of that, he can now, because defenses all go like, where's Christian McCaffrey? Okay, I got to do certain things when I see that. So he has the defense speak to you and give you as much information as you possibly can get from them before the snap. And what is Brock Purdy's best quality? Taking all that information, give that to me, because every inch of that I'm going to make you pay.
Yeah, and that's kind of what it's about. He wants you to have to reveal the rules of the defense. And once he knows the rules of the defense, he can violate those rules. Sark does a really good job of this too. That's one of the other staples I think they share in common. And I was recently listening to all these great, obviously, audio from Super Bowl Row. I think it was Rachaad White. He was a running back. Rachaad White, he's a running back with Tampa, I believe. Yes, with Tampa. And he was talking about how they stole some of the Shanahan motion concepts, and he found out why they do it. And at first, he said, he was a little bit ignorant to it, but then found out the advantages of using that motion just from the running back position. Here is Rachaad White.
Have you noticed that little shuffle motion they do with McCaffrey?
Yeah.
What is that?
So the biggest thing about that, and I was talking to him, my coach, Skip Pete, my first year with him.
Yeah.
And I was started killing in the pass game so much, and he was telling me, because I didn't know what that was either. I thought they was just doing it, like I said, just to do it.
Just for viewers, basically they'll have McCaffrey in the backfield, and then he just sort of
just shuffle out, just hop out.
So it's
just hop out.
It's an unconventional pre-snap motion.
So Coach Canales, he started putting plays in certain things for us. So the biggest thing for him, they don't want, if it's a free release, they don't want him to get touched. Right. So when you an asset like that, sometimes defensive ends are taught and they see you because you got to do a little arc coming out. Mm-hmm. So they see you. Sometimes defensive end, they taught to just chip the running back.
Right.
So the biggest thing for that shuffle, obviously, is to get him to not get chipped by the running back. So he has a lot of momentum, too, when the ball is snapped, to just be able to go. And then, obviously, that's the biggest thing. You want to be able to hit a linebacker full speed and things like that, because now he got to guess which way you're going to go on a lot of things.
See, I mean, it's all leverage. It's all finding ways to get the defense to reveal what their responsibilities and obligations are. And then get them basically ultimately to violate whatever their roles and responsibility, violate the rules, the structural integrity of the defense. And Sark does a really good job of this too. That's what the shifts and the motions are all about. If you go look at the top 4 teams in the NFL in motion rate, it's Miami, it's the Rams, it's San Fran, it's Green Bay. I mean, they're all above 64% motion rate. And I think Sark actually is a little low considering he's an admirer of that coaching tree, and considering how all of those offenses have weaponized motion, he uses it about 55% of the time. That's a little low. I think this year you could see Sark take that to 60, 65%. I mean, he could even go as high as 70%, and I think he would do himself a huge favor because I wouldn't track targets to motion, which is anytime you target a player who was in motion at the time of the snap or prior to the snap. I've been tracking it for 3 years. Guys, it's one of the most successful passing concepts that Sark can use, averaging over 10 yards per attempt last year, 78% completion percentage in 2022. Same thing, 10 yards per attempt, over 80% completion percentage. In 2021, you think it falls off? No. Still get 8.4 yards per attempt, 81% completion percentage anytime you target a player who was in motion prior to the snap or at the time of the snap. So that is a Shanahan staple that has now become a Sark staple. And I think when he was forced to dive down the rabbit hole and really learn as much as he could about the Shanahan offense after following him in Atlanta, and Dan Quinn said, I don't want to change too much of the offense. I want a lot of it to stay the same. Sark really challenged himself to be able to morph and mold that offense and try to basically put his own spin, his own cover version of a Shanahan offense that season, and it was really compelling. I went back and watched film of it too. It's fascinating. One of the other fascinating things is Shanahan uses more two-back sets than anybody else in the league. 40% of the time, 21 or 22 personnel, two backs, one tight ends, two backs, two tight ends. And how the hell, if you're Sark and you got a pro spread offense with a West Coast passing game, how do you morph those two ideas when you don't have a lot of two tailback sets or two back sets, period? Now, Shanahan uses a fullback, a traditional fullback, and Sark decided to use more of the pony package, two tailbacks. That was his spin on it, and it actually worked out pretty well. He used Tevin Coleman, Devontae Freeman as his two tailbacks, and that pony package is something that Sark has built on since he got here to Texas. Ironically, he ended up with the best running back room in the country to help him weaponize that package, and then he brought in a guy like Brennan Marion with the go-go offense, which is a two tailback offense with a West Coast passing game and a triple option running game, and I believe the way that Sark basically the way he intertwined the offenses, the way that he decided to meld them and morph them was through the West Coast passing game, because that's the commonality, right? That is the similar core principle that both of those offenses had in common, was that both of them were West Coast passing games. So you start there, and then you start building on the similar concepts. And honestly, that's where Brennan Marion's go-go offense and Sark's offense were able also to morph, is because they're both West Coast passing games. I think that's where it started too. So Sark hasn't run more pony package, but he needs to, because it is his most effective, most explosive, and most efficient personnel grouping to date since he's been here at Texas. Nothing has been more effective than the pony package, and a lot of those ideas originally came from trying to transition that Atlanta offense from Shanahan's offense to his offense, and he had to go down the rabbit hole to find out what are the commonalities, what are the common traits of these offenses, so that I can combine a lot of the characteristics. And I think we've seen that come to fruition in several ways. So that's another way. We talked about condensed and compressed sets yesterday, but Sark used a lot of condensed and compressed sets too. The 49ers lead the NFL in condensed and compressed sets, and it's crazy. My boy Shannon said when he first got into coaching, everything was out of spread sets. Every diagram, when you were watching film, breaking down, everything started with the spread, and essentially he just bucked the trend. And that's also another way I think that Sark wanted to combine the core principles of the offenses. Those condensed and compressed sets make you less predictable. They dictate terms because DBs have to play outside leverage. They're usually going to put another guy in the box. You force cornerbacks have to be forced run defenders. It allows you to, DBs have to play off coverage because they don't want to get picked or up. It allows you to dictate terms, and that's what Sark wants to do constantly. Dictate terms. Always be basically the one that is dictating the tempo and being able to force defense to react to you and force them to be reactionary rather than you react to the defense.
Good stuff. Rod Babers behind the burnt orange curtain, how Sark will use his offense similar to what you'll see on Sunday with Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers and all those weapons. All right, we'll come back. When we do, it's off the record time. We've got some interesting stories, Rod, including we've got some surveys. We got to get to. And off the record coming next. Hook 'em up with Ian Rodby.
happening?
You know.
You don't know.
We agreed on like 4.
Compromise. That's marriage.
That's marriage.
Compromise. That's good because
But I told some of my boys to come on over about 3:30.
But it doesn't start sharp, right? Don't they start like the national anthem and then like the
they start
Star-Spangled Banner? They do a lot of stuff.
Starts at 5:30, but they do all the lead up and
so it's
the watching begins about 5 o'clock.
Yeah, I got a good drinking game for y'all.
What's that?
Take a shot every time Tony Romo says, "I don't know, Jim."
I don't know, Jim. I don't actually. I don't do shots. That's not happening.
Too old for that.
But you got to. I gave that up in
too
my
wise
20s,
for
my
that.
early 20s.
Yeah.
They you do, but you got to get your Super Bowl squares done. You got to get your shotgun boards ready. You got to get everything ready.
Yeah,
That's when you visit and eat and stuff is before the game. Then when the game starts, you're on. You're watching the game.
I know. But that's not been for what I've been told. I told people like to socialize during the game. Talk about commercials.
That's why I got TVs in 3 rooms.
Yes.
This is the watching room.
And it's considered rude to leave your own party to go watch a football game.
Don't care.
Don't care. Don't care. Still happening.
What do you have, Rod, and off the record?
Okay, so this actually is a viral clip that made its way around the internet, I believe, earlier this week. Tulsa head coach Kevin Wilson apparently was doing a media availability. I think it was signing day. He was doing a media availability about the latest recruiting class they signed, and he was talking about how they signed one of the top recruiting classes in their school's history, and they did it with zero money for NIL, basically. Like no money for NIL. And he basically went as far as to read a text message or a text exchange he was having with a prospective student athlete about NIL. Here is the audio of the head coach Kevin Wilson of Tulsa.
So here's a great text message right here. Typical in first questions is, what do you get? I go, you'll get nothing and like it. That's what they said, and that's what they told Spalding, right? From a guy saying, hey coach, just asking, about money. I'm not a money-hungry person, don't need a ton of money, but this is a transfer. I've been getting about $6 to $7K a month. I got 3 dogs and a girlfriend, so what do you think I'll get there? And I said, the first thing you need to do is drop the dogs, and I'm not sure about the girl. I go, we'll explain our incentive-based plan that we use is based on academic success, not allocating any NIL funds. We're starting that now. We'll have a clear direction if and when we get anything. But I have not and will not promise anything until I know for sure what I got. I'll disclose you on a visit how we do our academic-based plan.
Wow.
There you go.
Man,
Drop the girl. Drop the
I tell
dog.
you, drop the dogs. That's pretty mean-spirited, man. Just the dogs will be more loyal than the girl most of the time.
We'll pick that up on the next hour because I do think there's
That's
an interesting
pretty wild.
conversation about recruiting at that level. All right, Rod, couple of surveys you need to know about, because you ever heard the old phrase that like sex is like pizza, like sex is like pizza?
Even when it's good, it's bad?
Yeah, it's pizza.
Yeah.
You know, it might be not the best you've ever
Even
had,
when
but
it's
it's still
bad,
damn
it's good.
pizza.
Yeah, when it's bad,
so I've
it's
got a
good.
survey on both right here.
Yeah.
So on pizza, today is National Pizza Day. Today is National Pizza Day. So with your teeth, are you able to eat pizza, Rod, you think? Maybe with a knife and a fork?
I'm not sure, actually. I'm not sure. It's a good question.
It
Good
is. So
question.
the survey says that 26% of people eat their pizza with a knife and a fork, at least sometimes.
My wife does.
19% never eat the crust.
I never eat the crust.
And 0% of the survey says they never eat pizza. So, good for them.
Yeah. No, I don't eat crust either.
Do you fold it?
No, don't fold my
You
pizza.
fold the piece?
And I don't eat the crust. My wife does use a knife and a fork at times, and it's something to do with like her dental stuff.
I got it.
She has some dental work
You don't want to bite down on the front.
Yeah, it's
sometimes.
something going on with her. So yeah, you're right. I never thought about it, but you're right about that.
Can I ask some clarification on the knife and fork? What if the toppings fall off the pizza and then you use a fork to eat the
That's
toppings
fine.
that fell
That's
off? Does
fine.
that count?
Yeah, really the question is, do you pick it up in your hand and eat it?
Yeah, like my pizzas are never that extravagant though, so I don't ever have that many toppings where they fall off. I'm pretty much a
I've had some
pepperoni sausage and a cheese guy. That's it for
Me
my
too.
pizza.
I
I don't want
mushrooms
anything
I'm
else.
good with.
Nope, I don't want
I'm good.
vegetables on my pizza.
I'm with you. But I do like mushrooms. But I'm good. But sausage and pepperoni be the.
That's just me.
That's me.
Yeah, I'm plain Jane when it comes to my pizza.
And by the way, the crust, you know what I do? I then dip them in like some ranch at the end, and that becomes like a second piece.
Yeah, see, I don't do ranch. I don't
love-
do
oh,
white.
you don't do
I
white
white
condiments.
condiments at all. So
On
do that either.
the on the pizza like sex kind of thing, here's a
That's
survey
right, bro.
on sex related injuries. Rod, number one, sex related injury people have suffered.
Back.
Carpet burn. 65% of people.
Carpet burn.
Carpet burn.
Get on the bed or on a couch.
Varieties of spice of life.
What? Carpet burn?
Bruises, 54%. Pulled muscle, 39%.
Okay. All right.
UTI, 23%. You could look it up. Back injury, 16%.
Oh, I thought more back injuries out there.
All the way down to number 9 is the always fun penis fracture. Penis fracture.
Oh, yeah.
3%.
Dennis Rodman did that like 3 different times.
A friend of mine here in the hood did that.
Did he really?
Yeah, it's not pretty. Don't ask him about it.
Oh, yeah.
He's coming to my Super Bowl party, so I'm not asking him about it.
Ooh, and once you do it once, I think it makes you susceptible to it happening again.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm telling him that.
No, it does.
I'm telling him that.
Yeah.
Because it's more fragile.
Yeah, that's what Dennis Rodman said anyway. It's happened like 3 times to him. He broke his junk.
I'm telling him.
You say carpet burn was the #1 injury?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. Come on. Y'all just lazy. Get off the floor and get on the bed. What are you doing?
Yeah, sometimes.
Carpet burn
when
on the face or what?
I think the knees and elbows probably the most common. We'll be back. Hook 'em up with Ian Rodby. in the first hour
Yeah.
and talk Super Bowl, obviously. But that's awesome. I'm excited you're going to take some pictures for me.
I will.
Take some pictures.
I'll send you some good photos.
Do you have seats?
Yeah, got seats, everything. Got
Can't
good
wait
seats.
for those eyewitness.
Yeah,
How about that?
good
What are those
seats.
shows going to get you an eyewitness Super Bowl account on
It's gonna
Monday
be-
morning?
Yeah, it's gonna be good seats. I know. If I didn't have to have the wisdom teeth removal on Monday, it'd been a lot better because I could go to Vegas and eat and do what I wanted to do and hang out.
You're still limited.
I'm still limited in what I can do. So I'm gonna be going to Vegas like eating soft foods and like some lame
Ice cream.
Yeah, just weird, just being lame and weird. So that's in it. But I couldn't pass up an invitation. I couldn't do that. As long as the doctor gave me the okay, I was gonna go. And I want to see Shannon win a Super Bowl. I want to see it. I want to be there for it. So I told him, I said, I'm gonna be there for you, brother. You win your first one. I'm coming. I'm gonna be there in the building when it happens. So hopefully that is the case. But man, picking against Patrick Mahomes that's a fool's errand, as we know, and that's what I'm worried about. The inevitability of Patrick Mahomes, who's 9-3 as an underdog in his career, and that's the best marked by any quarterback in NFL history, actually. And then you have what I know as the sheer determination, the sheer will, and obsession that Shano has with the game and being a Super Bowl head coach. I am weighing those because I am too close to one side of it. I know you don't pick against Patrick Mahomes, but I also know how obsessed my good friend is with winning a Super Bowl.
I know.
And he's been up double digits in 2 Super Bowls and lost them both. Is he going to coach it differently? He's going to coach it more aggressively? I don't know, but he's going to change up something. I just don't know what it's going to be.
I'm trying to think. He was in grade school, middle school, when his dad led the Broncos to back-to-back Super Bowls. Is that right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, look, I'm as I say, I'm rooting for the 49ers. I really am. Because for the same reason, Kyle Shanahan, I think he deserves one. We don't deserve anything. You get what you earn.
Get what you earn, man.
But I'd like to see him get one. Andy Reid's already got 2. And Patrick Mahomes. And I like the Brock Purdy story. I like the team.
It's a great story.
But if you make me make a pick, I have to take the Chiefs. But
I
that's
agree.
just the way that works. But I will be rooting on Sunday for the 49ers. On our topics of the off the record, which we knew we would get, this says. Guys, San Francisco, you go Rice-A-Roni for your Super Bowl party.
Rice-A-Roni.
The San Francisco treat.
That is pretty damn good. Well done.
This
I like
is deep
that.
dish and Detroit-style pizza can get a little difficult eating by hand. That's true.
I don't like Chicago style or Detroit style. I'm a New York style pizza guy. Period. That's it.
It's kind of like SEX, right? I like all those things.
Really? You like the deep dish?
I do.
Oh.
I like thin. I like deep. I like
that. I like deep.
Yeah, like we go to Chicago. And my aunt, my mom's oldest sister has a great condo right in downtown Chicago, right in the Golden Triangle area.
Great city.
And so she'll invite us up, and we'll stay there. Sometimes she won't be; she'll be traveling. But it's right where you want to be. And there's Lou Malnati's Pizza is right down the street, right there. You can
I've heard of this.
And it's deep dish.
Yes, I've heard of this.
It's so good. I mean, but I also like the thinner crust pizzas. I'm not at all against any type of pizza. I just like it. But but you only eat like a piece, and you do eat it with a knife and a fork because you're gonna be full.
I know I can't do it for somebody who doesn't like bread that much because I don't eat the crust of the pizza. So I think people who like bread, you love.
There you go.
Dish.
There you go.
It's a bread thing because it's so much bread and it's good quality bread. I'm just saying I don't like a lot of bread. I want meat, I want cheese, no vegetables on my pizza, New York style. Keep it thin for me.
This says, guys, with these rug burns and sexes is not lazy, Rod, spontaneous. This says, carpet burn can come from doing the deed in the car. It's for real. Trust me. This says, my brother tore his ACL having relations.
You get rug burns from the car?
Hey, listen, use your imagination.
Maybe y'all taking off too many clothes to get this done. You
you
got to get butt naked to do it, right? You can still keep on some of the clothes.
Man, when you said carpet
car.
burn was like the #1 injury, I completely did not pick up what you were saying. I was thinking of something completely different.
Well, now you got it, don't you? You got the visual now?
Yeah, you got the visual?
Yeah. It could happen. I guess it could happen in a lot of ways, but you're right about that. I figure that when it starts on the carpet with me, we're gonna make the transition.
Yeah, at some point.
I will make the transition.
There.
We can start there, but then the transition, we will make our way to a more comfortable bed.
I get you.
Yeah, we can't be staying on the carpet. But you're right. Sometimes, hey, man, the mood hits you. It strikes you. It is what it is.
It is what it is.
It
is what it is. This says, Rod, don't go to Temptation Sunday while in Vegas like E. Hogan did. That's true. I did do that one time.
Oh, is that
I ended up at a gay pool party.
Oh, I bet that was live. But that was awesome. Gay pool party in Vegas sounds like a lot of fun.
It was a mistake. I mean, I was just trying to kill time before my flight, and I just wanted to go sit out by the pool because it was a beautiful day. And next thing you know, I was sitting under a tree doing some work, and because remember, you got to check out of your room at 11. My flight's not till like 5.
Yeah.
I'm like, now what am I going to do?
It's Vegas. What do you mean?
I'm out of money. I'm out of money.
Still plenty to do in Vegas when you're out of money. Trust me, I've been broke in Vegas before. It's still plenty to do.
So so I just went, and I had work to get done for the next day at the radio station. So I'm like, all right, let's go knock this out. And that was like 11:30, and by the time I look up at like 2, it's a full blown.
Oh,
because I thought it would just be
gay
out by
extravaganza.
The pool. And I realized it's like. This is all dudes.
This is all dudes. Oh, dudes in thongs. Oh, dudes in thongs. Why
is he on his shoulders?
Why is he grabbing his? Oh, okay.
How are these men so friendly?
Yeah, exactly. No, here's the question. What did you do when you found out? Did you leave?
You left, yeah.
Why'd you leave? Why'd you stay and have some fun?
I felt out of place.
Oh, come on. You never went to a gay club to party?
I haven't.
We used to go to gay clubs. They had the best drink specials.
I knew a lot of female friends who would go to gay clubs because they don't get hit on.
And
they can just dance.
And that's why every now and then you should go, too, because there's a lot of women there just hanging out. You're like, what the? Come on.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah. Trust me.
Didn't know that.
Back in the college, we used to go to the gay club every now and then.
There you go.
It wasn't bad.
Yeah. So, yeah, that was my, they're doing pool games.
Did you get hit on? Did somebody give you an eye?
No, I was outside the gate. I was just sitting under a tree doing my thing because I didn't want to put my swimsuit on because the initial thought was maybe I was getting in the pool, but I'm like,
there you go.
But I don't want to unpack and be wet. I got to go to the airport here.
Yeah, that's true. That would have sucked.
I'm like, come on, man.
Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't think about that.
Guys, I have a scar on my wrist. I was pinned underneath on my high school van, shaggin' wagon floor. People are
y'all are wildin'. How do you get on the floor of the van like that? That's what, good for y'all. I'm glad that the moment just strikes y'all and y'all gotta go.
Gotta go.
That's passion right there.
That's what it is, man.
That's beautiful. That's passion. God bless
they're
y'all.
weighing in on that. But yeah, it was a mistake. And then that was at the
what hotel was it?
The Pyramid Hotel.
Okay, I think I'm staying at the Bellagio.
Oh, nice. Well, then Bellagio right out front's where you're going to see all the a lot of activations are there.
Oh, a lot of what?
Yeah, I think like TV setups are out there.
Okay,
in the front.
yeah.
They want that. They want
that
fountain.
Yeah. They want the fountain. It is
for a backdrop. That was the same for the NFL draft. So you're going to be in and amongst it. That's when Bellagio's probably my favorite hotel there.
I think it is. I think I've stayed there like 3 times out of like the 5 times I've been. I always stay.
What's
at the
Pyramid called? That's where the
media
media's staying. Yeah. Don't say it the Luxor. Because I was there in July.
It's bad.
Well,
is it old? It's old though.
It's
right?
old.
They're all old, but some of them have been renovated.
But of course, when you're in your room, the windows are at a
slant,
and the air conditioner cannot keep it cool enough because it's staring into the sun of the desert in July.
I never thought about that actually. I never thought about that. I've never stayed there. I've never even been in one of the rooms. Now you said something.
Your room becomes like when your car is sitting in the sun all day. Your room just cannot get cool.
Interesting. Huh.
But yes, so then the Luxor is not. That's where the media is staying. Media is staying in the Luxor,
and it's another one,
and the Excalibur.
Excalibur,
which is right next door. Now it's perfect location because the stadium's right across the freeway from there. Mm-hmm. So it's really because obviously the Mandalay Bay would be the best of those 3 at the end.
Yeah,
that's the best of the hotels. That's where I was planning to go, the Mandalay Bay, because they apparently have a good pool party on Sundays, and I had to have a key. I didn't have a key. You
can always finagle your way. That's what Vegas is all about, man.
I tried.
The Vegas, what you got to, you got to find. You need to know like the valets and those kind of people because they're the ones who hook you up in Vegas.
That's right. I don't go enough. I'm not in the know there.
Well, you got to go and just tip one really well, and if they're in the know, then they will make the necessary connections for you. Like, all right, you know what? I'm trying to get into this party. Like, all right, I got a friend that works at that hotel. Let me see what's up, but you got to hook them up.
I do need hookups in Vegas one of these days. This says pulled my hamstring in the back of my car. This says we removed the back seat.
Whoa! Remove the back seat.
Yeah, come on, man.
Wow.
Yeah. People are getting this. Says when you're putting out your food for your Super Bowl party, don't forget San Francisco put out Ghirardelli chocolates.
Hey, I love Ghirardelli chocolate. I'm a huge fan. I got some at home right
now.
Oh, I got some at home right now. I'm a big fan.
Good choice.
I ordered online from the factory.
That good?
It's that good for me. Yeah, it might be my go-to chocolate right now.
All right, I like that.
Yeah.
We may have to put some of those out for the party on Sunday while
it's
we're thinking about Rod at the game. We'll be looking for you. Rob, we'll do your rant at the bottom of the hour because we're running out of time in this segment. I want to mention some numbers, and by the numbers, one is the number that we're talking about this morning because the Houston Texans have their first ever Hall of Famer. Andre Johnson voted in last night. And several people said, he should be in the Hall of Fame for the sole fact that he beat the hell out of Cortland Finnegan. Yeah,
I forgot about that.
Come on, man.
That's a great point. That was a great fight.
Oh, those two played each other twice a year, and they hated each other.
They legitimately hated each other.
Like
they wanted to do harm to each other.
Oh, yeah.
This wasn't some competitive hatred thing.
I don't know what kind of full cornerback would be picking a fight with Andre Johnson.
Corley Finn was a good player too.
He was a real good player.
He was a real good player.
Because he would end up. That would be his assignment.
Yep.
He's got to cover AJ.
I got to go back and watch that. I forgot how it started.
I mean, it would
they were just blocking each other
for a couple. Yeah, it was a block.
Yeah, just blocking them, and they just got frustrated. Man,
and my man Dre was not having any of it.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
And Dre's huge, and Corley Pickett is small.
I know.
He's like Rod B size, kind of small.
Well, when he came out of Miami, I think he was 220, but by the end of his career, he was going 230.
No, he was thick, man.
I mean, that's why we always say it was like Adrian Peterson. I mean, when you get the ball to him in space, I mean, you got a problem. You got a real problem. I'm glad he's going in. 2 is a number we're talking about because Lamar Jackson won his second MVP award last night.
Yep.
Which is big.
That is big.
You know, and also 2, Dak Prescott finished second, but he only got 1 first place vote last night. He was 49 of the 50 to Lamar Jackson. And it's funny, they went 1-2, and those are the 2 quarterbacks right now with the common parallel that they can't lift their teams in January and make runs. You made a great point earlier that Lamar Jackson's on the Peyton Manning career path.
Right now it is, yeah. I think that's the optimistic view.
Yeah, that he can become.
That he'll become Peyton Manning.
Because Peyton Manning was winning MVPs and setting records, but he was not winning January games.
Yep.
And couldn't beat the guy Tom Brady.
Yeah, exactly. And Tom Brady had already proven to be more clutch than him at the time in the postseason, even though he had proven to be a better regular season player. That's the hope. But if they can't find a way to vanquish Patrick Mahomes, he's never going to become that. He'll just be probably the most. I mean, we start looking at it because the track that he's on now with 2 MVPs already at this age, he could easily end up being probably the most disappointing of all like great quarterbacks.
The MVPs, yeah.
You know what I mean?
And he's now among that group of 9 players who have won multiple MVPs, quarterbacks, two or more. And he has led his team to the fewest amount of points per game in the playoffs, right? It's like 16 points a game.
Hey, they've scored their lowest amount of the season in the playoffs when he's played. Think about that.
That's terrible.
That's unbelievable. How is that possible?
It's a bad stat.
It's a horrible stat.
And look, I'll go back to the AFC Championship game, and I hated their game plan. I hate that they abandoned their run game, but Lamar needed to make more plays. We had the Shanahan sound yesterday. That a quarterback has to be a game manager first.
Yep.
Run our offense. But then when it doesn't happen, he's got to make plays. Now, Lamar Jackson makes plays.
He makes plays.
But he made one or 2 in that game, but just not enough against that Chiefs defense. 3, it was almost the number the Houston Texans had of award winners last night. They had Offensive Rookie of the Year, Defensive Rookie of the Year, and almost the Coach of the Year. DeMeco Ryans, by a complete eyelash, loses that to Kevin Stefanski. And as we said it would happen, it was kind of awkward because Stefanski wasn't there. He didn't go up to accept it. But
I wonder what Stefanski was doing. Maybe he had some probably family obligations.
Well, and Dak wasn't there.
Yeah,
not that I ever saw. I never saw Dak. CeeDee Lamb, when they won the moment of the year, the NFL moment with that 92-yard touchdown pass, neither of them were there. So Micah Parsons actually accepted the award on their behalf because Micah was there, obviously, up for Defensive Player of the Year. I don't know. I mean, Dak was up for MVP. Dak was up, I guess, didn't think he was going to win. I don't know. No clue where Dak was. He was not there. Jerry Jones was there. By all accounts, Jerry Jones inked the deal with Mike Zimmer to be their new defensive coordinator, on the red carpet, like on the way to the deal, like finalized it. And now Mike Zimmer will be the Cowboys' new defensive coordinator. Spent 12 years in Dallas from 1994 through 2006. That was through multiple coaches. Think about that, Rod. Mike Zimmer was there from Barry Switzer through Chan Gailey, Dave Campo, Bill Parcells, and then now off to the end. You like the hire. I know a lot of Cowboys fans are saying that calling it a retread. It's not an inspired hire by Jerry Jones, but it's probably the safest hire by Jerry Jones.
I think so, because first of all, you just talked about it. You want someone who knows the structure, the chain of command, the unusual chain of command of the Cowboys, and that's not something that's going to freak him out. I like having ex-head coaches on your staff, too. I think it's just good for you in terms of troubleshooting, being able to come up with solutions. Hell, just keeping Mike McCarthy from making some of the mistakes that they've made as head coaches. I just like having former head coaches on your staff.
Agreed.
And he's the most modern, he's the most recent and the most current of all of the DCs or defensive minds that they were interviewing at the time, which were Rex Ryan. I think he was a name they kept throwing out there, which I was a little shocked because it's been forever since we've seen, Rex Ryan call a defense. And the other, Ron Rivera was another name they threw out there. I think all those guys obviously have skins on the wall, but most recently, Mike Zimmer's got skins on the wall, and he's got it against, and I hate to keep bringing this up, he's got it against the McShanahan coaching tree. I remember playing in that division, or he's coaching in that division against Green Bay. Matt LaFleur, one of the most successful branches of that McShanahan coaching tree. He's got experience defending some of those unique concepts. and the combination of them. And I think for the Cowboys, when you got bounced in the playoffs the last 3 years by a McShanahan offense, that would help you too, as a defensive mind.
That's right.
Something to consider.
That is, for sure. Also, a number we've talked about this morning, 6. That's now the number of lifetime Longhorns going to be in Canton, Ohio, in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. You've been to Super Bowls. You ever been to the Pro Football Hall of Fame?
I'm not. I'm sad about that.
I grew up about 15 minutes from it, so like my aunt worked there when I was a kid.
Oh, wow.
I went there many times.
Man.
And it's expanded like crazy.
I'm jealous. That's awesome.
It's a cool place, but wait, from when we moved in 1980, but I've been back many times. But you should see the growth of what it was to what it is now. It's pretty massive. But Steve Mongo McMichael is going into the Hall of Fame. His wife Misty was there on his behalf last night. She has lobbied heavily to try to get Mongo into the Hall of Fame, and finally the Veterans Committee puts him in last night, along with Randy Gradishar, as far as veterans going in. And of course the modern class includes Andre Johnson, Julius Peppers, Dwight Freeney, Patrick Willis, Devin Hester. Any issues with any of those guys?
No, Devin Hester, I think he's a guy that gets in off, how unique he was as a returner and how deadly and lethal he was as a returner. We don't see that anymore. I think that's why he gets in, because if you got a chance to eye test and see Devin Hester, you don't experience that anymore watching football. You don't experience
do the kickoffs anymore.
When a player there's so much anticipation, a player's about to receive a kick that he could take it all the way to the house. We used to have that with certain players back in the day. Remember that, like Dante Hall returning punt?
They were weapons.
Deion Sanders returned a punt.
Draft them specifically for that ability.
Oh yeah, when Deion Sanders, I would just be glued to the television when Deion Sanders was returning punch. Rod Woodson was another one.
Billy White Shoes Johnson when I was a kid, man.
Yeah,
Billy White Shoes was badass.
Yeah, so I just think he made it because he's maybe the last of those guys. He's the last, and he was only a kick returner, really. He wasn't.
And let's be honest, he returned a kickoff in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, he did
for a touchdown.
Yep.
which we're gonna hear.
Was it the first opening kickoff?
Opening kickoff.
Good Lord, that's amazing.
And you know what's amazing about that is my former partner Bucky Godbolt predicted that the whole week.
I remember Bucky saying that.
What? All week, I'm like, come on, man. He's going to return a kick. And I think he said opening.
Because that dude is so damn good. Yeah, that's crazy.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
I think he cashed in a pretty big bet on that.
Awesome.
Back in the day. But, so we're talking all those issues, conversations. Congratulations to Mongo. 6 lifetime Longhorns now, and that includes Tom Landry and Tex Schramm.
Yep.
Which
we
is,
need to celebrate
there
more.
should be more of a
I don't understand.
recognition of two of the great architects of the modern NFL and modern football.
It doesn't make sense that we don't celebrate.
Went to Texas. It really doesn't. Really doesn't. But, of course, the players would be Earl Campbell, Bobby Lane, Steve McMichael, and who's the older?
Bobby Dillon. DB.
And a lot of people have mentioned, and I agree with them, I think Tommy Nobis should be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, we've debated this before about Tommy Nobis and whether he should be there. I think he does have a really good case. I think he does. It's going to be tough because I don't know if he's getting enough of the I don't know if he has enough of someone arguing his case
advocacy,
really well.
like Steve McMichael's wife.
Well, basically like Andre Johnson.
Yeah.
Remember, I said Andre Johnson had to have somebody argue his case really well because he's like 55th or something like that in all-time touchdown receptions. But he's top 11 in receptions overall all time. He's top 11, I believe, in receiving yards per game. He's top 20, top 11 in a lot of elite categories, but 9 touchdowns, and he didn't have any playoff success either.
Well, that's right. He played in relative anonymity in Houston, and that's right. That's how that works, right? Somebody lobbies for a player.
Yep.
He pounds the table. I'm sure it was John McClain. Or
I think
one
you're
of
right
those
about
guys
it. It has to be John McClain.
Pushing for Andre. And because, if you don't cover the guy, but the people who cover them for their whole careers are the ones going, man, you got to know this guy was a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Without a doubt. And it's amazing now at your age, Rod, not to call you old, but
I am old.
Now that your contemporaries are going to the Hall of Fame. Guys that you
sad.
Because if you guys had played in the Rose Bowl in 2001,
we'd have played against that dude.
You would have had to guard Andre Johnson.
Yep. And I'd have been it'd have been awesome. I'd have been all for it too. I really would have been all for it.
Because you guys would have played the U.
Because it ain't about Andre Johnson. It'd have been about Ken Dorsey.
Ken
Dorsey would have been throwing the football. You can see about Andre Johnson don't matter if Ken Dorsey's throwing the football.
That's right.
So that's who we would have been scouting, trying to take down is Ken Dorsey.
That's right. That's right. And I believe Ohio State beat them in the national championship game that year. Is that correct? The controversial.
Oh, yeah, you're right about that.
Pass interference.
Yeah.
You know Randy Crystal, the official who made that call in the end zone, Ohio State, Miami, used to live right here in Onion Creek.
Really?
Lived right here in Onion Creek.
What a small world.
Yeah. He used to live right here in our hood.
Do a lot of officials live in Texas? Because there was another official in the NFL that also lived here in Texas, and it was controversial.
The infamous pass interference call.
Wow.
that Miami fans would tell you gave Ohio State the national championship that year. Yeah. All right, we'll come back. Good stuff right there. Yeah, your contemporaries, guys you played against, played with, are going in the hall now.
Damn shame.
Which is pretty cool. Hey, we come back. We'll pick up these conversations, and Rod will have his rant of the day. It's his second of this Friday. Coming next on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby.
That's the best defense, best scoring defense that Andy Reid's had there. Kansas City loves to blitz their DBs. Nobody blitzes their DBs and their cornerbacks more than Steve Spagnuolo. Loves to play a lot of sub packages. He plays dime defense, which is 6 DBs. He plays dime defense, one of the top rates in the NFL. Matter of fact, only 3 teams play more dime defense than Kansas City. So they want to flood the field with speed, put a lot of speed on the field, put a lot of DBs on the field so DBs can cover. That's why they blitz a lot. They got DBs that can play sticky coverage on the back end, and then they blitz to try to speed up the clock of the quarterback, force the quarterback to get rid of the football, and it works really well. So they play a lot of man because they blitz a lot, and they play a lot of DBs because they have really good DBs, guys that can cover. And usually this formula, I think, works out pretty well for them. I mean, you can look at Kansas City. If they end up beating the 49ers, they will have defeated 4 of the top 5 offenses in yards per play just in this postseason alone. San Fran's number 1 at 6.6. Miami's at 6.5 right behind them. The Ravens were at 5.9. The Bills are at 5.7. Detroit is right. Detroit was at 5.9. So they're the only other offense in that top 5 that they haven't played in the postseason. That Kansas City hasn't played and hadn't held them to a mediocre, to a pedestrian effort. Kansas City's defense has been balling this postseason. If you go look at it, since they started, blitzing these DBs a lot, which is kind of the middle of the season, they really started to blitz their young DBs more and more. And Spags has always done this, but he started to play a lot more of those sub packages later on in the season, and maybe because they were going up against more high-powered offenses, whatever the case may be. But either way, this is going to be the chess match between Spags and between Shano, because Spags wants to play a lot of sub packages, and Shano wants to play a lot of power and heavy sets, meaning 2 backs, 2 tight ends. He's going to play 2 backs 40% of the time. That's 21 personnel, or that's going to be 22 personnel. Sometimes he goes real power formations. He goes 22 personnel, or they'll go 2 tight ends, and they'll go 12 personnel. And when the 49ers go 12 personnel, that is also something they've done 50% of the time. They've been 12 or they've been 22 personnel just this postseason alone. So when they go heavy, will Spags and the Kansas City Chiefs counter by going with their 3 linebacker base package? And what I mean by base is basically you only got 4 DBs in there. You don't have your sub package with 5 and 6 DBs. 75% of the time when the Chiefs have played against a team that throws out their 22 and 12 personnel at a rate even close to 49ers, because nobody does it as much as the 49ers. But when they play teams who are heavy run sets, heavy personnels, they play base 75% of the time. That's not what Spags wants to do. That's outside of his comfort zone. And that is where I think the 49ers may get their advantage. If they have to play those 3 linebackers and have to play just 4 DBs, and that's where Shannon will try to find coverage matchups, right? In terms of matchup advantages in coverage. He'll, because if you only got 4 DBs out there, that means with your 4 DBs, you're going to be trying to cover Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, Kittle, and Brandon Ayuk. One of those guys is going to end up matched up on linebacker. You just don't know which one, right? Ideally, you want your 4 DBs, your best 4 coverage guys, to be locked up in coverage. Well, if Spags only got his base out there, then one of those weapons for Shano, one of them is going to be in man-to-man coverage potentially on a run defender, on a forced run defender, a guy who is a coverage liability, and that's all he's looking for. Who's the coverage liability in this situation? Is it whoever's defending McCaffrey, whoever's defending Kittle, whoever's defending Ayuk? And they'll look for that from down to down. So that's the first chess match you want to watch, really, or the chess move you want to watch. Shannon will present power with 22, 21, and 12 personnel. What is Spags' counter? Is he going to counter with sub packages? Because if he does, then Shannon may decide, all right, I'm going to run power right down your throat then, because we have the size, girth advantage, and we're running heavier sets against your lighter defenders with your sub packages. Or if they go just base and they try to match power with Shano, then Shano can just, present power personnel packages and pivot to play action pass principles, which you guys have heard me say plenty of times before. So that is going to be the first thing to watch. And this season, it ain't looked good for the Kansas City Chiefs when they've had to defend 21 personnel. Just so you know, this season, the 130 times or so it's happened, just 21 personnel is 84 times, but defending 21 and 22 was 130. But when they're defending just 21 personnel, they defended 84 plays so far this year. They're allowing 8.6 yards per attempt through the air and they're allowing 6.6 yards per rush on the ground. Anytime they have to defend an offense that's running 21 personnel. Now, nobody in the NFL does this except for really Shano and Mike McDaniel. But the few times the Kansas City Chiefs have had to see it, they allow big plays. That is going to be my concern. Can they hold up against the team that runs two-back sets, that runs power sets better and more efficiently and more effectively than anybody else in the league, whilst that being a vulnerability for this defense? Because they just don't face it a lot. They don't see it a lot.
It's a great matchup. It's great stuff with Rod, and that's the chess match you can watch. You hear it here with Rod breaking it down, and then you watch the game. You'll be thinking base personnel. They got linebackers on the field. Who's going to be matched up on that linebacker? Oh, man, it's good stuff right there, Rod Babers. This is such a fascinating matchup. One thing that I'm interested in is I don't think, especially on the right side, I don't think the 49ers offensive line is that great at the right side. And I think – I mean, this Chiefs team, you talked about how they like to blitz their backers, their defensive backs.
They do.
They're second in the NFL with 57 sacks this year.
Yep.
They'll get to the quarterback, and Chris Jones is a game wrecker. That becomes massive. Can they get to Brock Purdy and make his life miserable? If they do, then the coverage not as important. They got to get home. But this game just couldn't be more even for me. I mean, it's just everything, and what breaks the tie is Patrick Mahomes.
He does.
I mean, it really does when it comes down to it. And I like Brock Purdy. I just saw where at his school out in Arizona, we went to high school, they're renaming the street that runs in front of his high school Brock Purdy Way.
No way.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, I just saw
That's
that.
a little soon, isn't it?
Hey, man, they don't have a lot of famous people over there in Arizona.
So.
Chandler, Arizona, wherever he's from.
Man, I guess
Brock
so.
Purdy Way.
Brock, that's a little soon. Wait till he wins the Super Bowl first.
He's there. He's in it.
Wait till he signs another contract first or something.
Yeah.
I guess he's obviously the most famous person ever to go to that school then.
Oh, for sure.
Well,
it is a little early.
He's
only 25 years old.
That's what I'm saying. You can wait a little while. There's no reason to rush this thing.
I know. They're
okay.
Some would say they might be over their skis a little bit.
Yeah,
they like them. They want it to be Purdy time.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of people want it to be Purdy time, and that's going to be the key too, right? Can Purdy hold up against the pressure? And I think he has held up against the pressure really well so far
Perry
this
High
year.
School in the town of Gilbert, Arizona, has renamed the street outside of Perry High School Brock Purdy Way.
I don't.
Is that just for the week, or is that for all time?
That's what I'm saying. If it's all time, that's a little soon, guys. This is for the rest of. This is the rest of all time. Like I don't know. That's a lot. I don't know where that is.
You can always rename it again if you need to.
Rename it again?
Go back to what it was.
Don't you want to avoid that? To rename it again? Come on. I'm sure somebody did that with Deshaun Watson too, and look what happened.
Ooh.
This is the Deshaun Watson way somewhere that had to be changed. So let's just wait a little while.
It massage parlor.
Exactly. Let's just wait till we can make sure. I'm not saying that Brock's going to be anything like that. I'm just saying that it could be injury. It could be anything could happen. Yeah, you got to have a fall from grace. Come on, man. We've seen this kind of stuff. So just wait till the man wins a Super Bowl.
I think your point would be that if the high school of Ray Rice had named their street Ray Rice Way while he was in the Super Bowl, and then what happened subsequently to that.
Yeah, this was saying. Just wait a little while so you can avoid any of those pitfalls.
O.J. Simpson Avenue. Aaron Hernandez Way.
Come on, thank you. Let's just wait until we make sure that everything is good.
We vet this a little bit.
Come on, guys.
It's a little tiny Gilbert, Arizona.
Maybe not learn their lessons. But yeah, the Chiefs, about the blitzing, they blitz rate third most in the NFL.
O.J. Simpson Avenue.
There are a bunch of those too. Yards per pass attempt and sacks. They are first in the NFL when using the blitz at yards per pass attempt allowed and sacks. So they generate more sacks blitzing those DBs. The reason that's going to be interesting. Talked about this yesterday a little bit. Channel loves using those condensed and compressed sets. What you're doing is bringing those DBs closer to the line of scrimmage, closer to the formation. And if that is the case, those DBs that like to blitz anyway are closer to their work. They're closer to the quarterback. So if he's still going to be blitzing DBs from condensed and compressed sets, there's a good chance that Brock Purdy could be working in a really congested pocket, like extremely congested.
Especially if
constantly.
Chris Jones gets a push.
Yes, right? Yeah. That's a lot of congestion in the pocket. So I wonder if if Shano will change things up a little bit and go, because they love empty formation too. They'll go 21, 22 personnel, and they run more empty formation on third and long than anybody else. I wonder if you'll see them spread things out a little bit just to force Kansas City to have to, if they're going to be blitzing those DBs, force them to come from a longer distance away. Because if you're right there in a condensed and compressed set, man, that's 4 yards, and I'm right at the quarterback, as opposed to 7-8 yards being right at the quarterback.
And that also makes it confusing for the linemen trying to pick those guys up.
Yes, it
coming
does.
from short, they don't see them coming.
Yeah.
Because they're on top of you so fast. No, that's good stuff right there, Rod Babers. We'll play some Who Said That coming up. Also, we got some text in on our conversations of this hour. These are good. This says, so where'd these go? This says, when Mike Zimmer took over the DC job in Cincinnati, he turned the 27th ranked defense into the 12th in his first year. Fourth in his second year, turned the Minnesota Vikings from 31st into 14th, eventually number 1. So, yes, on the Mike Zimmer Cowboys conversation.
That was a good one. That was a good hire.
And several people mentioned they think that Dak is close to his wife having a baby, or his girlfriend having a baby.
Oh, that's right.
So that's
good point.
That's why he was not in
Great
Vegas.
point. I didn't think about that. Good job.
So he
Forgot
was,
about that. Yeah. He was expecting.
Waiting on the call.
Yes, that's true. And I didn't know the due date or stuff like that. That's a good point.
It says Bill Cosby Street. It's big floor.
That's what I'm saying. You know there were a few streets like that. Just wait, guys. There's no point rushing that. If he's going to be great, he's going to be great for a long time.
Did you hear have you heard what's going around with Brock Purdy, who he looks like?
Yes, I've seen this too.
The Lee Harvey Oswald look-alike, and somebody asked him about that.
Somebody asked him about it, and he answered the question.
And he knew who he was. That's good. I guess he took American history.
Lee Harvey Oswald and John Harbaugh, the Brock Purdy doppelgangers.
It's Lee Harvey Oswald for sure, and unfortunately, he looks a lot like Lee Harvey Oswald, especially in pictures.
Let me go look this up.
Yeah, he does. He actually, especially from the profile side.
It's like the third thing that comes up when you type in Lee Harvey Oswald right now. Is Lee Harvey Oswald, Brock Purdy. It's like the third thing that comes up.
Yeah.
That is crazy. we are just slaves of recency bias. That is crazy. Really? That's going to be coming up now for like the rest of time? Brock Purdy and Lee Harvey Oswald?
Everybody's looking it up.
Wow.
And see,
let me see a side by side here. Yeah, favorite, but it's still a stretch.
Still, because
that's still a bit of a stretch.
The Lee Harvey Oswald's pictures are black and white.
Some of them are now. Some of them look just like. Some of them look spooky.
Yeah, spooky like.
Yeah, some of them really look eerie. Like it depends on like the mannerism. It depends on like the face that Brock Purdy's making. But if they get the right face, yeah, he looks very much like Lee Harvey. Yeah, that ain't good.
So that's why you don't name your street after him. You never know. He looks a lot like Lee Harvey Oswald. Hey, we'll come back.
Wow.
We're gonna go a little round of Who Said That coming next on Hook 'Em Up with Ian Rod B.
The entire year, how the season has gone, I think they're destined to get it done this year.
You want to text a few dudes, tell them how to set the edge?
No, no, Coach Kaceric has that down. They're ready to go.
Oh,
wow. Man, that's D'Amico.
D'Amico, yep.
Yeah, man, yeah. They need some help on that edge right now, man. They're giving like 6 yards a pop on that edge right now, and I don't know how they do
Isaiah
that.
Pacheco's kind of not be able to sleep Sunday night. They're
They
Saturday
got a-
night trying to go get that edge.
They got a Bosa. They got a Chase Young there. They got
Fred
one of the
Warner.
best D lines in the league. I don't know how they're so bad on the edge. That's why I know. I don't know, but I think Steve Wilkes he's done. Even if they do win the Super Bowl, I think he's getting a new DC. Shannon's getting a new one. He just didn't anticipate such a drop off on the defense after Robert Saleh and D'Amico, but he should have, because those guys weren't necessarily in his coaching tree. Saleh and D'Amico were.
Yep.
Like he literally, like those guys, he developed those guys as coaches. I don't know if that's the case with Steve Wilkes.
Yeah, and he's under some fire right now, and he's got to
Ooh.
stop Patrick Mahomes. That's never a good thing. What do you got for me, Rod?
Yeah, it's gonna be trouble. All right, I sent you a few clips, Brock, so you can play anyone you want to play. Who said that?
Bears fans are super interested about the offensive coordinator coming in, Shane Waldron. What can you tell them about who they just hired to try to get this offense where it needs to go?
This is live.
Yeah, we're not live. We're not live.
I'm playing. Good luck to y'all. I mean, he's a great person, great offensive coordinator. I was very lucky to have him my first year. Learned a lot from him. I think him and Justin will mesh well, and adding more guys around him, I think it would be great. So we'll see.
Do you have any advice that you give to Justin in that situation, considering that you know the coach that's coming in?
Oh yeah, I mean he's gonna love Justin. So really, just Justin, be yourself and go make plays for real. That's it.
Fair.
Who said that?
I don't know who it is, but he doesn't like Shane Waldron.
That was his former wide receiver, Seahawks wide receiver Jackson Smith and Jigba, when he was asked about the Bears.
Is this live?
OC.
Is this mic on?
Is this live? Yeah. That is not a glowing endorsement. That is not a good one.
Well, coming up in our next hour, we said a couple of disturbing pieces of audio from Dallas Cowboy fans, or for Dallas Cowboy fans, including Emmitt Smith, talking about what he thinks is wrong with Dak Prescott in the playoffs, and the DeMarcus Lawrence reason why they lost to the Packers. We'll reset that coming up in our next hour. But how about this, Rod? Who said this? This is what I wanted first, but Brock and I got crossed. But who said this about he who looks like Lee Harvey Oswald?
Yeah, I'm not a flashy guy, that's for sure. So I think it's pretty simple.
Oh, that is Lee Harvey Oswald.
My fiance and I, we go through our outfits like the day before the game, and usually just be all right. Let's wear this, and then I usually get roasted online. That's just the routine. But it's fun, and but more than anything, I just like to keep it simple. What's that? Online. I'm not gonna say Kohl's. I know people want to say that, but no. I have a good, I guess, plug with some good outfitters. People roast all my outfits, but some of it's actually pretty nice.
Is that Brock Purdy?
Yeah, Purdy.
Getting his outfits roasted because he dresses like sometimes they just so business casual all the time.
Yeah, he's just real
He's just
simple.
business casual all the
He doesn't
time.
have much fashion sense.
No.
Did you say his wife and he pick out clothes?
And him, I mean, I'm sure that he is being offered basically outfits and suits by all these different tailors and different companies around the city because he's the starting quarterback of the 49ers. And he's actually the best story in the NFL in years.
Yeah,
as a mystery relevant.
Hell yeah.
So, I mean, for a guy that's, what is he? He still got a roommate because he can't afford to pay for a mortgage or rent on his own in San Francisco. He'll be all right pretty soon. But, yeah, man, I'm with him.
Did he say his mom or his wife?
I think he said his wife.
I didn't know he's married or not.
I don't know. He's not married. I think he said maybe his fiance or
Yeah, he's engaged,
Fiancé.
which
Yeah,
makes
his
it really
fiancé.
weird that he has a roommate.
Well, he can't. You ever been to San Francisco? He can't afford to live there alone.
Yeah,
San Francisco is the most expensive.
3 incomes. to
Yeah,
pay that
it's
thing.
like San Fran and New York City are some of the most expensive rents on the planet.
He makes like $300,000 a year.
That's not enough.
150
not
after taxes.
Not in San Fran, dog. I'm telling you.
That's probably 125 after California taxes.
Go look at cost of living in San Francisco right now.
Yeah.
Cost of living is crazy in San Fran, man.
Yeah. You got another one for me, Ron? Who said that?
Yeah, I sent Brock. I sent you a few more. You can throw that out there anytime you want to. We can play Who Said That.
All right, give me 1 second. Here we go.
Who said that?
Give it to us.
Come on.
moment this year in the NFL? One guy. Give me one guy, either that you played against or like on the defensive side or even on the another team's offense that you were just like, holy crap, I can't get over. I didn't know that guy was that good.
Or that made you
that
say,
big.
wow. DeMarcus Lawrence was the DN for
the Cowboys.
Yep, the Cowboys. We do a lot of crack toss stuff, and I was involved
You were
in
like,
the running
whoa,
game.
he's big.
Oh, my
right?
gosh. The coach
His
is like,
shoulders are like.
Coach is like, yeah, you can go out
Yeah.
there and get that one block done. Quick, and I'm like, yeah, coach. And then we glide up, and I'm like, why did he grow 7 more inches? What the heck? And then I went to go hit the block, and it's like in slow motion. I can remember so vivid. He grabbed both my wrists, like left hand, right hand, grabbed both my wrists and threw me like a rag doll.
You had
5
no
yards.
control.
And then it was a 6-yard loss, and I just remember like, coach is gonna kill me. That was not how that play was supposed to get drawn up. So
That's
I
good.
saw him at the Pro Bowl. I had to let him know because I was like, I don't know if you remember, that's probably an everyday play for you, but I was like, I pride myself in blocking. You threw me like I was a little kid.
Right.
What'd he say? He was like, oh yeah, I don't really remember that. I was like, oh man, that makes me feel worse because you had a 6-yard tackle.
Wasn't
for
even
loss,
a
too.
special moment for him.
Exactly right.
Who said that?
No clue.
Puka Nacua.
Oh, that's old Puka.
That's Puka right there.
Puka Nacua was at the NFL Honors last night, of course, up for Rookie of the Year. Finished second to this next guy, I think. Let's play that last one there, Mr. Brock, because it is one quarterback talking about another.
All right.
Maybe.
I just need to start opening multiple tabs. Here we go.
Sorry, I didn't.
Because I don't like how people do Purdy. I think Purdy's a good player. I think Purdy's a hell of a player. And I was watching a video today on the bus back. Great throw, basic throw, and like all wide receiver. And like half of the throws were like, no, most of them were great throws, but some of them were like basic. There's nothing basic about being an NFL quarterback. Nothing. Like let's get one thing clear. There's nothing easy about being like, I don't care if somebody seems wide open. Like there's a lot of operation. There's a lot of things that have to go great to get that person wide open. And you have almost everything to do with that. I don't think you can play at a high level like he is and just be average. Like that just doesn't happen, you know? Like, do I think he's on a great team? Heck yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, he has a team full of dogs. That team should be in the Super Bowl. They should be where they're at.
But you gotta have somebody pull the trigger.
Exactly. You gotta be somebody that's gonna lead the locker room. It's a lot of things that people don't see that I know he's in there doing because they're winning football games. Because I don't like.
There you go.
CJ Stroud.
CJ, yeah. One young quarterback to another. And he's right about that. Good stuff right there. Pretty good stuff from the Super Bowl. That's where we get a lot of sound, man. You got everybody talking, doing interviews.
Great sound.
You know,
great audio.
Speaking of that, DeMarcus Lawrence crackback block, we're going to hear from DeMarcus coming up, talking about he's got the reason why the Cowboys didn't go further.
He probably should have just kept that to himself.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's one he probably
Kept
regret.
that to himself. Hey, Brock, San Francisco is the 4th highest cost of living in the country behind Manhattan, Honolulu, Hawaii, and San Jose, California.
But still, if you're making, money like that, I'd imagine, because that's what 6 times the average salary in the country. It's imagine you can at least afford an apartment.
Man, I'm telling you, California. That's the reason people are leaving California and coming to Texas, man. Them California taxes are brutal. Brutal, man. And the more you make, the more they take.
Yeah.
And
because he's probably got I don't know. He probably had a roommate. Now he's got a fiance, and
and they not. By the way, fiancés are not cheap either.
Yeah, tell me.
Yeah, how much you think that ring cost him, huh? How much did that ring cost him, Brock? Just she wants a ring now that is also commiserate with his status. Right? She don't want a cheap ring, so now she wants a nice ring. The ring he bought her probably is a $30,000-$40,000 ring. Something like
he
that.
bought her that Mr. Irrelevant salary ring. That's what he got her.
No.
He wins the Super Bowl. This dude will be.
Ain't that no more.
They'll be getting a house. You can promise.
Yes,
exactly. I was listening to something about it, and he got engaged to his girlfriend, but still lives with this random dude that's his roommate. It was really weird.
It's because he said it, but he literally said it's because of cost of living. He said, I can't afford to live on my own anymore.
That's right.
He has said
then live with your fiance. Don't live with some random dude.
But he was living with the dude first.
Yeah, but then he got engaged and he kept living.
Okay, first of all, we're not talking about this that deeply, but I'm just saying he's a religious man too. And I believe there's an element to it that he doesn't necessarily want to live together, shacked up. Before they're actually married. So
some people still believe that, Brock.
Exactly.
A lot of people still
Brock's
believe
like, that's insane. I'm like, actually, that's some people still believe.
We got to get to the top there, but I actually had to have that talk with my now late mother-in-law.
Yeah.
because my wife and I were actually engaged, and we both had apartments, and the leases were coming up at the same time.
Oh, man.
And I had to go sit with her and say, Gene, we can't. We're not going to sign leases. We're getting married in 4 months.
Exactly.
We're going to go ahead and get an apartment together.
Yeah.
Well, sure, I can't agree with that.
Yeah,
I can't agree.
Living in sin. You're living in sin for too long.
But Gene, I can't sign a year-long lease to an apartment I'm not going to live in. I mean,
No.
she can't do that either.
Come on now.
Come on, we can't do it.
Can't do it. Won't do it.
As Lent begins on Wednesday, I can tell you, very
back then,
Catholic mother-in-law.
I say back then that was even more controversial. Now I think it's more commonplace, but back then, oh man, that's frowned upon.
Oh, that was a hard talk.
Yeah, you damn right it was.
I understand why you think you have to, but I can never agree with it. All right, we'll come back. Fabulous Fifth Hour is on its way. That would make it to the fabulous 25th hour of our week. We will hear from DeMarcus Lawrence and Emmitt Smith and all the sound of the also George Kittle. Trash talking as only George Kittle can.
Oh, yeah.
Gotta love that. We can't get enough Super Bowl. Also preview the weekend, including college basketball. Everything that's happening that's not the Super Bowl we'll talk about. We'll come back. Hook 'em up with Ian Rodby.
What is that?
But was that about Bill O'Brien? Was that Bryce Young being just an unbelievable playmaker? And we got to see Bill O'Brien in Houston as a Texans head coach. He was really a pretty strong head coach for the first several years, and then too many roles, too much responsibility in Houston, and wheels came off. We know, and they're just now cleaning up the mess from Bill O'Brien's last couple of years in Houston. So he will take over at Boston College in the ACC. So, and yes, Ryan Day at a news conference on Monday or Tuesday on Wednesday signing day, was asked, because at that point Bill O'Brien was a strong candidate for the Boston College job, and he was asked, are you aware of it? What's your plan? And he said, yes, we interviewed a lot of people. We have a plan for if Bill O'Brien takes the BC job. So you can expect them to hire somebody.
Yeah, I just like I said, I never understood the Bill O'Brien hire anyway from a Ryan Day perspective. But we'll see if he goes in a different direction. Like if he goes in a similar direction as Bill O'Brien, I don't even know what that could be. Maybe just an NFL guy who's got some NFL chops and NFL experience. But yeah, I mean, Bill O'Brien, say what you want about him. A lot of people got a lot of negative things to say about Bill O'Brien. But Bill O'Brien, the head coach, actually showed a lot of promise in his career early on. Not only in Penn State, in the midst of the tragedy, right? He was able to get that program back on track after the Jerry Sandusky scandal. And that was probably more challenging than any of us could ever realize. And then he went to the Texans, and guys, he won what, 4 division titles with the Texans?
He did.
Think about that, guys. That's a lot. And before they, and by the way, we just talked about this with Andre Johnson. If we could talk about this with Andre Johnson, we might as well talk about it with Bill O'Brien too. He did it without an elite quarterback now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was no elite quarterback available to him, and they were still able to finish first in that division 2015, 2016, 2018, and in 2019. So, I mean, he showed promise as a good head coach to be able to win some games, win the division. I think what ultimately, you brought it up, what ultimately was his downfall was power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts, absolutely. They gave him way too much power. There was a power vacuum within the structure of the organization, and they decided instead of filling that power vacuum with capable, competent football minds with a true chain of command, they said, just give it to Bill O'Brien, let him do it.
Yeah.
Let him be the GM. Let him be the play caller.
That was Cal McNair.
I
mean, there's no doubt that when now the late Bob McNair passed, that it was a bad stretch of leadership and lack of leadership.
And that hurt Bill O'Brien. It did.
It did, 100%.
Yeah.
It 100% did. And, to his own fault, he probably took advantage because, he could see the lack of leadership, so somebody had to step in.
Yeah, he's like, I'll do it.
I mean, somebody had to
do
it.
He's a Belichick guy, so he's like, I got it.
Yeah, somebody had to.
And you ain't Belichick.
And it was all to the detriment of the team. But now, obviously, the Texans are in a different spot, and now Boston College has a new head coach. So that starts the hour. We've talked a lot of Super Bowl, obviously. Rod is going to be headed to the Super Bowl tonight. You're going out to Vegas. This is awesome.
Yep.
Staying at the Bellagio. Be at the game on Sunday.
Yes, sir.
And back here as soon as you can Monday morning. I already gave you – so all week long in our What the Facts segment, Rod, I've given the over-unders and the picks that I have. Let's go through these real quick, see where you are with me. I got George Kittle over 48.5 receiving yards.
Okay.
And I cited the he kills man coverage, and the Chiefs may play a ton of man coverage. I think Kittle, because you just mentioned in your Rod's rant that when they do the 22 or 21 personnel, one of these people is going to end up on linebacker, and George Kittle can beat linebackers.
Oh, all of them can be linebackers.
That's right. And that's where I like Kittle over 48.5 yards. I think he may be one of the top targets here.
I like that.
And I'm actually going to take Patrick Mahomes on my underdog fantasy lower. I'm taking lower than 263.5 passing yards, but I think it's down to 262 now.
Okay.
But I got it at 263. I just think this is inflated based on even his postseason and regular season results. He doesn't hit explosive plays like they used to. It's a lot of dink and dunk passing and keep the chains moving. And they live on their defense these days. Okay. So I think the number is more – he's going to be more like 240, 250-ish. And I think the 263 is inflated because fans like betting overs. They like betting bigger numbers, right? Going higher.
Bet points and
And I'm taking Brock Purdy over 0.5 INTs, Rod. Over point – I think he's a throw pick in this game.
Yeah. He's thrown like 4 or 5 picks already in the playoffs, right?
And you could also put Patrick Mahomes in that. He's thrown 0 picks, and he's got the same thing, 0.5.
Patrick Mahomes has thrown 0 interceptions in the last 6 playoff games, guys. 6 playoff games. So he's
pretty efficient with the football.
Longest such streak in, I think, NFL history to play 6 playoff games without throwing a pick. Guy does not make a lot of bad decisions.
Dak Prescott's jealous. Christian McCaffrey, I have him under 5 catches, 5 receptions, and lower than 5 receptions. I'm going with that. Because I think he is, that's also inflated. If you all you can do on these is go to regular season numbers, and the average is about 3 catches a game.
Mm-hmm.
They do use him in screen game a lot, but people assume, but 5's a lot for a running back.
That is a lot. Yeah.
So I'm going to take under. And again, I think that's inflated because people would look at that. Oh man, he's the number one weapon in football. He doesn't catch as many passes as you think. And then Brandon Ayuk over 62.5 receiving yards, higher than 62.5, because I think when the Debo is going to be their focus. See, if you're Steve Spagnuolo, you got to handle Debo and you got to handle CMC. And I just mentioned Kittle. I think it's Ayuk that goes over 62.5.
Yeah, he's the man beater. I mean, he's the guy that usually gets when you have to, pick your poison. Debo and Christian McCaffrey are your first two priorities to stop. And then after that, you're going to end up kind of dividing the rest of your resources into man-to-man coverage with those other guys. And Brandon Ayuk ends up being the guy, and a lot of time in man-to-man coverage, just because, number one, he doesn't move around a lot, and Shano moves around every piece of his offense. So all these movable chess pieces, and there's one that's stationary, and that's Brandon Ayuk. So it makes him easier to designate a defender for. But then when they're playing man coverage, most teams are going to bracket or double team or shade or roll coverage toward Debo or to Christian McCaffrey, only because since he moves him around so much, I need multiple defenders to designate it to have that responsibility, because he may motion to always the other side of the formation.
Yep.
All right, and I may have to bump the coverage, or I may have to have that defender go with him. Like, it's so many different solutions you got to have built into your defense just to account for all the movement. Brandon Ayuk is never moving. He's always right there, same guy, and that's why he's going to get the man coverage all the time, and he's beating it time and time again this year. As a matter of fact, I think the stat that I got is that if you go look at receivers who have this is including the playoffs too. If you go look at highest yards per reception on passes between the numbers, that's Brandon Ayuk. He's at 17.4. All right, and that's where that man coverage is usually inside leverage is what you have man coverage in. You're trying to take away the inside most of the field. And that's usually what Brandon Ayuk eats once he violates that inside leverage. Because there's nobody there to catch. Everybody else is double teaming somebody else.
Yeah, and he, as you decided, he doesn't usually catch short passes. When he catches, they're pushed down the field.
Down the field, man.
And that's why I like that higher than 62.5. And the last one I like, Rod, you have to think. I mean, this one might be a sucker bet, but Travis Kelce, will he score a touchdown? Essentially, is the bet because it's 0.5.
I mean, of course he will.
Yeah. I'm gonna take that.
He's the number one weapon. He's the number one weapon for either quarterback in this game.
Yes, he is.
And him and Patrick Mahomes, I think, have the greatest bromance and chemistry in the history of the league. I think they've now surpassed Gronk and Brady and Joe Montana and Jerry Rice. I've never seen anything like it. They don't even run precise routes. There's no right angles in these routes. Look at Travis Kelce just running. He's just running to open spots to get open. And that's what Marquez Valdes-Scantling said is the difference between Aaron Rodgers and Patrick Mahomes. Aaron Rodgers is very precise. He's very specific about what he wants, what he demands in his routes, and the depth of the route, and when you make the break, and all this kind of stuff. And Patrick Mahomes is like, no, just get open. I'll find you.
Yeah, that is such a cool thing too, because Troy Aikman is that way. Troy Aikman would get livid if his receivers were half a yard off.
Yeah, exactly.
He goes, y'all, I'm throwing it here. I need you to be here.
Yeah,
on this step.
Exactly right. Most quarterbacks are.
That's right. Well, because that's how they train, right? That's how they practice. And Aikman was one of the most accurate quarterbacks in all time. But yeah, I mean, and I also give Andy Reid credit for that and allowing it. Just like this works, y'all.
He does. Yeah,
because we have a route tree and we'd like you to run the proper route, or just get open.
Just get open.
It's like you did in the backyard when you were a kid.
That's what he and Kelce do, and but that makes it tougher to defend. I can defend a route tree because it's more predictable. I know what's going to come from the route tree. When Travis Kelce is out there trying to get open, I have no idea where the hell he's going to find the vulnerability of the defense. And basically what they do is just spread the floor sometimes, like a basketball team, and they spread the floor while running 9 routes on the outside and out cuts on the outside and just letting everything open up for Kelce and say, Kelce, get open.
Yeah. So I'm going to take Kelce for a touchdown.
Yeah.
In this game, and the question will be, once he catches that touchdown, how long will they shine the camera on one Taylor Swift?
The
Swifties.
She'll get usual 10 to 15 seconds.
Yeah.
Something like that. But I don't think it'll be excessive. I think it'll be the same as it's always been. Even though people think that's excessive, but
right,
I don't.
Those are going to be my underdog fantasy higher lower picks for Super Bowl 58. I'm sorry, they played in Super Bowl before. Those, take them or lose them, or take them or leave them, whatever you want to do. Take them or lose them. I like that.
I like the
Kittle, Mahomes, Purdy, McCaffrey, Ayuk, and Travis Kelce. That's 6 picks.
Did you mention the rushing attempts by Patrick Mahomes? Was that?
I did that earlier. Yeah, I do like Patrick Mahomes more than 4 higher.
I like that one
than
too.
4.5 rushing attempts.
He's been rushing a lot lately.
Yeah, these are all ones I like a lot. Because Patrick Mahomes is just such a shrewd.
Oh man, he just doesn't make a lot of mistakes. He's got 0 turnover-worthy plays. Like zero turnover worthy means he's haven't even made a bad decision yet in the playoffs. Like, how is that possible?
Yeah, so I'm going higher than 4.5 rushing attempts.
Mm-hmm.
All he's got to do is avoid a sack and gain a yard, and you get an attempt on that.
Oh, he's been doing that.
Because right at Underdog Fantasy, you can also do targets. Like, you don't have to do catches. Like, how many times will he target Travis Kelce? Becomes a question. You go higher or lower, so it makes it fun. But yeah, I'll be watching all these. So I got 6 or 7 picks, actually, not 5. But I've been giving to you all week. All right. As for the game itself, Rod, you'll be there, and you're Switzerland on this thing because your great friend Kyle Shanahan, you're rooting for him, but you vowed to never pick against Patrick Mahomes again.
I will never do it again.
So we're not making a pick.
Not making a pick.
I picked the Chiefs. But I'm rooting for the 49ers. Brock picked the Chiefs as well. All right, couple pieces of sound. I need to play this for our Cowboys fans here in the 10 o'clock hour. I wanted to play – this is Darren Woodson. Darren Woodson. Now, this is important, right? He's talking – Cowboy fans are kind of underwhelmed, I think, a lot of them by the Mike Zimmer hire. Some are excited. Some think the 67-year-old, you mentioned having a veteran head coach on your staff, coach who almost took his team to a Super Bowl in Minnesota. He almost took the Case Keenum-led Vikings to the Super Bowl.
That's wild.
But as the texter mentioned, everywhere he's gone, the defenses improve and play really well, which is what you're asking for of your defensive coordinator.
Yep.
Well, here's Darren Woodson, who did not get into the Hall of Fame last night, unfortunately. I think he should at some point. But he was asked, and he's still friendly. You'll hear this, friendly with Mike Zimmer. They talk often, and he thinks it's a real good hire for the Dallas Cowboys.
Season, he's pretty much sat on the sideline, and I can't tell you how many times this year he and I talked about football, like every week. Yeah. Like every week he's calling about so-and-so and this and that, and he's just so engaged in the game that, again, I'm biased by it, but, if you want someone that's going to shock the system, he's not going to be your best friend. He's just not. I mean, he and I became friends after a long time because there was a respect factor that ended up being a friendship, but he's tough. Hard-nosed. Some players will not want to play for him because the expectations are gonna be harder than they've expected in the last few years. Sure. But he knows the game better than anyone, and he's gonna coach hard. And I think that, to me, that's the shock this team needs. See.
All right, that's interesting. Now, hearing it the second time, that's what Brock mentioned, that somewhat of a shot at Dan Quinn, other than saying that he's going to expect more than maybe have been expected. And we always know that Dan Quinn's been known as kind of a player's coach, and the players all like him a lot. I mean, that's where Woodson's saying he's not going to be your friend. He's not going to be your buddy.
Yeah.
He's going to come
I think he's just saying it's a different style.
100%.
I think he's just like, no, every coach has a different style, and his style's going to be, he's not going to be the guy in the trenches with you cracking jokes. That's not him. He's not a player's coach.
Yeah, but it's the last line there was the shock to the system that they need. Because look, I mean, the way that season ended was ridiculous, and their defensive performance with 2 guys who were up for the MVP on defense, you give up 50 points essentially on your home field. I know one of them came on a pick 6, but I mean that was a dreadful defensive performance. And
yeah,
well, to that point, here's DeMarcus Lawrence. He was on the Stephen A. Smith show is. What's that? I don't even know what it's called. Not Stephen A. Smith. Shannon Sharp on Fox. And here was Shannon Sharp asking him what were wrong because they had talked earlier previously to this cut about, DeMarcus said, man, I wish we were here playing. And here's the question of Shannon Sharp and the answer of DeMarcus Lawrence.
You mentioned how you wish your team was here. Mm-hmm. What happened and why your team isn't here?
All honesty, I think the main thing is we was burnt out, man. Long season, team dominantly healthy throughout the season. The legs get tired, but also, you got to give hats off to Green Bay, man. They came out with a great game plan, rolling out towards Micah and then running away from me. I feel like, that's what they needed to, get their game started, and they jumped on us fast. And
what about adjustments?
Yeah, adjustments, man. I feel like we went in the locker room and, we came out, ready with our adjustments, but still didn't go the way that we planned it to go.
All right, there's your team leader right there. About tired legs and long seasons.
Wow. He's basically saying, I don't know what that means. That's a lot. That's a criticism or a critique on the conditioning of the team. So your strength and conditioning coach has to be called out there if that is the case. You're supposed to be peaking by the time you go to the playoffs. So that's an organizational failure as to why you guys weren't playing your best football at the end of the season. The Green Bay Packers certainly did. I'm sure they retired too, played their best football of the season in that game versus the Cowboys. That's also the motivational factor. I mean, Mike McCarthy, that's part of your job as a coach, to motivate guys. Guys aren't motivated to go above and beyond, which doesn't seem like they were. Didn't play like it. And then from that sound, guys were burnt out, so they didn't even have the passion really to go out there and put it on display. I don't know. I wish he would have kept that to himself. If I'm a Cowboys fan or if I'm playing in that locker room, I wish DeMarcus Lawrence would have kept that one to himself.
Well, awareness is key.
The burnout thing.
Because part of me thinks he was just answering it to give an answer and didn't realize just how bad that sounded. But, I mean, if you're going to go on these interviews, you're going out to the Super Bowl. Like, Dak Prescott's not there. He's about to have a baby, apparently. You're going to be asked that.
Yeah,
you got to have an answer.
You're going to be asked about that game. Yeah.
It just wasn't our day.
We got beat.
What was it? Kevin Stefanski said after they got whipped by the Texans. We picked a bad day to have a bad day. That's a cliche, but it's perfectly fine.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Shannon, we picked a bad day to have a bad day.
Yeah.
We played a lot of good football in 2023. Unfortunately, we had our worst day on that day.
That's what the coach speak is for. Moments like that.
It was a long season and our legs were tired.
That's basically what he said, that we were tired after 17 games in 18 weeks.
Yeah, but how many games have the Packers played? Remind me?
Same amount.
Yeah.
Man, they were a younger team, and they had to go on the road. On the road.
You were at home?
And you were at home going up against one of the youngest teams in the NFL, playoffs, period.
Last one I want to play for you as we talk about the Super Bowl and the Cowboys not being in the Super Bowl. Because it's Radio Row, all the Cowboys, everybody wants to interview them. Emmitt Smith did an interview with the show that precedes our show here in the mornings, and I think they replay it from yesterday, like the afternoon on CBS Sports Radio, and it's Maggie and Perloff. Okay. And here's Andrew Perloff asking Emmitt Smith about Dak Prescott, and once again, former Cowboy not withholding much.
A lot of people pointing to Dak Prescott had such an outstanding regular season, and he hasn't been able to get over the hump in the playoffs. What's going on with Dak?
I think it's preparation. I mean, some things I can only point to one game, and this to me sums it up for me. This sums it up for me. We're playing Detroit in Dallas, and it's a heck of a game. We actually take the lead. Detroit is driving to try to come down the score and get the lead back. We pick the ball off, and it's about 3 minutes left, and I think they almost are out of timeouts. If not out of timeouts, they will be. All we have to do is just milk the clock. And we get the pick. So we go 1, 2, 3, get the first down. And all we have to do is milk the clock. Instead, guess what? We throw the ball 3 straight times. How smart is that? That is absolutely hideous. All you have to do is just run the rock or take a knee. I don't care. But then when you throw the ball the third time and the quarterback throw the ball out of bounds to stop the clock, he doesn't even take a sack. So that says to me, either he was not prepared properly or he forgot he was playing the game.
All right, so there's Emmitt Smith. He's talking about a regular season game, but pointing out maybe he said preparation, but then at the end he said, you're not prepared to play the game if you can't mentally be checked in. And look, that's an indictment of Mike McCarthy calling 3 straight run plays, but we know Dak, it's his offense, and he can check out of plays and run the offense. It's I remember that, thinking the same thing watching that game. I was in New Orleans at the casino, and we're all thinking, well, why are they throwing here? They got the lead. The clock is your friend here, guys. They don't have timeouts.
Yeah, it didn't make sense.
Come on. And, of course, that game ended up with Dan. No one talked about that because it was all about Dan Campbell going for 2 and going for 2 and then going for 2 and keep going for 2. Yeah. And it didn't. And he became the conversation in that penalty call, not that. But, yes. And then, of course, on day of game, they had tired legs and got run off their own field.
Well, I don't know if he said it's, lack of preparation. That could very well be the case. But, it also seems to me that was maybe Mike McCarthy trying to have faith in Dak. The Dak to go close out the game for us. Now, we're going to disagree with the strategy behind it, but the Detroit Lions did that with Jared Goff.
Yeah, gave him a chance.
Gave him a chance to basically go close out the game and end the game, and he did it. And he did it in the playoffs. I don't think Dak has shown that ability yet to be that guy, put the ball in his hands with the game on the line in the postseason in clutch time, and then have, Dak ultimately lead your team to the promised land. I know that wasn't in the postseason, but my point is that's where his ghosts are. That's what
That's right.
Dak Prescott sucks.
Oh, man. Well, and I think that's what Emmett's alluding to. I mean, Emmett played with one of the smartest quarterbacks ever in Troy Aikman, and just the awareness. To his point on third down, okay, you didn't get first or second down. Don't throw it away. Take it, put your knee down.
Put your knee down.
And make that clock run.
Yeah, go scramble for a yard or two and keep the clock going.
Do something.
Yeah.
And this goes back to clock management.
Situational
and
awareness.
The game situation. Yeah.
Yep, situational awareness. That's true.
This says, when you hear the DeMarcus Lawrence quote, you have to believe Mike Zimmer's going to be a great change. And several people have mentioned that was on First Take with Shannon Sharp and the crew. So thank you very much. Appreciate that. One other note, Rod, and then we'll get to the timeout and come back behind the burnt orange curtain. We'll also preview everything else going on this weekend that is not related to the Super Bowl. That'll be most people's focus. But the final award handed out last night, Rod, went to Cameron Hayward. And what a great piece they did. You know, if you don't know, Cameron Hayward is the son of Craig Ironhead Hayward.
Okay,
who, if you remember the bruising running back, Ironhead, this is his son, and it talked about how, you know, it was such a loss for him, and they were, you know, so close in father-son relationship, and this guy, it is amazing. He's been nominated by the Steelers to be their Walter Payton Man of the Year like 6 times.
Crazy.
Isn't that crazy?
That's wild.
Like every year, the team's like, oh no, it's Cam.
This guy's a classy.
It's Cam.
That's one of the classiest organizations in sports.
Yeah, and Tomlin was there rooting him on. I mean, and he finally won it, and boy, they some players are like incredibly and with full respect have a great charity. He's got like 6 things he's doing.
Yeah.
Like he goes from one to the next to the next to the next. Mm-hmm. It was pretty awesome. So props to that guy. I mean, there's a lot of negativity in the NFL sometimes about players and what they do, but there are a lot of guys doing a lot of good in their communities, and that's a great thing. And props to them for spotlighting that. But Cameron Hayward, I mean, I was like, you get a little emotional because you see his relationship with his dad. They're showing him growing up, and now he's fueling his grief for his father into helping others. It really is cool.
No, it's a beautiful thing, and I believe every team submits their own.
Yes, every team votes on who their man of the year is, and then the league chooses one.
Yeah. So, and shout out to because I know Dak was last year.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't Dak win it last year or 2 years ago?
I know he was the Cowboys nominee.
Yeah, I thought he might
I'll look
have
it
won
up.
a few years ago. I could be wrong.
And obviously, the first ever man of the year in the NFL was Johnny Unitas. That was the first, and they gave that out in like 1970, and then. After his death, they named it after Walter Payton for all that he had done. Of course, his kids were there last night as part of that because they handed out the award. It was really good. I thought that was really a nice moment.
We had in his 8th season as NFL starting quarterback, Prescott has a uniform decal in the shape. So I don't know if he won it, but he was. Yeah, he was Walter Payton Man of the Year. Yeah, he was.
Nice.
Last year. It was last year.
Yeah, that's the whole thing about Dak. There's not much to not like about the guy. I mean, he's about to have a baby. We know he's had a lot of grief in his life. He's lost a brother recently. He lost his mom in high school.
Yeah. He's got a great character.
So when we talk about him not getting it done in the playoffs, it's not to rip the guy. It's just like it just is. What are you going to do? There's nothing not to like about Dak Prescott. He just doesn't elevate and play clutch in the biggest moments. And that's he actually goes the other way, which you just can't have as a quarterback if you want to make a championship run.
Yeah, I mean, and unfortunately,
that is a requirement of the position.
If you're a Dak hater, I got bad news for you. He's going to get signed to a blockbuster extension. It's about to happen. It's never happened before where a player finishes second in the MVP voting and doesn't get a contract extension. Come on now.
Yeah, and it's going to be big.
It's going to be huge.
Yeah.
He's got more negotiating leverage than he's ever had.
Yes, his agent will do well. And they've got the team over a barrel because his $59.5 million cap hit this year is not sustainable. Oh, yeah. They can't have that. If they're going to try to field a championship or at least a playoff team next year, you either cut everybody and start over or you have to stretch it out. And that's going to lock you into Dak for the next half decade for sure. All right, we'll come back. When we do, Rod will take us behind the burnt orange curtain. There's Jerry. Dang it. All right, we'll be back. Hook him up with Ian Rodby.
devastating, though.
Oh, yeah, they've talked about a bunch of wrecks on the
it's
strip
just
because people
bad,
are staring at slam into somebody.
Yeah, I can see that too. It makes sense. It's like, man, I've never seen anything like that in the middle of a city, in the strip like that. And it's always got something different on it. It's always some new advertising or something on it.
Yeah. That's why they're trying to make their money.
Some new promotion or something they got going on. I think the NHL is going to have their draft there, though. That's going to be cool.
I think they are.
That's going to be really freaking cool. The NFL probably would do it there, too, after.
Oh, look,
they work out the kinks.
I'm stubborn on this, but I'm probably wrong. But after having the NFL draft there and now seeing the Super Bowl there, this should always be there. Because somebody mentioned Dak Prescott won it last year, the Walter Payton Man of the Year in Philadelphia, and they booed him.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's like, come on, man.
That's a good point.
Philadelphia boos everybody.
Yeah,
but as I say, if you're in Philadelphia and that's where they have the draft, or no, that's where they did the honors in Philadelphia. No, the Eagles were playing in the game, so they booed them. The last year's Super Bowl was where? L.A.
I think you're right.
But the Eagles fans that were there booed him. That makes sense. It wasn't in Philly. It was in
because they were there.
They were there for the game.
Team,
yeah, for the game, and they booed him. But still, I mean, if I'm the great thing in Vegas is when the event is over, you're still in Vegas and you can go do fun things and do Vegas. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's for the fans though, but that's not good for the game.
Yeah, I agree.
Like the game they need to basically take it on the road like a traveling road show.
Yeah, and
that's basically what the draft has now become.
Yeah, and it's the individual markets. There's estimation over $1 billion of income.
Yeah, it's
revenue.
But I agree with you. If you go and you want to have something to do the entire time, yeah, Vegas is definitely the spot. But I think for the NFL, it's basically they have turned that the NFL draft, now this traveling around, they've turned it into like a kind of a football bazaar. If you will, like it's they bring.
Well, of course, it's their own, and they're within the bazaar, which is Vegas, right? It's one big party. Because look, like in 2 years, it's Super Bowl 60, and that's going to be in San Francisco, Levi Stadium. But Levi Stadium's not in San Francisco; it's way out there.
I've been there, and it sucks. There's nothing else out there.
That's what I'm saying. Like
that's actually a bad idea. Unless they build up that area around it, it's boring as hell out there going to a San Fran game because it's not in San Fran.
Yeah, and I think once they.
And it's not even like Arlington with Jerry. Like, at least they built that up around. You got some stuff. There's nothing really around there at all.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Like Vegas, you come out of the game, and you're like, sweet. Because in Vegas, that game's going to kick off at 4:30, be over by 7:30.
Yeah.
They'll come out, and you got Vegas, baby.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
No, you're right. But
that's what we did with the NFL draft. The first round, we went to the Thursday night first round, and then we went back for the second night. But the first round was over. 32 picks were done by 8 o'clock. It's like, sweet.
No, you're right. For the fans' experience, it definitely would help because you don't want to. Tennessee is great. I guess Tennessee. That's one of those places.
Nashville would be fun.
Because Nashville.
You go right on to Broadway.
My brother went to that draft when it was in Nashville, and he said it was awesome.
Yeah, that would be a blast.
And they had 500,000 people that attended that draft, and I think that's also what they want. I mean, the NFL's now getting numbers that rival like South by Southwest.
I know.
And ACL
because people
just
aren't even going to the game show up.
Yeah, these are some of the biggest music festivals in the country. The NFL is doing those kind of numbers with it's draft now.
Well, I ran into my buddy Eric Lopez last night. Eric works out at Lions Muni. He's got a golf academy in Austin Golf. He had just flown back in because he's a big Niners fan, and he went out with his wife for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
There you go.
And did the sites and did Vegas and took in they went to the opening night media day thing.
There you go.
It's like I don't have to go to the game. I'm going to be a part of it though. I'm going to support my team.
Yep.
And I got to go to Vegas. So
I know. I haven't been to Vegas in a while. Now that I realized it, so it's going to be fun.
I have a good time, and I just the last time I went was the draft.
Who doesn't have a good time in Vegas?
But so Rod will be there. It'll be fun. We're looking forward to it. Also, Rod, we've got the Longhorn basketball team playing tomorrow, 2:00. If you're looking for Saturday, what am I going to watch? College Big 12 basketball. We'll preview that coming up because it's some big games. Obviously, every weekend, every Saturday is big in the Big 12 right now. Texas women in action tomorrow too.
Texas baseball should be starting up
next Friday.
Next Friday, right?
1 week from tonight, Texas baseball will open up against San Diego.
Okay.
San Diego.
That team's supposed to be pretty good. Are they ranked in the top 10?
Yeah, next week we'll try to get Coach Pierce to join us and preview the season. And our man Ty Harrington will jump on too and talk Texas baseball to get ready for what promises to be a really good year. Their final year in the Big 12 looks like a pretty good team. All right, Rod, speaking of Texas, let's go behind the burnt orange curtain one more time in this fabulous fifth hour.
And they were all asking themselves the same question.
Brock, can you have the cuts ready?
Is behind that curtain?
All right, let's get into some Texas football conversation. Obviously, Steve Sarkisian has been very open and he has been forthcoming about his admiration for the Shanahan coaching tree. Talks about it all the time, how close he and Kyle Shanahan are, and how they swap ideas and philosophy all the time. He's also talked about visiting with Sean McVay and how he's made sure that he pays close attention to that coaching tree. And no matter what branch you're talking about, Sean McVay or Shanahan himself, or you're talking about even Matt LaFleur, he's talked about having some conversations with Matt LaFleur and other members of that coaching tree. And he's talked about, like I said, borrowing concepts, siphoning ideas from that coaching tree, implementing those, integrating those within his offensive system. And you'll probably see a lot of these concepts in the Super Bowl, of course. But if you're a Longhorn fan, they'll look familiar to you because there's a lot of things that Shano has done within his offense that really kind of revolutionized the offensive football in the NFL over the last 5-6 years or so that really have become commonplace. And there are certain traits, there are certain ideals that really do link the Shanahan offense and the Sark offense. Now, he's not from the Shanahan coaching tree, but he is an admirer of it, especially since his time in Atlanta where he had to study it. He had to go down the rabbit hole and study the Shanahan offense. Why? Because Dan Quinn hired him as the OC following Shanahan in 2016 when they should have won the Super Bowl there. Had a 28-3 lead on Tom Brady, the GOAT, and couldn't close it out. But after that, they had the best offense in the league. Matt Ryan had his best season, an MVP season, and Dan Quinn wanted to replicate as much of that as he could. So he brought Sark in with a unique challenge. And the unique challenge for Sark was, hey, I need you to be able to transition that Shanahan offense to your offense, but I want you to keep as much of the foundation as possible. All right, much of the key core philosophy as possible. And that's what Sark did. And I do believe it changed him. I do believe it evolved his offensive ideology. And there are certain concepts that I think really stick out as commonalities between these two offenses. And one is the pre-snap motion. Sark's offense changed tremendously when, after following Shanahan, he started using a lot more pre-snap motion. Why? Because, well, pre-snap motion gives you a significant advantage. I remember Brian Harsin telling me that motion causes emotion, and I want my defenders making emotional decisions because people who make emotional decisions make bad decisions. They always tell you don't make a really big decision when you're emotional, right? Like right after somebody passes away or right when you're going through something traumatic. Don't make a big decision there. Yeah, because that's going to affect your decision making. He said he can do that on a micro level with defenders. And he's right about that. Any motion or shift causes defenders to lose their mind. They have to communicate about the shift in the motion. It usually changes the strength or the weakness of the formation of the coverage or the pressure of the front. So there are a lot of different things. Just a slight motion or shift can do to reveal information to the offense. And that's what Shannon's trying to do. He's trying to find out the rules of your defense. He's trying to find out exactly the rules of integrity that bind your structural integrity of your defense, and then he wants to violate them. Here's Steve Young talking about how Shanahan uses motion, and it's very similar to how Sark uses motion and weaponizes it.
He uses motion a lot, and in motion makes a defense speak to you. Yeah. He wants as much information out of you before he snaps the football. He'll do it with formation. He'll do it with different people in different spots. He asks his players, Christian McCaffrey, can you line up at receiver? Yes. Yeah. Can you line up in the slot? Yes. Can you line up off the line at tight end? Can you line up in the I? And because of that, he can now, because defenses all go like, where's Christian McCaffrey? Okay, I got to do certain things when I see that. So he has the defense speak to you. Yes. And give you as much information as you possibly can get from them before the snap. And what is Brock Purdy's best quality? Taking all that information, give that to me, because every inch of that I'm going to make you pay. He uses.
And he's right about that. That's what Sark uses it for, too. It's a lot of getting the defense to reveal their responsibilities, their obligations, and the rules of the defense. And he also gets into how, Sark likes to move things, how Shannon likes to move things around, and Sark moves things around, too. Interchangeable pieces on offense. Now, Sark is not into the multiplicity that Shannon's into, but Sark even remarked in his earlier media availability this week that he taught all of his wide receivers to play every position. On that in their wide receiving core. The slot, the outside, the X, the Y, and the Z, they all are interchangeable. Now, he doesn't interchange them as much as he probably should, but that is a goal of his offense, and that is obviously that is not only the goal, but that is the intent, the mission of Shano's offense is to have movable chess pieces, which makes them much tougher to defend. Anyway, getting back to it, that's another way they're similar, but the pre-snap motion, ever since Shano took over the 49ers in 2017, the pre-snap motion kind of revolution in the NFL has hit because he was so extreme with his philosophy. And now you look at the top 4 teams in pre-snap motion rate in the NFL. Miami's at 82%. The Rams are at 70%. The 49ers are at 75%. Green Bay's at 64%. All in the Shanahan coaching tree, and they understand how important motions and shifts are pre-snap in terms of revealing indicators to the quarterback. And that's what Sark does really well. Now, Sark doesn't use it as much as he should. He's only at 55% motion rate. If you're in a Shanahan tree, that's really, really low. My prediction is that this year, you'll see Sark increase pre-snap motion and shift rate tremendously. And one thing I think he has to do is increase targets to motion. These are targets to a player that was in motion prior to the snap or at the time of the snap. Shano's famous for this, and so is Sark, actually. Sark does a lot of this, targeting players who were in motion prior to the snap or at the time of the snap. They even have what they call now the cheat motion or the cheetah motion. That is when they get a receiver going parallel to the line of scrimmage, and the ball is snapped while he's still in motion to give him a running head start to a sense. And that was something that was created by Mike McDaniel, but it was also something that Shano revolutionized from the backfield. Here's Rachaad White, Tampa Bay Bucs running back, talking about how his coaches studied the Shanahan offense and then gave him a little trick of the trade, a little cheat code with what they call the shuffle motion.
Have you noticed that little shuffle motion they do with McCaffrey?
Yeah.
What is that?
So the biggest thing about that, and I was talking to him, my coach, Skip Pete, my first year with him.
Yeah.
And like I started killing in the pass game so much, and he was telling me, because I didn't know what that was either. I thought they was just doing it, like I said, just to do it.
Just for viewers, basically they'll have McCaffrey in the backfield, and then he just sort of like
just shuffle out, just hop out.
So it's
just hop out.
It's an unconventional pre-snap motion.
So Coach Canales, he started putting plays in certain things for us. So the biggest thing for him, they don't want, if it's a free release, they don't want him to get touched. Right. So when you're an asset like that, sometimes defensive ends are taught and they see you because you got to do a little arc coming out. Mm-hmm. So they see you. Sometimes defensive end, they taught to just chip the running back.
Right.
So the biggest thing for that shuffle, obviously, is to get him to not get chipped by the running back. So he has a lot of momentum, too, when the ball is snapped to just be able to go. And then, obviously, that's the biggest thing. Like, you want to be able to hit a linebacker full speed and things like that because now he got to guess which way you're going to go on a lot of things.
Yeah, when Christian McCaffrey crosses the line of scrimmage without contact, 8.1 yards per attempt. He's getting some chunk yardage that way. And it's never just motion for the sake of motion like Rachaad White thought it was. There's always an intent. There's always a purpose. And I think Sark's going to increase that this season, actually, especially after he studies offenses every year. He studies his favorite coaching tree every year. And if he's studying the trends, he knows his offense may be behind, actually, when it comes to that modernized concept of weaponizing motions and shifts rates. Here's a little stat for you, though, about targets to motion for Sark. Since he came to Texas, his targets to motion have produced 10.2 yards per attempt, 10 yards per attempt, and 8.4 yards per attempt in his first 3 years. His completion percentage when they target to motion, 80%, 78%, and 81%. It works. It works. It works. So I think Sark's going to use more of that, and a lot of that came from his influence or the creative influence of a man Shano. Another thing, we talked about this yesterday, compressed and condensed sets. Sark uses a lot of them. Nobody uses more of them than Shano. 19.9 yards, the width, if you will, of the formation on average. That is the shortest width of a formation on average in the NFL, and the reason for that is there's a lot. It dictates terms. Defenses have to play you less aggressive because they don't want to get picked or up. They have to play outside leverage because there's so much room on the outside. Usually they're going to put an extra defender in the box, force, and whether your receivers actually can kind of work their way through the traffic at times. But if you can avoid those pitfalls, there are so many more advantages to compressed and condensed sets than there are to a lot of the spread sets. And that's why you see Shano on the cutting edge of that. And my man Sark is also on that cutting edge, too, of the condensed and compressed sets. That's something. And also the biggest, I think creative influence that I have seen from Sark, and this is Sark's ability to kind of morph his offense with Shano's offense. Dan Quinn really challenged him to keep a lot of the two back sets and the two back concepts, because Shano uses two backs in the backfield 40% of the time, except he used a traditional fullback. Well, the spin on that for Sark was he was going to keep it because that's half the offense. So I'm not going to get rid of half the offense when I'm trying to transition that Atlanta offense from Shanos to mine. So what my man Sark did was brilliant. He just used a pony package. So instead of using a fullback with two back sets, he used another tailback, Tevin Coleman, Devontae Freeman. It was brilliant, and it worked really well actually that year in 2017 and in 2018, and he has still utilized that. I think it's just coincidence, but it was a very fortunate one that he came to Texas with the best running back room in the country, and then brought in Brennan Marion to double down on that philosophy, add even more to it with the go-go offense, a two tailback system with a West Coast passing game, triple option run game, and I think all of that has led to that also being something we can look to increase in 2024, his use of the pony package, because it is still the most explosive, most efficient, and most effective personnel grouping that Sark has had to date on the 40 acres, and I think it ties originally back to his time studying Shano.
Good stuff right there. Behind the burnt orange curtain, yeah, we now know the Longhorns, when they face Michigan on week 2, will face Wink Martindale as the defensive coordinator of the Michigan Wolverines. He's been hired this morning. Of course, Cowboys have hired Mike Zimmer, and a lot of back and forth between the NFL and college football now, going from college to the pros back to college. Seeing a lot of that is, we played yesterday, Seattle Seahawks have hired Steve Belichick to coach their defense, and Pete Carroll's son to coach the offense. And so there's a lot of crossover now, coaches both ways, NFL and college football, as they kind of get closer and closer together. We'll come back and hit What's Poppin' to wrap up this edition and get you into the weekend. And Rod, I'll ask you this, and What's Poppin'? Do we already know the score of the Super Bowl? Do we already know the score? We may. We'll play that for you coming next. Talk about with Ian Rodby. All right, folks, here we are, Underdog Fantasy. Hope you have the downloaded app and ready to go for the big game on Sunday. And as I've told you all week long, I'm giving you my Underdog Fantasy highers and lowers. I like George Kittle higher in the receiving yards. I like Patrick Mahomes lower in his passing yards. I like Brock Purdy higher than the interception number. Christian McCaffrey lower in receptions. Patrick Mahomes higher than 4.5 rushing attempts in this one. And Brandon Ayuk I like higher than receiving yards. So use all those if you want. Just a couple of them, whichever are your favorites. And that's all you have to do. You go to the app or the website, UnderdogFantasy.com, pick your favorite players, and pick 2 to 5 players there, 2 to 5, that you're going to watch on the big game. And then you pick those in-game stats, you're going higher or lower. And if you go 5 for 5, you could win up to 100 times your money with their playoff plan. You could also, if you get 5 picks right, you can get 20 times your money as well. It really is a blast. UnderdogFantasy.com on the Underdog Fantasy app. Also, if you use promo code Hogan, my last name, Hogan, that's Hogan, they'll go ahead and give you a double of your first deposit. So, $100 becomes $200, and you're off and running. Plus, they'll give you that mystery pick in your queue there, that 0.5 to use on one of the hires or lowers as you go forward. Have fun with it. Enjoy the game. We'll be talking all next week about your winnings. I promise you. Pick them, watch them, win them at Underdog Fantasy, UnderdogFantasy.com.
Must be 18 or plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concern with your play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
the start of the season, Rod. Mecole Hardman was a member of the New York Jets. Remember the New York Jets? On one of the episodes had the mental guy come in, the guy that could read minds.
Oh, man.
What's his name? Can't remember his name.
No, but I know you're talking
Oz
about.
the Mentalist, I think.
Oz the Mentalist. And here it is. This is Oz the Mentalist talking to Mecole Hardman, then of the New York Jets. Can we play this for you? All right, there we go. The sound quality is not great, but 31-21 Jets was the pick, and the Mentalist predicted that's what he would pick. He said 31-21 Jets over the Niners.
Oh, God.
He now plays on the Chiefs.
Okay.
And right now in Vegas, the most bet correct score in the Super Bowl is Chiefs 31, Niners 21. That's the most bet score in Vegas at plus
double digits?
At plus 10,000.
They got to beat them by double digits? That's
so
a
there
lot.
you go. That's from the Mentalist.
That's a lot.
Mecole Hardman. And the funny part of the bit is the guy held up the sign of the score he thought he was going to predict before he predicted it.
Not close?
No, it was right on.
Oh, was it?
He guessed 31-21. So 31. So, if we come in here on Monday morning and it's 31-21, we're just going to shut down.
It'll be closer than that. It'll be closer than 31-21 in my opinion. I don't think it'll be a 10-point win.
Do you think either team gets to 30? The Chiefs or the Niners are averaging 29 points per game in the
they can
playoffs.
get to 30, but I don't think either team is gonna beat
separate like that.
I don't think you're gonna beat them by double digits. That's why I think the game is so close. I think it's gonna be a really close game. I do. I think the desperation of Shano is gonna show. If Kansas City is able to get up early, then he's gonna coach differently. Because remember, he's been up double digits in these Super Bowls.
Yeah, got to finish them.
So he believes that what he's doing is working. He just hasn't been able to finish. The key is, though, Brock Purdy's finishing form now. Think about it. He never had a quarterback that could finish.
Yeah, now
he never had a quarterback with a clutch gene before. Jimmy Garoppolo didn't have it.
No, he missed opportunities.
So if Brock Purdy's closing better than any quarterback Shano's ever had, and to me, Shano's got to come in with the blueprint that he's had pretty much to become a front runner and let Brock Purdy be Brock Purdy and close out the game, and then you got it.
And I think we would all agree they have to play a lot better in the first half than they have in either of the two playoff games
that is
so
true.
far. Because that won't work because the Chiefs have been real good in the first half in their playoff games, and you can't let that happen. And obviously, maximum effort for the 49ers defense, which we've talked about this week on all plays. Also this weekend, y'all, if you're looking for stuff tomorrow, the Big 12 will again take center stage in basketball. Texas plays West Virginia. That is at the Moody Center, obviously. That's a 2 o'clock tip. Absolute must-win game for Texas there. That's one of the teams you have to beat in the West Virginia. There are no nights off or days off, but that's between that and Oklahoma State's about as close as you get. And the Longhorns have already lost to West Virginia one time. Can't lose to them again. They're battling injuries right now. The best game of the weekend is at 5 o'clock on tomorrow. That's Baylor and Kansas. From last week it was Houston and Kansas at Fog Allen Fieldhouse. Tomorrow it's Baylor at Kansas at Fog Allen.
It's the
Big 12.
Every week.
We also have fifth-ranked Houston at Cincinnati, which should be a good game. Oklahoma State's at Oklahoma, and the Bedlam game. So there's some college hoops tomorrow.
No nights off.
No nights off.
Not in the Big 12 anyway.
No nights off for you either, Rod. You're getting on the bird, man. You're flying out there.
Yeah, I got a little time. I'm gonna leave until tonight.
Tonight.
Yeah, I got a little
late
time.
flight. I like it.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get to Vegas too early. Trust me, I don't want to spend that much time there. I just want to go to the game. I guess once you've been to Super Bowls, you don't want to go to all the parties and all that stuff. That stuff. No.
Well, even if you take off at 9ish here, you'll land and you gain an hour, so you'll be landing it. It'll still be easy.
I'll land with time to go visit some stuff and go see some folks and probably go eat a nice meal or whatever I can eat. But I am not interested in the Super Bowl party scene. No. Super Bowl scene. That's what I want to go. Go to the game, enjoy the game, and I'll give you all the highlights when I get back, if there are any. May not be any. Maybe kind of a under. It may be, because like I said, I haven't. I don't know if I'm going to see Shano before the game because I don't know how busy he is, and I'm getting there like I said the day before, and I know he might be really busy. So I'll hit him up. I haven't even told him I'm coming yet. I've told Bo Skis and them, but I haven't told Shano yet. So
are they going?
Bo Skis is going. Sims is already there working. And Shano, of course, is there. So and those guys will be there. So I'll get to visit with those guys. I don't know if I'll see Shano before the game, though, because of the rigorous schedule that he has. That kind of
Awesome.
stuff.
Well, have
but I'll
fun,
see
my
his family
friend.
probably.
Have a good time, my
Yeah.
friend, and we certainly will. We'll be having the Super Bowl watch here at our house, so that's good. We'll have stories on Monday. Brock will be back on Monday. Good stuff today, Brock. A lot of audio your way, and we appreciate you handling it. That was popping today for sure, and looking forward to a great weekend. Well, enjoy the final football game of the year, y'all.
Yeah, man.
Or at least of the season.
For real, appreciate it.
More to come in this year, but not for this season. Rod, be careful. Rod
will,
will have
brother.
stories when he gets here on Monday morning. You will certainly bring your stories. Enjoy your Super Bowl parties. Don't overdo it, because we need to have you back at 6 a.m. on Monday morning to recap.
I'm old and wise. I won't overdo it in Vegas. I'm too wise for
telling
that.
our knucklehead audience, don't overdo
Oh,
it.
yeah,
out there.
yeah, don't
Get
forget
up
me.
early with it. Don't be late for work. Like Lucas Glover on the PGA Tour missed his tee time. Don't be missing tee times at 6 a.m. Monday. All the hours, every hour, podcast of this program at hornfm.com. Have a great weekend, everybody. It is Jim Rome Show next, live from the Super Bowl. Way to buy new construction is Orchard.com.
Hey, what's up, folks? Your lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. Austin is a great city. That's why it keeps growing every day. It's one of the fastest growing cities in America, and as our city continues to grow and thrive, so do our friends at Ironworkers Local Union 482. Many of the iconic landmarks we love in this city were created and built by the skilled craftsmanship of Ironworkers Local Union 482, like the Pennybacker Bridge and DKR Stadium. And right now, they're hiring over 3,000 people for a huge project right here in Central Texas. So if you're looking for exciting employment opportunities, or you're looking for a refreshing career change, you can become a member of Ironworkers Local Union 482 right now. They're hiring over 3,000 people, as I said, for a huge project right here in Central Texas, and they're offering competitive wages, competitive benefits, and a pension plan. They even offer training for unskilled labor through their apprenticeship program. Become a member of Ironworkers Local 482 and take pride in the type of teamwork and craftsmanship that helps shape the future of our great city. So maximize your potentials and accept the challenge of becoming the best version of yourself by applying online at ironworkers482.org. That's ironworkers482.org.